Name for him is Satan, according to Christians and Muslims. Rob was nonplussed. You mean the Yazidi are Satanists? Isabel nodded cheerfully. Shaitan, the demon. The terrible god of the sacrifice. She smiled. As we understand it, yes. The Yazidi worship the 29 Klunkari. This was their very last name, and the very best hope. Forrester sorted through the papers and photos on his knee, as the rain spattered the windscreen. He and Boyer were in a hire car in northern France, heading south from Lille. Boyer was driving, Forrester was reading, fast. And hoping they were finally on the right track. It certainly looked good. They'd spent the last few days talking to headmasters and rectors and student advisors, phoning reluctant doctors in university clinics. Quite a few likely candidates had emerged. A dropout from Christ Church, Oxford. A couple of expellees from Eton and Marlborough. A schizophrenic student, missing from St Andrews. Forrester had been shocked at the number of students diagnosed as schizophrenic. Hundreds across the country. But the candidates had all been ruled out, one way or another. The posh Oxford dropout was in a mental hospital. This St Andrews student was known to be in Thailand. The Eton expellee had died. In the end they had drilled it down to one name, Jamie Klunkari. He had all the right credentials. His family was extremely wealthy, and of aristocratic descent. He'd been very expensively schooled at Westminster where his behaviour, according to his housemaster, was eccentric verging on violent. He had beaten another pupil and come perilously close to expulsion. But his academic brilliance had afforded him a second chance. Klunkari had then gone to Imperial College in London to study mathematics. One of the finest scientific universities in the world. But this grand opportunity hadn't solved his problems, indeed his wildness had only intensified. He'd dabbled in hard drugs and been caught with call girls in his hall of residence. One of them had reported him to the police for brutality, but the Crown Prosecution Service had dropped the charge on the grounds of an unlikely conviction. She was a prostitute, he a gifted student at a top university. Crucially, it seemed Klunkari had gathered around him a number of extremely close friends, Italians, French and American. One of his fellow students said Klunkari's social circle was a weird clique. Those guys worshipped him. And, as Boyer and Forrester had established, in the last 2 or 3 weeks that clique had disappeared. They hadn't been seen at lectures. A concerned sibling had reported her brother as missing. The college had posters of him in the Union Bar. An Italian kid, Luca Marcinelli. The young men had left no trace. Their student digs were empty of evidence. No one knew or even especially cared where they had gone. The clique members were disliked. Acquaintances and neighbours were bafflingly vague. Students come and go all the time. I thought he'd gone back to Milan. He just said he was taking a holiday. At Scotland Yard they had therefore been obliged to make some tough decisions. Forrester's team couldn't follow every lead with equal zeal. Time was running out. The Toyota Land Cruiser had been found, abandoned, on the outskirts of Liverpool, the gang having evidently guessed that the car was a liability. The gang had gone to ground, but Forrester knew they would surely strike again, and soon. But where? There wasn't time for speculation. So Forrester had ordered his team to zero in on Klunkari, the alleged leader. The Klunkari family lived, it turned out, in Picardy in northern France. They had an ancestral home in Sussex, a large flat in London, and even a villa in Barbados. But for some reason they lived in the middle of Picardy, near Albert. Which was why Forrester and Boyer had caught the first Eurostar this morning from London Street Pancras to Lille. Forrester surveyed the huge and rolling fields, the pinched little the grey and steely sky of northern France. Every so often, one of the hills would be adorned by another British wartime cemetery, a lyrical but melancholy parade of chased marble headstones. Thousands and thousands of graves. It was a depressing spectacle, not helped by the rain. The trees were in Maytime blossom, but even the blossom was wilted and helpless in the relentless drizzle. Not the most attractive part of France, is it, sir? Hideous, Forrester answered. All these cemeteries. Lots of wars here, right? Yes. And dying industries. That doesn't help. He paused, then said, we used to come here on holiday. Boyger chuckled. Nice choice. No, not here. What I mean is we used to go camping in the south of France, when I was a kid. But we couldn't afford to fly, so we had to drive all the way down through France. From Le Havre. And we used to come off here, off Picardy. Past Albert and the Somme and the rest of it. And every time I would call. Because it was so bloody ugly. The villages are so ugly because they were all rebuilt after the Great War. In concrete. Millions of men died in these wet fields, Boyger. Millions. In Flanders fields. I guess so. I think the Finns were still living in igloos at the time. Yes, sir. Eating moss. The two men laughed, quite ladishly. Forrester needed some light relief. The Eurostar journey had been equally sombre. They'd used the hours to go over the pathology reports one more time. To see if they'd missed anything. But nothing had jumped out at them. It was just the same chilling scientific analysis of the wounds. Extensive hemorrhage. Stab wound in the fifth intercostal. Death by traumatic asphyxia. Think this is it, said Boyger. Forrester checked the sign, Ribemont sur Ancre. 6 kilometers, you're right. This turn off. The car swerved onto the slip road, scything through gathered pools of rainwater. Forrester wondered why it rained so much in northeast France. He remembered stories of Great War soldiers drowning in mud, literally drowning in their hundreds and thousands, in the churned wet rainy mud. What a way to die! And take a right here. He checked the address of the Cluncunis. He'd MNG'd the family and got their agreement to an interview just a day ago. The mother's voice was cold and slightly quave one Y on the phone. But she had given him instructions. Go past the Rue Voltaire. A kilometre further on. Then take the left, towards Albert. Take this left. Boyger swung the wheel and the hire car crunched off a rutted puddle. The road was virtually a farm track. Then they saw the house. It was large and impressive, shuttered and dormered, with a severely sloping roof in the French style. But it was also sombre, dark and oppressive. An odd place to come and live. Jamie Cluncuny's mother was waiting for them at the end of the wide, looping driveway. Her accent was icily posh. Very English. Her husband was just inside the door, in an expensive tweed jacket and corduroys. His socks were bright red. In the sitting room a maid served coffee. Mrs. Cluncurry sat opposite them, with her knees pressed tightly together. So, insult to Forrester. You wish to talk about my son Jamie? The interview was painful. Stilted and laborious. The parents claimed they had lost control of Jamie in his mid-teens. By the time he reached university they had lost all contact, too. The mother's mouth twitched, very slightly, as she discussed Jamie's problems. She blamed drugs. And his friends. She confessed she blamed herself, as well, because they had sent him to boarding school to be a boarder at Westminster. This had increased the young man's isolation within the family. And so he withdrew from us. And that was that. Forrester was frustrated. He could tell where the interview was going. The parents knew nothing, they had practically disclaimed their son. As Boyger took over the questioning, the DCI scanned the large and silent sitting room. There were many family photos of the daughter, Jamie's sister. Photos of her on holiday, on a pony, or at her graduation. Yet no photos of the son. Not one. And there were family portraits too. A military figure, a Cloncurry from the 19th century. A viscount in the Indian Army. And an admiral. Generations of distinguished forebears were staring from the walls. And now probably there was a murderer in the family. A psychotic killer. Forrester could feel the shame of the Cloncurrys. He could feel the pain of the mother. The father was practically silent during the interview. The 2 hours passed with elaborate slowness. At the end, Mrs. Cloncurry escorted them to the door. Her piercing blue eyes stared into Forrester, not at him, but into him. Her aquiline face matched the photo of Jamie Cloncurry that Forrester had already sourced from the Imperial College student records. The boy was handsome, in a high cheekboned way. The mother must have once been beautiful, she was still as thin as a model. "Inspector," she said, as they stood at the door. "I wish I could tell you that Jamie didn't do these terrible things. But. She fell quiet. The husband was still hovering behind his wife, his red socks glowing in the gloom of the hallway. Forrester nodded and shook the woman's hand. At least they'd had their suspicions all but confirmed. But they weren't any nearer finding Jamie Cloncurry. They scrunched to the car. The rain had finally relented, at least a little. "So we know it's him," said Forrester, climbing in. Boyger keyed the engine. "Reckon so. But where the fuck is he?" The car sludged through the damp gravel onto the winding road. They had to negotiate the narrow streets of the village to get to the autoroute. And Lille. On the way through Ribemont, Forrester spotted a little French café, a humble brasserie. Its lights were inviting in the drizzly greyness. "Shall we get some lunch?" "Yes, please." They parked in the Place de la Révolution. An enormous and morbid memorial, to the Great War dead, dominated the silent square. This tiny village, Forrester reckoned, must have been right in the middle of the fighting during the war. He imagined the place during the height of the Somme offensive. Tommies loitering by the brothels. Wounded in ambulances racing to the tented hospitals. The ceaseless boom of the shelling, a few miles away. "It's a funny place to live," said Boyger. "Isn't it? When you're so rich. Why live here?" "I was wondering the same." Forrester stared at the nobly agonized figure of a wounded French soldier, immortalized in marble. "You'd think if they wanted to live in France, they'd live in Provence or somewhere. Corsica. Cannes. Somewhere sunny. Not this toilet." They walked to the cafe. As they pressed the door, Boyger said, "I don't believe it." "What do you mean?" "I don't buy the weeping mother bit. I don't think they are ignorant as they say. There's something strange about it all." The cafe was virtually deserted. A waiter came over, wiping his hands on a grubby towel. "Steak frites," said Forrester. He had just enough French to order food. Boyger nodded. Forrester smiled at the waiter. "Du steak frites, s'il vous plaît." "Et un by our power moi," et Boyger sighed. "Pepsi." The waiter said a curt merci. And disappeared. Boyger checked something on his BlackBerry. Forrester knew when his junior was having bright ideas because he stuck his tongue out like a schoolboy working on a sum. The DCI sipped his beer as Boyger googled. Finally the Finn sat back. "There. Now that's interesting." "What?" "I googled the name Cloncurry and Ribemont-sur-Ancre. And then I googled it with just Ancre." 0K Boyger smirked, a hint of victory on his face. "Get this, sir. A Lord Cloncurry was a general in the First World War, and he was based near here. 1916. We know that the family has a military background, yes, but... Boyge's smiles widened. Listen to this. He read a note he had scrawled on the paper tablecloth. During the summer of 1916, Lord Cloncurry was notorious for his grotesquely wasteful attacks on impregnable German positions. More troops died under his command, proportionately, than under any other British general in the entire war. Cloncurry subsequently became known as the Butcher of Albert. This was more interesting. Forrester eyed his junior. Boyge lifted a finger, and quoted, "Such was the carnage under Cloncurry's leadership, sending wave after wave of infantry into the pitiless machine gun fire of the well-trained, well-armed Hanover Division. His tactics were compared, by several historians, to the futility of human sacrifice." The cafe was dead quiet. Then the door rattled as a customer stepped inside, shaking the rain from his umbrella. "There's more," said Boyge. "There's a link from that entry. With a curious result. It's in Wikipedia." The waiter set 2 plates of steak frites on the table. Forrester ignored the food. He stared hard at Boyge. "Go on." "Apparently during the war they were digging up trenches or something, or mass graves maybe. Anyway, they found another site of human sacrifice. An Iron Age site. Celtic tribes. They found 80 skeletons." Boyge quoted again. All headless, the skeletons had been piled up and tangled together along with. Boyge looked up at his boss. "And the bodies were contorted into unnatural positions. It's apparently the biggest site of human sacrifice in France." "Where is this?" "Here, sir." "Right here. Rue Montsegur. 30. Rob stirred. Christine was beside him, still sleeping. In the night she had kicked half the sheets off. He looked at her glowing suntan. He caressed her neck, kissed her bare shoulder. She murmured his name, rolled over, and decorously snored. It was nearly noon. The sunlight was streaming through off the window. Rob got out of the bed and headed for the bathroom. As he sluiced the sleep from his face and hair, he thought about Christine, how it had happened. The 2 of them, him and her. He had never experienced a romance like this before. They seemed to have gone from being friends to holding hands, to kissing, to sleeping together as if it was the most obvious and natural thing in the world. A simple and expected evolution. He remembered when he had been nervous about her, reluctant to show his feelings. That felt ludicrous now. But even if their relationship seemed obvious, it was, paradoxically, still richly strange and marvelous. Maybe the best comparison, Rob decided, was with a brilliant new song you heard on the radio for the first time. Because the melody of a great song seems so right it makes you say, "Ah, of course, yes, why didn't anyone think of that brilliant tune before?" It just needed someone to write down the notes. Rob rinsed his face and reached blindly for the towel. He dried himself, and stepped from the shower. He looked left. The bathroom window was wide open so that he was gazing across the Sea of Marmara to the other Prince's Islands. Yersidy Sedifa to sea, with the villages and forests of Anatolia in the distance. White-sailed yachts drifted languidly across the blue. The scent of pine needles, warmed by the sun, filled the little bathroom. Being here in this house had no doubt helped their love affair, had nurtured and developed it. The island was such a heavenly oasis, a vivid contrast to roiled and violent Sanlifer. And Isabel's Ottoman home was so quiet, so winsome and untroubled. Sunlit and snoozing by the waves of Marmara, there weren't even cars to disturb the peace. For 10 days Rob and Christine had recuperated here. They'd also explored the other islands. They'd seen the grave of the first English ambassador to the Ottoman Empire, sent by Elizabeth I. They'd nodded as a local guide showed them the wooden house where Trotsky lived. They'd laughed over Turkish coffee in the waterfront cafes of Bouk-part, and drunk heady glasses of raki with Isabel in her rose-scented garden, as the sun set over distant Troy. And it was on one of those soft warm evenings, under the scattered jewellery of the Marmara stars, that Christine had leaned over and kissed him. And he had kissed her back. 3 days later Isabel politely and subtly asked her maid to put the guest towels in just one room. Rob padded through. The bedroom shutters were squeaking in the summer breeze. Christine was still asleep, her dark hair sprayed across the Egyptian cotton pillow slip. He crossed the parquet floor, barefoot, threw on his clothes and boots, and went quietly downstairs. Isabel was on the phone. She smiled and waved at Rob and gestured him to the kitchen, where Andrea the maid was making coffee. Rob pulled a chair from under the kitchen table, and thanked the maid for his coffee. And then he sat there, absent-mindedly, but happily, staring out of the wide-open kitchen door at the roses and the azaleas and the bougainvillea of the garden. Ezekiel the Catesi, as Isabel called her, was chasing a butterfly around the kitchen floor. Rob teased the cat for a few idle minutes. Then he sat back and picked up a newspaper, a day-old Financial Times, and read about some Kurdish suicide bombers in Ankara. He set the paper down again. He didn't want to know about any of this. He didn't want to hear about violence or danger or politics. He wanted this idyll to persist, he wanted to stay here with Christine forever, and bring Lizzie here, too. But the idyll could not last. Steve, his editor, was making impatient noises. He either wanted the story done or Rob on another assignment. Rob had filed a couple of Turkish news items to keep things cool back at the office, but Eviera knew that this state of grace was temporary. Rob stepped into the garden and gazed out to sea. There was another alternative. He could just give up his job. Stay here with Christine. Charter a boat, hire it out to tourists. Become a squid fisherman like the Greeks on Burgazada. Join the Armenian cafe owners in Yasada. Potter about Isabel's garden. Just give everything up, and live out his days in the sun. And somehow he could bring Lizzie here too. With his daughter here, laughing on the beach, he would be surrounded by the women he loved, and life would be perfect. And now he sighed and smiled at his own fond delusions. Love was addling his brain. He had a job, he needed money, he had to be practical. Rob watched a catamaran in the distance. The line of its white sail looked like a swan as it crossed the stretch of water. A noise disturbed his reverie. Rob turned, and there was Isabel coming out of the kitchen. I've just had the most intriguing phone call from an old friend at Cambridge. Professor Hugo de Savary. Have you heard of him? Writes a lot. Does TV shows. But he's a very fine scholar nonetheless. Christine knows him. I think she did a term of his lectures at King's. In fact, I think they were friends. Isabel tilted a smile. Where is Christine anyway? Still fast asleep. Ah, young love. She took Rob's arm. Let's go down to the beach. I'll tell you what Hugo said. The beach was rocky and small, but pretty, and almost completely isolated. They sat on a bench of rock and she told him about de Savry's phone call. The Cambridge historian had explained to Isabel everything he had learned from the police, and added everything he surmised himself about the gruesome murders across Britain. The gang of killers. The connection with the Hellfire Club and the link of human sacrifice in the murders. Why did de Savary ring you? We're old friends. I was at Cambridge too, remember? Yes, but what I mean is, how does this connect with everything we've discovered? Hugo knows I am something of an expert on Turkish and Sumerian antiquity, on ancient religions of the Near East. Such as the Yazidi. He was asking my opinion on a theory. Connected with them? A strange little coincidence. Or maybe not. She paused. Hugo believes this gang, the killers, are looking for something closely associated with the Hellfire Club. Right. I understand that they are digging up places associated with the club. But what are they looking for? And where do the Yes fit in? It's very speculative. Hugo hasn't even told the police. But he thinks it might be connected with the Black Book. That's what the gang are pursuing, possibly. The Black Book? Explain. Isabelle Rand flew off the story of Jerusalem Whaley. As a friend of Hugo de Savary, she'd heard lots of juicy stories about the Hellfire Club. Endless stories of depravity. When he came back from the Holy Land, Thomas Whaley, or Jerusalem Whaley as he was thereafter known, brought with him a cache. A box. A hoard of some kind. What was it? Your guess is nearly as good as mine. But we do know he prized his find hugely, believed he'd proved a theory. He called it his great evidence in his many letters to friends. Supposedly he was given these materials by an old Yazidi priest. The Yazidi have a caste of priests, Singh priests who hand down the oral tradition of the Yazidi. Because there isn't much of a literary tradition. And he met with one of these priests, in Jerusalem, who gave him something. Presumably. We can't be sure because Whaley's memoirs are irritatingly vague. But some scholars think it might be the Black Book of the Yazidi. The sacred book of the Anglicans. They have a Bible. Not anymore. But their oral traditions say there was, once, a great body of sacred and mystical writing that embodied Yazidi myths and beliefs. Contemporary legends also say that the only copy was taken by an Englishman hundreds of years ago. Might some exiled priest have given the Black Book to Whaley? For safekeeping? The Yazidi have always felt embattled. They might have wanted to preserve their most precious objects somewhere safe. Like faraway England. Buck Whaley certainly brought something remarkable with him on his return from the Levant. Moreover, this item, whatever it was, eventually left him a broken man. 0K. So where is it now? The Black Book? If that's what it is. Disappeared. Possibly destroyed. Possibly hidden. Rob's thoughts started to race. He looked into the older woman's serene grey eyes. Then he said, "How can we find out what the gang are really looking for? How can we investigate this link to the Yazidi?" "Lalsh," said Isabelle. "That's the only place you could get real answers. The sacred capital of the Yazidi." Lalsh. Rob felt a shiver of disquiet. He knew he had to go to this place, Lalsh, to get answers, to finish the story. Steve was pressuring him to do the second and concluding article, and to write it properly Rob needed to tie up the straying ends, to find out about this Black Book. But Rob also knew where Lalsh was. He'd heard of it before, from other journalists. It had featured in the news, in recent years, more than once. For all the wrong reasons. "I know Lalsh," he said. "That's in Kurdistan, isn't it? South of the border." Isabelle nodded gravely. "Yes. It's in Iraq." 31 That evening Rob told Christine that he had to go to Lalsh, and explained to her why. She looked at him without saying anything. He told her, again, that Lalsh was the obvious place to finish the story. The answers to most of their puzzles lay with the Yazidi. The sacred capital was the only place he could find truly learned Yazidi scholars who could unwrap the enigma. And obviously it made sense for Rob to go alone. He knew Iraq. He knew the risks. He had contacts in that country. His paper would cover his enormous insurance bill, but they wouldn't pay for Christine. So he had to go to Lalsh and he had to go alone. Christine seemed to accede and accept. And then she turned and walked, wordless, into the garden. Rob hesitated. Should he join her? Leave her alone? His reverie of indecision was broken by Isabel, humming a song as she walked through off the kitchen. The older woman glanced at Rob, and then at the silhouetted figure, sitting in the garden. "You told her." She seemed zero-K about it, but then... Isabel sighed. She was like this at Cambridge. When she's upset, she doesn't chuck things at walls, just bottles it up. Rob was torn. He hated to upset Christine, but the journey was a necessity. He was a foreign correspondent. He couldn't pick or choose where his stories led him. "You know, I'm slightly surprised," Isabel said. "By what?" "That she fell for you anyway. She doesn't normally go for men like with cheekbones and blue eyes. Dashing adventurers. It's usually older men. You do know she lost her dad when she was young, don't you? She's like any girl with that in her background. Always been attracted to the missing father figure. Advisors. Tutors." Isabel looked Rob in the eye. "Protectors." Across the waters came the hooting of a ferry. Rob listened to the echo rebounding. Then he stepped through the kitchen doorway, into the garden. Christine was alone on the garden seat, staring through the moonlit pines. Without turning, she said, "Isabel is very lucky. This house is so beautiful." He sat down beside her and took her hand. The moonlight made her fingers seem velvet pale. "Christine, I need a favor." She turned to look at him. He explained. "While I am in Laos." He paused. "Lizzie. Watch over her a little. Can you?" Christine's face was shadowed. A passing cloud had obscured the moon. "But I don't understand." "Lizzie's with her mother." Rob sighed. "Sally works very hard at her job. Her studies. She's got legal exams. I just want someone I really trust to. Keep another eye on her. You'll be staying with your sister, right? In Camden." Christine nodded. "So that's barely 3 miles from Sally's house. Knowing you were there, or just nearby, would make it a lot easier for me. Then maybe you could email me. Or call. I'll ring Sally to make sure she knows who you are. She might even welcome the help." "Maybe." The pine trees murmured. Christine nodded. "I'll go and see her. 0K, and I'll email you every day while you are in Iraq." When Christine said the word Iraq, Rob felt a shudder of fear. This was the real reason he wanted Christine to see and know his daughter, because he was worried for himself. Would he come back from this? Would he return and be a proper father? The Baghdad suicide bomber plagued his memories. He'd been lucky that time, maybe he wouldn't be so lucky again. And if he didn't come back, well, then he wanted his daughter to meet and to know the woman he dearly loved. Iraq. Rob shuddered again. The word seemed to sum up all the danger he was about to face. The cities of death. The place of beheadings. The province of chanting men, and ancient stones, and terrible discoveries. And suicide bombers in bright red lipstick. Christine squeezed his hand. The next morning Rob got up without waking Christine. He left a note on the bedside table. Then he dressed, said goodbye to Andrea, hugged Isabel, stroked the cat, and took the sun-slanted path to the pier. 24 hours later, after one ferry ride, one cab ride, 2 plane trips and a grueling service taxi ride from Mardan Airport, he arrived at the noisy tumult of the Iraq-Turkey frontier post at Haba. It was a smoggy chaos of parked trucks and army tanks and impatient businessmen and bewildered pedestrians carrying shopping bags. It took him 5 sweaty hours to cross the border. He was questioned for 2 of those hours by Turkish troops. Who was he? Why did he want to go to Iraq? Did he have links with the Kurdish rebels? Was he going to interview the PKK? Was he just stupid? A daredevil tourist? But they couldn't stop him forever. He had the visa, the documents, the fax from his editor, and at last he made it through. A barrier went up and he stepped over the invisible line. The first thing he noticed was a striking red and green flag with a sunburst symbol, fluttering above, the flag of Free Kurdistan. The flag was banned in Iran, and you could actually go to prison for flying it in Turkey. But here, in the autonomous province of Kurdish Iraq, it was fluttering proudly and freely, flying stark against the burning blue sky. Rob gazed south. A man with no teeth was staring at him from a wooden bench. A dog was urinating on an old. The road ahead slid through off the yellow and sunburnt hills, snaking towards the Mesopotamian plains. Shouldering his bag, Rob walked over to a dinged and rusty blue taxi. The unshaven driver looked up at him with a wall eye. The only available transport was a one-eyed cab driver. Rob felt like laughing. Instead he leaned towards the driver's window and said, "Salam alaikum. I want to go to Laos." 32 Hugo de Savary got a taxi from the little station. In a few minutes he was speeding through gorgeous Dorset countryside in the full splendour of May. Hawthorn blossom and blousy apple trees. Big clouds in a warm and smiling sky. The taxi drove down a driveway ranked with large beech trees and came to a stop outside a grand manor house with rambling wings and gracious stone chimneys. All around the house overalled policemen were combing the lawns for evidence, others were coming out of the front door peeling off rubber gloves. He paid the cabbie, got out of the car, and glanced at the sign in front of the building, Camford School. From his research, done hastily on the train, he knew that the building had not long been a school, at least by the standards of its own history. The estate itself dated back to Saxon times, when it encompassed large parts of Camford Magna, the nearby village. But only the Norman church and the 14th century John of Gaunt's kitchen survived from those earliest years. The rest of the building was late 18th or early 19th century. But none the less beautiful for that. The manor, converted to a school in the 1920s, stood in fine parkland beside the river Stour. De Savary could smell the freshness of the air. Despite the warmth of this gorgeous day, the river was evidently close at hand. "Professor de Savary." It was DCI Forrester. "Great you could come at such short notice." De Savary shrugged. "I'm not sure I can be of that much use." Forrester smiled, though, as de Savary noted, the policeman looked very haggard. How bad was this murder, de Savary wondered. On the phone this morning all Forrester had said was that it had some sacrificial elements, which was why the professor had agreed to come. De Savary's professional interest was piqued. He was vaguely wondering if the theme of contemporary human sacrifice might make another book. Or maybe even a TV series. "When was the body discovered?" he asked. "Yesterday." "Sheer luck. It's half-term so the school's closed." The only person here was the caretaker. The victim? But there was a delivery, some sports equipment. An inquisitive kid thought something was up and poked his nose around. He found the body. Poor bastard. He's still being counselled. Forrester eyed the professor. "Mr. de Savary, call me Hugo. It's a bloody unpleasant sight. I'm a detecting police officer. I've seen a fair few Messam murders but this one. Whereas I am just an innocent from the groves of academe." De Savary smiled. "Please, Mark, I have been studying satanic cults and psychotic impulses for more than a decade. I am used to handling some quite disturbing materials. And have a fairly strong constitution, I rather hope. I even ate a Southwest Trains prawn sandwich on the way down." The policeman didn't laugh. Or even smile. He just nodded, blankly. Again de Savary noted the harrowed quality of his expression. The detective had seen something awful. For the first time de Savary got an inkling of apprehension. The policeman cleared his throat. I haven't told you what you are about to see because I don't want to nudge you. I want your honest opinion, what you think is going on. Without any preconceptions. The front door was opened by an obedient constable. Inside it was very much the normal entrance to an English public school, roll calls of honour from the war, lists of boys who gave their lives. There were trophies and notice boards and some desultory antiques, badly scuffed and damaged by generations of eager schoolboys run past, MGBY boots slung over young shoulders. It was nostalgic for me. He remembered his own school days at Stowe. The entrance hall was dominated by a big door at the end. The door was shut, and guarded by another policeman. Forrester looked down at de Savary's feet. And gave him some plastic overshoes. There's a lot of blood, the DCI said quietly, then he motioned to the constable standing by the large inner doors. The constable gave a sawed-off salute, and swung open the door, allowing them to step inside. Beyond was a very baronial space. Wood panelling and heraldic coats of arms, a Victorian pastiche of a medieval nobleman's grand hall. But it was quite well done, thought de Savary. He could imagine minstrels at one end, on the first-floor balcony, serenading the feasting Duke, sitting above the high table at the other end. But what was at the other end? The police had erected a big screen. Forrester led the way across the creaking floorboards. The nearer they got, the more sound their footsteps made, but they weren't creaking now, but squelching. This, de Savary realized, was because he was walking into patches of splashed blood. The polished wooden floor seemed to be sticky with splashes of blood. Forrester rolled the movable screen out of the way and de Savary gasped. In front of him was a portable goal. A portable wooden frame, which had been wheeled in from the sports pitches outside. Stretched between the goal post and the bar, tied to the bar and the posts by leather straps, was a man. Or rather, what was left of a man. The naked victim had been suspended upside down from the frame by the ankles. His arms were stretched and tied to each of the posts by the wrists. The hideous grimace of pain on the face of the man, down there by the blooded floorboards, showed the torment he had been through off. He had been flayed. Flayed alive, it seemed, very slowly and diligently, the skin peeled, or scraped, strip by strip, flap by anguished flap, from the man's body. The raw pulsing flesh had been left uncovered at each stage, leaving blobs of yellow fat, though sometimes this fat had been flensed away, exposing the raw red muscles underneath. You could actually see the organs and the bones in certain places. De Savary put a forefinger to his nose. He could smell the body, smell the muscles and the lustrous fat. He could see the neck muscles taut with agony, the grey and white lungs, the curving definition of the rib cage. It was like an illustration of the muscles and tendons of the human body in a biology textbook. The genitals were missing, of course. A dark and scarlet socket was left where the penis and testicles should have been. De Savary guessed they had been forced into the victim's mouth. He had probably been obliged to eat them. He stepped around. It looked like the work of more than one assassin. To do it this carefully, without killing the victim at once, needed care and skill. If you flayed a person correctly, they could live for hours, as the muscles and organs slowly dried and crinkled. Sometimes the victim might faint with pain, de Savary imagined, but you could bring them round, before starting again. He didn't want to reconfigure the scene. But he had to. The terrified caretaker brought in here. Tied upside down. Hanging by his feet from the bar. Then lashed with his arms to either post. Like an inverted crucifixion. And then de Savary imagined it, the terrible horror that must have overcome the victim as he realized what they were doing, the initial tentative scrape of flesh at the ankle or on his feet. Then the searing pain as the skin was peeled away, leaving the pulp exposed to cold and heat. If anything had touched the raw flesh, the pain would have been virtually unendurable. He must have screamed as the gang worked their way down his quivering, agonized body, working like expert butchers, making a pelt of his skin. Perhaps he had screamed too loudly at one point, so they had chopped off his genitals, folded the bloody handful of flesh into the screaming mouth, to shut him up. Then the major flaying, the chest, the arms. Technically quite difficult. They must have practiced beforehand, on sheep, goats or maybe cats. Getting it right. He turned away, shuddering. Forrester put an arm around the academic's shoulder. Yes, I'm sorry. How old was he? It's hard to tell when there's no skin on the face. In his 40s, Forrester said. Shall we go outside? Please. The policeman led the way. As soon as they were outside they made for the garden bench. De Savary was pleased to sit down. Just ghastly, he said. The sun was still warm. Forrester took his overshoes off with a grunt. They sat there in a heavy silence. The sweetness of the early summer air seemed sickly now. After a while de Savary said, I think I can help. You can? De Savary rephrased. That is to say, I think I understand what their psychology might have been. So. Clearly there are Aztec themes. The Aztecs had many methods of human sacrifice. The most famous, of course, is live heart excision. The priest would plunge the obsidian knife into the chest, rip open the chest cavity, and yank out the beating heart. They both watched as a police car pulled up the driveway. 2 officers stepped out, carrying metal suitcases. They nodded briskly at Forrester, and he nodded back. Pathology, said Forrester. Go on, Hugo. The Aztecs. They would feed people to jaguars. They would bleed them to death. They would fire little arrows into warriors until they died. But one of the most elaborate methods was flaying. They even had a special day for it, the Feast of the Flaying of Men. A special day for flaying. They would strip the skins of enemy prisoners. And then they would dance through the streets of the city, wearing the flayed skins. Aztec nobles often wore the flayed skins of their victims. They considered it an honor for the victim. Indeed, there is a story that they once captured an enemy princess, then a few weeks later they invited her father, an enemy king, to a feast, to make peace. The king presumed they were going to hand back his daughter, alive, as part of that peacemaking. But the Aztec emperor clapped his hands after dinner and a priest walked in, wearing the slain princess's skin. The Aztecs thought this was a great honor for the enemy king. I think the Irace overture was not a great success. Forrester had gone very pale. You don't think they are wearing this skin? That Cluncurry is driving around in this guy's fking skin? It's very possible. That's what the Aztecs would do. Wear the human skin of their victims, like a suit, until it literally rotted away from them. The stench must have been appalling. We certainly haven't found the skin yet. We've called in the dog unit. That's a good idea. I consider it entirely possible they are wearing the skin. As they are following the Aztec method so closely. They both fell silent once more. De Savary gazed across the rolling parkland, the lofty trees bending over the river, the beautiful scene of tranquil, bucolic Englishness. It was hard to reconcile with that. That thing suspended on a wooden frame, just yards away. The pink and inverted cadaver, with its hideous grin of pain. The detective stood up. So what were they looking for? The gang. I've been searching. There's no connection with the Hellfire Club at all. No, said de Savary. But there is a curious connection between this school and the Middle East. And that is what? De Savary smiled, very hesitantly. If I recall from what I read on the train, the tuck shop should be down here. He strode around the front of the building, Forrester following. At the far end of the south wing there was a curious gabled building adjoining the main elevation. It looked like a chapel. De Savary stopped. Forrester gazed at the red and black design of the impressive doors, a motif of winged metal lions. What's that? This is the Nineveh porch. It has a profound association with Iraq and Sumeria. Shall we see if our guys were down this end? Forrester nodded. De Savary prodded the metal door and it SVMNG open easily. Inside, apart from some peculiar stained glass windows, it looked like a normal tuck shop for a rich school. There was a Pepsi machine, a till, and boxes of snacks and crisps chaotically scattered on the floor. But the boxes were scattered too randomly. The unlit room had been ransacked. On closer examination, the wooden paneling along one wall had been ripped away, a window was broken. Someone had been in here, vigorously searching for something. Whether they had taken anything was a different matter. De Savary guessed they hadn't. The scattering of items in the tuck shop looked angry, frustrated and thwarted. They stepped out into the peaceful sunshine and walked along the pathway. Pollen drifted languidly on the mild sunny air as De Savary told the tale of the Nineveh porch. The porch was ordered by Lady Charlotte Guest and her husband Sir John around 1850. It was built after a design by the architect Charles Barry, better known as the creator of the Houses of Parliament, said Forrester. And he smiled shyly. Architecture is a private hobby. Quite so. The Houses of Parliament. Anyway, the Nineveh porch was a private loggia, built expressly for the of housing some famous Assyrian reliefs gathered from Victorian explorations of Mesopotamia. Hence the rather unusual with the Assyrian lions. Right. These reliefs, housed in the porch, had been excavated by Austin Henry Layard, a cousin of Lady Charlotte Guest. The reliefs were significant and substantial. Each weighed several tons. They had originally adorned important thresholds in 9 yard. And Layard and Bainey put them here. Yes. And together with a number of other reliefs they remained here, in the Nineveh porch, until shortly after the First World War. Then the whole collection was offered for sale. So there's nothing left. Hold on. The antiquities in the porch were replaced by humble casts. In 1923 Camford Hall itself was sold by the Guest family and it became a boys' school. At that point, the Nineveh porch, now robbed of its ancient treasures, was turned into a tuck shop, selling sandwiches and Snickers bars. So our guys must have known this. That nothing was left. Why come here again? There is a slightly odd denouement to the story. In 1992 two academics came here. Both experts in Assyriology. They were on their way to a conference in Bournemouth but they had some time, so they decided to make a quick pilgrimage to this place so important in their discipline. They didn't expect to find anything. But they looked at the stained glass windows, with their pictures of Sumeria, and they admired the vaguely Assyrian detailing of the architecture. And then they looked behind the Pepsi machine and they found an original relief. You're joking? No. Only the casts were supposed to be left. But ten and behold. One more piece remained. It was recognized as the real thing, although covered by layers of white vinyl emulsion. The relief was taken down and sent to London, where it was offered for sale at auction by Christie's. It was bought by a Japanese dealer, apparently acting on behalf of a religious sect. The price was, I think, around £8 million. The highest amount ever paid for an antiquity anywhere in the world. Et voilà. They had reached the river bank. The rushing river Stour was before them, sunlight dappled across the waters, spangled by the arch of leaves above. I still don't get it, said Forrester. He picked up a stick and threw it into the river. What links this with the hellfire stuff? You remember what I told you on the phone the other day? About the Yazidi and the Black Book? How that might be what they are seeking? Precisely. Austin Henry Layard, you see, was one of the first ever Westerners to meet the Yazidi, in 1847. He was excavating in northern Iraq, in Ur and Nineveh. The early years of modern archaeology. Then he heard about this strange sect that lived near Mosul, around Darhak. Layard made contact with the Yazidi. Then he was invited to their sacred capital La'ulsh. In the mountains. It's a dangerous place, hostile to this day. What did he do there? Now that's a question. We know he was invited to witness some of their most secret ceremonies. A privilege, as far as I know, afforded to no one else before or since. Did they give him the Black Book? De Savary smiled. Detective. First-rate work. Yes, that's one theory. Scholars have speculated that Layard must have had a very close relationship with the Yazidi, to be treated the way he was. Some think he may have taken the Black Book with him, thus giving rise to their legends that it came to England. So, if he had brought it back, he might have brought it here, to the building designed for the best antiquities, the ones he kept to himself. Right. Vraiment. Forrester frowned. But I thought we established that Jerusalem Whaley already had the Black Book. How does Layard get involved? De Savary shrugged. Who knows? Maybe Jerusalem Whaley thought he had the book, but didn't. Maybe he gave the book back to the Yazidi and Layard went to get it again, a century later. Shuttling back and forth. My personal hunch, for what it is one, is that Jerusalem Whaley had the book all along, and Layard is just a diversion. But the main thing is we can assume that this is what the gang are after. Otherwise they wouldn't have come here. So it's not necessarily anything to do with the Hellfire Club in itself. The gang are actually after the Black Book of the Yazidi. That's their real prize. Yes. Forrester whistled, almost cheerfully. He slapped de Savary on the back. Thanks for coming, Hugo. De Savary smiled, though he felt guilty for doing so. The smell of the man's exposed flesh had not quite left his nostrils. A loud shout ripped true off the silent wood. Angus! Angus! Something was up. Another shout echoed across the parkland. The shout was coming nearer. De Savary and Forrester scrambled up the rise. A constable was running across the lawns, chasing something. Shouting out the name Angus. That's the dog handler, said Forrester. Lost his dog. Hey, Johnson. Where's the dog? Sir. Sir. The constable kept running. Just gone past you, sir. Over there. De Savary swiveled and saw a large dog galloping towards the school buildings. It was having trouble running. Because it was dragging something. Something long, and slippery, and sullen grey. What was that? It looked very strange. For a moment the professor got the surreal and sickening idea that the dog was dragging a kind of ghost. He ran across to it. The dog turned, guarding its prize. It growled as de Savary approached. The professor shuddered as he looked down. The dog was drooling over a long and stinking sheath, frayed into ribbons and strips. It was a complete human skin. 33 Rob had been in Darhak for 10 days. The taxi driver from Habba had refused to go any further. At first Rob had been reasonably content with this. Darhak was a likeable and animated Kurdish city, poorer than Sanlifer, but without the sense of brooding Turkish oversight. Darhak was also enticing because the Yazidi were a visible presence. There was even a Yazidi cultural centre, a big old Ottoman house on the outskirts of town, ramshackle and noisy. Rob spent the first few days hanging around the centre. It was full of beautiful dark-haired girls with shy smiles and long embroidered dresses and laughing lads with Barcelona football shirts. On the wall inside the centre's hall was a striking picture of the peacock angel, Melectors. When he first saw it, Rob had stared at it for a good 10 minutes. It was a strangely serene image, the demigod, the fallen angel, with his splendid tail of emerald and aquamarine. The tale of 1,000 eyes. The Yazidi at the center were wary but not that unfriendly. The mustachioed Yazidi men gave him tea and pistachios. A couple of them spoke faltering English, more than a few spoke German. They told him this was because there was a strong Yazidi presence in Germany. "We have been destroyed everywhere else, we have no future here, now only you Christians can help us." What the Yazidi would not do was discuss the finer points of their faith. As soon as Rob started asking about the Black Book, or Sanlifa, or the Sanjak, or the worship of Melectors, the expressions turned to scowls, or disdain, or a defensive incomprehension. And then the mustached men got shirty, and stopped handing over saucers of pistachios. The other sticking point was Laalsh itself. It turned out and Rob was annoyed at himself for his lack of prior information, for rushing into this so impetuously that no one actually lived in Laalsh. It was a sacred city in Thutmost sense of the phrase, a ghost town for angels, a city for exclusively sacred things, holy spirits, ancient texts, venerable shrines. The villages around Laalsh were busy and thronging, but the Yazidi only went into Laalsh itself to pray or worship, or for festivals, which would make any outsider conspicuous. Moreover, just getting to Laalsh for a non-Yazidi was a difficult and even dangerous task, it seemed. Certainly no one wanted to take Rob. Not even after $100 bribe. Rob tried more than once. The taxi drivers just looked at his money mistrustfully, and said a curt la. By the 10th night Rob felt like giving up. He was lying on his bed in his hotel room. The city was noisy and fervid outside. He went to his open window and gazed across the concrete rooftops and the dark winding alleys. The hot Iraqi sun was going down over the grey-gold Zagros mountains. Old women in pink headscarves were hanging out washing next to enormous satellite dishes. Rob could see plenty of church spires amongst the minarets. Churches of the Gnostics maybe. Or the Mandeans. Or the Assyrian Christians. The Chaldeans. There were so many ancient sects here. Closing the window to block out the evening call to prayer, Rob returned to his bed and picked up his mobile. He found a good Kurdish network and called England. After a few long beeps Sally came on the line. Rob expected his ex-wife to be her usual curt but polite self. But Sally was oddly warm and enthusiastic, then she explained why. She told Rob she had met his new girlfriend and actually liked her, a lot. Sally told Rob she approved of Christine, and that he must have finally returned to his senses if he'd started dating real women, not those bimbos he normally went for. Rob laughed and said he'd never regarded Sally as a bimbo. There was a pause, and then Sally laughed, too. It was the first laughter they had exchanged since the divorce. They chatted some more, as they had not chatted in quite a while. And then Rob's ex-wife handed the phone to their daughter. Rob felt piercingly sad when he heard his daughter's voice. Lizzie told her dad that she had been to the zoo to see animals. She said she could raise her arms right above her head. Rob listened with a mixture of joy and grief, and he said he loved her, and Lizzie demanded Daddy come home. Then he asked her if she had met the French lady Christine. Lizzie said yes, and she really liked her and Mummy liked her too. Rob said that was great, and then he blew a kiss to his giggling daughter. He rang off. It felt slightly weird, his new girlfriend and his ex-wife making friends. But it was better than mutual animosity. And it meant there were more people looking after his daughter when he wasn't there. But then it occurred to him that maybe it was time he was there, maybe it was time he went back home. Maybe he should just quit. The story hadn't panned out as he'd hoped. He hadn't even made it to Laalsh, but it didn't look like there was any point anyway. The Yazidi were too opaque. He couldn't speak enough Arabic or Kurdish to get beyond their ancient obscurantism. How could he hope to unlock the secrets of a 6,000-year-old faith by just pottering around this ancient city saying salam? He was stymied, his hopes were dwindling by the hour. Sometimes that happened. Sometimes you didn't get the story. Grabbing his door key, Rob left his hotel room. He was hot and bothered and he needed a beer. And there was a nice bar on the corner of his street. He slumped into his usual plastic seat outside the Suleiman Cafe. Rob's temporary friend, Rawaz the cafe owner, brought him some chilled Turkish beer, and a saucer of green olives. The life of the Dahuk streets passed on by. Rob rested his forehead in his hands and thought again about the article. Looking back on his determined and impulsive excitement at Isabel's house, he wondered what he had really wanted. Some mysterious priest to explain everything, perhaps in a secret temple, with savage carvings on the wall. And flickering flames from the oil lamps. And of course a couple of handy devil worshippers, happy to be photographed. But instead of realizing his naive journalistic dream, Rob was drinking F's beer and listening to gaudy Kurdish pop from the music store next door. He might as well have been in Sanlifer. Or London. Hello. Rob looked up. A young man was standing, slightly hesitantly, by his table. He wore clean jeans and a well-pressed shirt. He had a round face. He looked scholarly. Geeky even. Yet prosperous and kind. Rob asked the man to sit down. His name was Karwan. Karwan smiled. I am a Yazidi. 0K today I go to the Yazidi Cultural Center and some women told me about you. An American journalist. Wanting to know about my lectures. Rob nodded, mildly embarrassed. Karwan went on. They said you were staying here. But they say you might go soon, because you were not happy. I'm not unhappy. I'm just frustrated. Why? Because I am writing an article about the Yazidi faith. You know, what you guys really believe. It's for a British newspaper. But no one will tell me, so it's a little frustrating. You must understand why this is. Karwan leaned forward with an earnest expression on his face. For many thousands of years, mister, we have been killed and attacked for what we believe. What people say we believe. The Muslims kill us, the Hindus, the Tartars. Everyone says we worship Shaitan, the devil. They kill us and drive us away. Even Saddam killed us, even our fellow Kurds they kill us, Sunni and Shiite, they all kill us. Everyone. But that's why I want to write my article. Tell the real story. What the Yazidi really believe. Karwan frowned, as if he was deciding something. He was silent for more than a minute. And then he said, yes, 0K. This is how I see it. You Americans, the great eagle, you helped the Kurds, and you have protected the Yazidi people. I see American soldiers, they are good. They really try to help us. So. Now I will help you. Because you are American. You will. Yes. Yes, and I will help you because I studied 1 year in America at Texas University. This is why my English is not so bad. Americans, they were good to me. You were at UT. Yes, you know. The Cowherns. In Austin. Great music in Austin. Yes. A nice place. Except Karwan nibbled an olive, except women in Texas have the most enormous asses. This is problem for me. Rob laughed. 15. What did you study at UT? Religious anthropology. So, you understand, I can tell you everything you need to know. And then you can go away and tell everyone we are not Satanists. Shall we start? Rob reached for his notebook. He ordered 2 more beers. And for an hour he plied Carvin with questions. Most of the information he already knew, from Isabel, and from his own research. The origins of Yezidism and the cult of angels. Rob was slightly disappointed. But then Carwan said something which made him sit up, very straight. The tale of the Yezidis' origin comes from the Black Book. Of course the Black Book has gone now, but the story is handed on. It tells us we have a distinct. It shows how we are different from all other races. How? Maybe it is best expressed in a myth, in Yezidi myth. In one of our creation legends there were 72 Adams, each Adam more perfect than the one before. Then the 72nd Adam married Eve. And Adam and Eve deposited their seed in 2 jars. Rob interrupted, his urn poised over his notebook. 2 jars. Carwan nodded. These jars were sealed for 9 months. When the jars were opened, the jar containing Eve's seed was full of insects and terrible things, snakes and scorpions. But when Adam's jar was opened, they found a lovely boy child. Carwan smiled. The boy was called Shahid ibn Jaya, the son of the jar. And this name is also used for the Yezidi. You see, we are the sons of the jar. These children of Adam became the ancestors of the Yezidis. Adam is our grandfather. Whereas all other nations are descended through Eve. Rob finished scribbling his notes. A white Chevrolet was trundling across the junction opposite the cafe. Carwan said, quite abruptly, 0K. That is that. Now I must go. But, Mr. the Yezidi at the center, they also tell me you want to go to Laosh, as well? Yes. Yes. I do. But everyone says it's dangerous. They just won't take me. Can it possibly be arranged? Carwan curved a smile. He was nibbling discreetly on another olive. He cupped his hand, and deposited the olive stone on the edge of the ashtray. I can take you there. We are having a festival. It is not so dangerous. When? Tomorrow. 5 a.m. I will meet you here. And then I will bring you back. And then you can go and write about us, in that famous newspaper. The Times, in England. That's great. That's fantastic, Shukran. Good. The young man leaned and shook Rob's hand. Tomorrow we meet. 5 a.m. So we must sleep now. Goodbye. And with that he stood up and disappeared along the sultry road. Rob guzzled the last of his beer. He was happy. He was almost very happy. He was going to get the story. The first man to visit the sacred capital of the Yezidi. Our man with the cultists of Iraq. He almost ran back to the hotel. Then he phoned Christine and excitedly told her the news. Her voice sounded worried and pleased at the same time. Rob lay back on the bed with a smile. As they talked, he was going home soon, and he would see his daughter, and his girlfriend with the job safely done. The next morning Rob found Carwan waiting, as promised, by the cafe tables. Parked by the shuttered cafe was an old Ford pickup truck, loaded with flatbread, and fine it in plastic sacks. Fruit for the festival, said Carwan. Come. Is not very much room. There were 2 of them squeezed in the cabin of the truck. Karen, Rob, and a Whisco old guy. The driver was Carwan's uncle, it seemed. Rob shook hands with Carwan's uncle, and Canvan said, he has only crashed 2 times this year. So we should be 0K. The truck rattled out of Dahuk up into the mountains. It was a long and spine-jarring journey, but Rob didn't care. He was surely close to his story. The road led up into pine forests and oak woods. As they ascended, the grey morning air began to clear. The sun was coming up bright and warm. Then the road dipped into a vivid green valley. Poor but pretty stone houses stood over rushing streams. Dirty children with dazzling smiles rushed down to the hut and waved. Rob waved back and thought about his daughter. The road went on, and on. It snaked around a great mountain. Canvan told Rob the mountain was one of the 7 pillars of Satan. Rob nodded. The road negotiated rushing rivers, on rickety wooden bridges. And then at last they stopped. Carwan nudged him. La'ulsh. He'd made it. The first thing he saw was a strange conical building, its roof oddly fluted. There were more of these conical buildings, placed around a central square. This central plaza of La'ulsh was alive with people parading and chanting and singing. Old men were walking in single file, playing long wooden flutes. Rob got out of the truck, along with Karen, and watched. A black-cloaked figure emerged from a grimy building. He walked over to an array of stone pots from which small fires were billowing. More men, in white robes, processed behind. These are the sacred fires, said Carwan, gesturing at the yellow flames dancing in the stone pots. The men must circle the sacred fires 7 times. Now the crowd pressed forward, calling out a name. Melectors, Melectors. Carwan nodded. They are praising the peacock angel, of course. The ceremony continued. It was picturesque, and strange, and oddly touching. Rob watched the bystanders and the onlookers. After the initial flurry of ceremonial, many ordinary Yazidi had moved on to nearby patches of grass and the hillsides overlooking the conical towers of La'ulsh. They were laying out picnics of tomatoes, cheese, flatbread and plums. The sun was high in the sky. It was a warm mountain day. Every Yazidi, Carwan told Rob, must, at some point in life, come here to La'ulsh to make a pilgrimage to the tomb of Sheikh Musafir. He established the ceremonies of the Yazidis. Rob edged closer to peer through the dingy doorway of a temple. Inside it was dark, but Rob could just discern pilgrims wrapping coloured cloths around wooden pillars. Others were laying bread on low shelves. On one wall Rob saw writing that was distinctly cuneiform. It had to be cuneiform, the very oldest, most primitive alphabet in the world. Dating back to Sumerian times. Cuneiform. As he ducked out of the temple again, Rob felt a thrill of privilege just to be here. It was a miraculous survival, the city, the faith, the people, the liturgy and ritual. And it was an admirable survival, too. The whole atmosphere of La'ulsh, the festival, was lyrical, poetic, and preciously pastoral. The only menacing aspects were the lurid and sneering images of Melectors, the ubiquitous devil god, who was pictured on walls and even on posters. Yet the people themselves seemed friendly, happy to be out in the sun, happy to be practicing their peculiar religion. Rob wanted to talk to some Yazidi. He persuaded Carwan to interpret. On one patch of grass, they found a jocular, middle-aged woman pouring tea for her children. Rob leaned in and said, "Tell me about the Black Book." The woman smiled, jabbing a finger at Rob quite vigorously. Carwan interpreted her words. "She says that the Black Book is the Bible of the Yazidi, and it is written in gold. She says you Christians have it. You English. She says you took our holy book. And that is why the Westerners have science and education. Because you have that came from the sky." The woman smiled warmly at Rob. And then she bit into a fat tomato, spilling vivid red seeds down her shirt, making her husband laugh very loudly. The ceremony in the square was nearly over. Young girls and boys in white were in the central space, finishing their spiraling dances around the sacred flames. Rob regarded them. He took some discreet photos with his camera phone. He scribbled some notes. And then, when he looked up, he noticed something else. Quite unremarked by the bystanders, all the elite old men were ducking, one by one, into a low building at the far end of the square. Their actions seemed somehow furtive, clandestine. Or at least significant. There was a guard at the door of this low building, though there were no guards on any of the other doors. Why was that? And the door they were using was itself marked out from the others. It had an odd black snake set beside it in stone. A long snake symbol right by the door. Rob felt the tingle. This was it. Rob had to find out what was going on. He had to get in that mysterious door. But could he get away with it? He glanced around. Karwan was now lying back on the grass, dozing. The TMCK driver was nowhere. Probably asleep in his cabin. It had been a long day. This was Rob's chance. Right now. Sloping down the hill, he crossed the square briskly. One of the chanting boys had dropped his white headdress by the well beneath the spring. Rob checked left and right, and snatched the garment up and put it over his head. Again he checked. No one was looking. He slunk towards the low building. The guard was on the door. He was about to close the door. Rob had just one chance. He muffled and concealed his lower face with the white cloth, then darted over the threshold into the temple. The yawning guard stared vaguely at Rob. For a moment he seemed puzzled. Then he shmgged and shut the door behind them. Rob was inside the temple. It was very dark. The acrid smoke of the oil lamps fogged the air. The Yazidi elders were lined up in rows, chanting, murmuring and singing very quietly. Reciting prayers. Others were on their knees, kowtowing and bending, touching the floor with their foreheads. A blaze of light filled the far end of the temple. Rob squinted to see through off the smoke. A door had briefly opened. A white-robed girl was bringing an object covered in a rough blanket. The chanting grew a little louder. The girl set the object down on an altar. Above the altar the gleaming image of the peacock angel stared down at them all, serene and superior, disdainful and cruel. Rob moved forward to get as close as he could without drawing attention to himself, desperate to see what was hidden underneath the blanket. He edged closer and closer. The praying and chanting grew louder, yet darker. Lower in tone. A hypnotic mantra. The lamp smoke was so thick it was making Rob's eyes itch and weep. He rubbed at his face and strained to see. And then girl whipped away the blanket, and the chanting stopped. Sitting on the altar was a skull. But it was like no skull Rob had seen. It was human, yet not human. It had curved slanted eye sockets. High cheekbones. It looked like the skull of a monstrous bird, or a bizarre snake. Yet still it was human. Then Rob felt a hard knife blade, pressed cold against his throat. 34 Everyone was shouting and jostling. The knife bit at Rob's throat, pressing hard against his windpipe. Someone twisted a hood over his head. Rob blinked in the darkness. Slammed and opened and he felt himself being jostled into another room. He sensed it because the noises were different, the echoes smaller. He was definitely in a more confined space. But the voices were still angry and shouting, babbling fiercely in Kurdish. Threatening and yelling. A boot kicked him in the back of the knees. Rob crumpled to the floor. Images drove through his mind, victims on internet videos. Orange bodysuits. Allahu Akbar. The sound of a knife slicing at a windpipe and the creamy froth of blood. Allahu Akbar. No. Rob struggled. He writhed this way and that, but there were hands all over him, holding him down. The hood was made of old sacking, it smelled of stale breath. Rob could just perceive light through off the weft of the cloth wrapped over his face. He could make out the shapes of shouting men. A second door opened somewhere. The voices got louder and Rob could hear a woman calling a question and some men yelling back at her. It was all confusion. Rob tried to breathe slowly, to calm himself. He was pushed on his side now, lying down, and he could see Yazidi robes, dimly, tlu off the cloth. Robes and sandals and men. They were binding his wrists behind him. Rough twine was biting into his flesh. He winced at the pain. Then he heard a man growling at him. Was that Arabic? Did he recognize these words? He twisted his body and strained his eyes to see tlu off the rough cloth of the hood, and he gulped. What was that flash? Was that the knife again? The big knife they had put to his throat. The fear was searing. He thought of his daughter. Her lovely laugh. Her blonde hair on a sunny day, blonde as sunshine itself. Her blue eyes. Uplifted. Daddy. Nantmals. Daddy. And now he was probably going to die. He would never see her again. He would ruin her life by not seeing her again. He would be the father she never had. The grief welled in him. He nearly wept. The cloth was hot and his heart was pounding, and he had to stop panicking. Because he wasn't dead. They hadn't done anything more than manhandle him. And scare him. But then as soon as Rob's hopes arose he thought of Franz Brittner. They'd killed him. That hadn't been a problem for the Yazidi workers at Göbekli. They had pushed him onto the spike, skewering him like a frog in a laboratory. Just like that. He remembered the gush of blood from Franz's chest wound. Blood squirting onto the yellow Göbekli dust. And then he remembered the trembling goat being slaughtered in the Sanlifer streets. Rob screamed. His only hope was Karwan. His friend. His Yazidi friend. Maybe he would hear. His shouts echoed around the room. Then the Kurdish voices came back, cursing him. He was jostled and kicked. A hand gripped his neck, almost throttling him. He felt another hand tight on his arm. But Rob angrily thrashed out with his boots. He was angry now. He bit the hood. If they were going to kill him, he was going to fight, he was going to try, he was going to make it hard for them, and then the hood was whipped off. Rob gasped, blinking in the light. A face was staring down at him. It was Karwan. But this wasn't the Karwan of before, the friendly, round-faced guy. This was Karwan, unsmiling, grim-faced, angry, and yet commanding. Karwan was ordering the older men around him, snapping at them, in Kurdish. Telling them what to do. And the older men in robes were evidently obeying him. They were practically kowtowing to him. One of the older men rubbed a wet cloth over Rob's face. The smell of the dampness was vile. But the coolness was also refreshing. Another man was helping Rob to sit up straight. They had propped Rob against the rear wall. Karwan barked another order. He seemed to be telling the robed men to go. They were obediently filing out of the room. One by one they left, and the door slammed shut, leaving Karwan and Rob alone in the little room. Rob looked around. It was a dingy space with bare painted walls and two high, slitted windows letting in a poor amount of light. It was some kind of storeroom, maybe, an antechamber for the temple. The cords around his wrist were still painful. They'd taken off the hood, but he was still bound. Rob urgently rubbed his wrists together as best he could to restore some circulation. Then he gazed at Kanvan. The young Yazidi man was squatting on a faded but richly embroidered MG. Staring back at Rob. He sighed. I tried to help you, Mr. Luttrell. We thought if we let you come here you would be satisfied. But you had to go looking for more. Always. Always you Western people want more. Rob was nonplussed. What was he talking about? Karwan was rubbing his eyes with finger and thumb. The Yazidi man seemed tired. Through the slitted windows Rob could hear the faint noises of Lalsh, children laughing and giggling, and the gurgle of the fountain. Karwan sat forward. What is it with you people? Why do you want to know everything? Briatna was the same. The German. Just the same. Rob's eyes widened. Karwan nodded. Yes. Briatna. At Göbekli Tepe. The young Yazidi man moodily traced the pattern of the MG in front of him. His forefinger followed the scarlet maze of the embroidery. He seemed to be meditating, deciding something important. Rob waited. His throat was very dry, his wrists were throbbing from the ropes. Then he asked, "Can I have a drink, Karwan?" The Yazidi man reached over, to grab a small plastic bottle of mineral water. Then he put the bottle to Rob's mouth and Rob drank, shuddering and gasping and gulping. The bottle was set on the concrete floor between them, and Karwan sighed for a second time. "I am going to tell you the truth. There is no point in hiding it anymore. Maybe the truth can help the Yazidi. Because the lies and deceptions, they are hurting us. I am the son of a Yazidi sheikh. A chief. But I am also someone who has studied our faith from the outside. So I am in a special position, Mr. Luttrell. Maybe that allows me a certain discretion." His eyes avoided Rob's. A guilt reflex? He went on, "What I am about to tell you has never been revealed to a non-Yazidi, not for thousands of years. Maybe not ever." Rob listened intently. Canvan's voice was level, almost monotonous. As if this was a prepared monologue, or something he had been thinking about for many years, a rehearsed speech. "The Yazidi believe that Göbekli Tepe is the site of the Garden of Eden. I think maybe you know this. And I think our beliefs have informed other religions." He shrugged and exhaled profoundly. "As I told you, we believe we are direct descendants of Adam. We are the sons of the Jah. Göbekli Tepe is, therefore, the home of our ancestors. Every Yazidi in the priestly caste, the upper class, like myself, is told that we must protect Göbekli Tepe. Protect and defend the temple of our ancestors. For the same reason, we are taught by our fathers, and our fathers' fathers, that we must keep the secrets of Göbekli safe. Anything taken from there we must conceal or destroy. Like those remains in the Sanlifa Museum. This is our task, as Yazidi. Because our forefathers buried Göbekli Tepe under all that earth. For a reason." Karwan took up the bottle and sipped some water. He gazed directly at Rob, his dark brown Kurdish eyes burning in the gloom of the little storeroom. "Of course I see your question, Mr. Luttrell. Why? Why did my Yazidi ancestors bury Göbekli Tepe? Why must we protect it? What happened there?" Canvan smiled, but the smile was pained, even agonized. "That is something we are not taught. No one tells us. We do not have a written religion. Everything is handed down orally, from mouth to mouth, from ear to ear, from father to son. When I was very young I would ask my father, why do we have these traditions? He would say, because they are traditions, that is all." Rob made to speak but Karwan raised an impatient hand to silence him. None of this mattered, of course. Not for many centuries. No one truly eaten Göbekli Tepe. No one even knew it was there, apart from the Yazidi. It remained buried in its ancient earth. But then the German came along, the archaeologists with their shovels and their diggers and their machines, testing and digging and exposing. For the Yazidi, uncovering Göbekli is a terrible thing. Like exposing a terrible wound. It pains us. What our ancestors buried has to be kept buried, what was exposed to the air has to be concealed and protected. So we, the Yazidi, we had ourselves hired by him, we became his workmen so we could delay the digging, stop the endless digging. But still, he carried on. Carried on exposing the wound, so you killed Franz and then you, Karwan growled, "No. We are not devils. We are not killers. We tried to frighten him, to scare him off, to scare you all away. But he must have fallen. That is all. And, the Pulsar Dynura? Yes. Yes, of course. And the troubles at the temple. We tried to. What is the word? We tried to hamper the dig, to stop it. But the German was so determined. He kept on digging. Digging up the Garden of Eden, the Garden of Jars. He even dug it up at night. So there was an argument. And he fell. It was an accident, I think. Rob made to protest. Carwan shrugged. You can believe this, or you can choose not to believe it. As you wish. I am tired of lies. So what is the skull? Carwan exhaled, slowly. I do not know. When I went to Texas, I studied my own religion. I saw the structure of its myths from a different perspective. And I do not know. I do not know who Melectors is, and I don't know what the skull is. All I know is that we must worship the skull and the peacock. And that we must never reveal these secrets. And that we must never ever breed with non-Yazidi, we must never many outside the faith. Because you the non-Yazidi are polluted. Is it an animal? The skull? I do not know. Believe me. I think. Carwan was snuggling with the words. I think something happened at Göbekli Tepe. To our temple in Eden. Something terrible, 10,000 years ago. Otherwise why did we bury it? Why bury that beautiful place unless it was a place of shame or of suffering? There had to be a reason. To bury it. Why are you telling me this now? Why now? Why me? Because you kept on coming. You would not give up. So now I am telling you everything. You found the jars. With those terrible remains. What is that for? Why were those babies put there? It scares me. There is too much I do not know. All we have is myth and traditions. We do not have a book to tell us. Not anymore. Outside, voices were calling again. It sounded like farewells. The voices were joined by car engines starting up. It seemed as if people were leaving Laos. Rob wanted to write down Carwan's words. He felt a physical hunger to get this down, but the cords were still tight around his wrist. All he could do was ask, so where does the black book fit in? Carwan shook his head. Ah yes. The black book? What is that? I am not so sure it is a book. I think it was some proof, some key, something that explained the great mystery. But it has gone. It was taken from us. And now we are left with our fairy tales. And our peacock angel. Enough. I have told you things that I should never tell anyone. But I had no choice. The world despises the Yazidi. We are abused and persecuted. Called devil worshippers. How can it get any worse? Maybe if the world knows more of the TMTH, they will treat us better. He took another deliberate sip of mineral water. We are keepers of a secret, Mr. Luttrell, a terrible secret we do not understand. Yet we must cleave to our silence. And protect the buried past. It is our burden. Through the ages. We are the sons of the jar. And now I am going to take you back to Turkey. We are going to drive you back to the border and you can fly home and then you can tell everyone about us. Tell them we are not Satanists. Tell them of our sadness. Tell them what you like. But do not lie. The Yazidi man stood and shouted Tlu off the window. The door SVMNG01RN and more men came in. Rob was jostled again, but this time it was with a purpose and a calm determination. He was shunted outside Tlu off the temple. He glanced at the altar as he was pushed along, the skull was gone. Then he was out in the sun. Kids were pointing at him. Rob saw women staring, hands over their mouths. He was being led to the Ford pickup truck. The driver was ready. Rob's bag was on the passenger seat, waiting. Rob was still tied by the wrists. Two men helped him up into the cabin. He stared out of the window as another man got into the cab, a dark, bearded man, younger than Karwan. Strong and muscular, and silent. He was going to sit between Rob and the truck door. Rob was in the middle seat. The Ford pulled out, wheels spinning in the dust. Rob's last glimpse of Lalsh was of Canvan, standing amongst the staring children, beside one of the conical towers. His expression was enormously sad. Then Lalsh disappeared behind a slope as the truck tore down the hillside, heading for the Turkish border. 35 As Rob was shoved across the Turkish border at Habba, he phoned Christine, then jumped in a taxi for the nearest city. Mardin. 7 arduous hours later he booked into a hotel room, phoned Christine again, phoned his daughter, then he fell asleep with the phone in his hand. He was so tired. The next morning he sat down at his laptop and wrote immediately, passionately, and in one session his story. Kidnapped by the cults of Kurdistan. He felt that writing the piece quickly and unthinkingly was the only way. There were so many disparate elements that, if he sat down and cogitated, if he tried to form a coherent narrative, there was a risk he would get lost in the many details and the endless byways. Also, the article might seem contrived if he toiled over it. The story was so bizarre it had to sound simple and heartfelt for it to work. Very immediate. Very honest. As if he was telling someone a long and astonishing anecdote over a coffee. So Rob just banged it down in one go. Göbekli Tepe and the jars in the museum, the Yazidi and the cult of angels and the worship of Melek Taurs. The ceremonies in Lalsh and the skull on the altar and the mystio of the Black Book. All of it, the whole story, spiced with violence and murder. And it now had a good ending. It concluded with him lying on his side, a hood over his head, in a filthy little room in the mountains of Kurdistan, thinking he was going to die. The article took 5 hours to write. 5 hours in which he barely looked up from his laptop, he was so focused. In the zone. After 6 minutes of spell checking, Rob copied the piece onto a data stick, walked out of the hotel and went straight to an internet cafe. Then he plugged in the data stick and emailed the piece to Steve, in London, who was impatiently awaiting his copy. He sat nervously in the quiet internet cafe by the computer, hoping that Steve would phone back soon with his response. The hot Mardin sun was bright in the streets outside, but in here it was almost sepulchral. Only one other guy was in the internet cafe, drinking an obscure Turkish soda, playing some computer game. The boy had big fat headphones on. He was eviscerating an on-screen monster with a virtual AK-47. The monster had purple claws and sad eyes. Its intestines spilled out, vivid and green. Rob returned to his own screen. He checked the weather in Spain for no reason. He googled his own name. He googled Christine's name. He discovered that she was the author of Neanderthal Cannibalism in Ice Age Euskara in a recent edition of American Archaeology. He also found a nice picture of her receiving an obscure award in Berlin. Rob stared at the picture. He missed Christine. Not as much as he missed his daughter, but he missed her. The decorous conversation, her perfume, her graciousness. The way she smiled when they had sex, with her eyes shut, as if she was dreaming of something very sweet that had happened a while long ago. His mobile rang. Robbie. Steve. His heart was thumping. He hated this bit. Well said, Steve. I don't know what to say. Rob's spirits sagged. You don't like it? Pause. Nah, you ass. I fucking love it. Rob's spirits rocketed. Well, Steve was laughing. Jesus, Rob, I only sent you to do a fucking history piece. Thought it might be nice for you. Bit of a break. But you witness a murder. You get assaulted by Satanists. You discover a Stone Age toddler in a pickle jar. You find some more devil worshippers. You hear evil Kurdish death prayers. You. Steve was running out of breath. Then you go to Iraq and you meet some mystery bloke who takes you to a sacred capital where his people worship a fucking pigeon, and you find them all bowing down to some alien skull, at which point the Yezzas nun in and try to stab you before telling you they are all directly descended from Adam and Eve. Rob was silent. Then he burst out laughing. His laughter was very loud, so loud that the monster-slaughtering kid on the computer across the room looked up and tapped his headphones to see if they were working properly. So you think the story is 0K? I've tried to be fair to the Yazidi. Maybe too fair, but Steve interrupted, it's more than 0K. I love it. And so does the boss. We're gonna run it tomorrow in the center, DPS, and we'll have a teaser on the front. Tomorrow? Yup. Straight into print. We've got your pics too. You're done a grand job. That's great. That's bloody great, yeah, I know. Now when are you heading back? I mean, I'm trying to get the first flight I can, but I'm not sure, they are booked solid. And I don't fancy a 20-hour bus ride to Ankara. Certainly I'll be in London by the weekend. Good man. Come into the office and I'll buy you lunch. Might even go to a proper restaurant. With pizzas. Rob chuckled. He said his goodbyes to his boss. Then he paid the internet cafe owner and walked out into Mardin. It was a nice city, Mardin. From what little Rob had seen of it, the city seemed poor but very historic and atmospheric. It was said to date from the flood, it had Roman streets, and Byzantine remains, and Syriac goldsmiths. It had weird lanes that ran under the houses. But Rob didn't care anymore. He'd had enough historic and oriental fantasies. He wanted to get home now, to cool, modern, rainy, beautiful, high-tech European London. To hug his daughter and kiss Christine. Standing by the doorway to a bakery, he called Christine. He'd already rung her twice today, but he just liked talking to her. She picked up at once. He told her the story had gone down well at the newspaper and she said that was great, and told Rob she wanted him back in England. He said he would be there as soon as he possibly could, 5 days maximum. Then she told him she was still seeing a lot of his daughter, becoming firm friends. Indeed, Sally had asked Christine if she'd like to help out with Lizzie. Sally had a day-long law course to do in Cambridge, so Christine had agreed to look after Rob's daughter. They were going to spend the afternoon seeing de Savary, Christine's old friend and lecturer, that is, if Rob didn't mind. She wanted to talk to de Savary about the link with the murders in England, since her seemed to know so much of what the police were doing. And Lizzie was keen to go see some cows and sheep. The Frenchwoman told him she missed him a lot, and Rob said he was longing to see her, and then they both rang off. He walked down the road back to his hotel, thinking of lunch. Ambling happily. But as soon as he put the phone back in his pocket, a sharp and sudden realization brought him up short. De Savary. Cambridge. The murders. There was still one half of the story entirely unsolved. The British half. The story hadn't finished. It had just shifted. From feeling happy and contented, Rob was now tensed and hungry again. Pumped for action. Ready for the next installment. More than ready, he was worried that something might happen when he wasn't around. He needed to fly back to England as fast as he could. Maybe he could get a new flight via Istanbul. Maybe he could hire a plane. Rob felt the prickle of a new anxiety. 36 Forrester and Boyer were staring at the river Styx. I remember this from school, said Boyer. The river Styx is the river surrounding the underworld. We have to cross it, to get to the land of ghosts. Forrester peered into the dank and subterranean gloom. The river Styx was not very wide, but it was vigorous. It tumbled along its ancient channel, then turned a rocky corner and disappeared further into the caves and caverns. It was a suitable spot to forsake this earthly life. The only jarring note was the old packet of kettle chips on the opposite shore. Course, the guide broke in, the river Styx is just a name they gave it. Actually it's an artificial river, constructed by the second Baronet, Francis Dashwood, when they were converting the caves. Though there are lots of real rivers and aquifers in these chalk and flint cave systems. It's an endless labyrinth. The guide, Kevin Bigglestone, smoothed back his floppy brown hair, and smiled at the policeman. Shall I show you the rest? Lead on. Bigglestone began his guided tour of the Hellfire Caves, 6 miles from the Dashwood estate at West Wickham. 0K, he said, here we are. He lifted his umbrella as if he was leading a tour group. Boyer sniggered. Forrester shot his junior a warning glance. They needed this guy. They needed the cooperation of Evian in West Wickham, if their plan was to work. So said Bigglestone, his podgy face barely visible in the darkness of the caves. What do we know of the 18th century Hellfire Club? Why did they meet here? In these cold and clammy caverns? During the 16th century various secret societies arose in Ural, such as the Rosicrucians. All of them were committed to free thinking, to occult law, to investigating the mysteries of belief. By the 18th century elite, members of these societies were seized by the idea that evidence could be found in the Holy Land, texts and materials which undermined the historical and theological basis of Christianity. Maybe of all the major creeds. The guide lifted his umbrella again. Of course, it was wishful thinking, in an age of anti-clericalism and revolutionary secularism. But these legends and traditions were enough to tantalize some Velwyrich. He walked to the bridge that crossed the Styx and turned. Certain maverick members of the English aristocracy were particularly intrigued by these mowers. One of them, the second Baron Ladislancer, Sir Francis Dashwood, actually travelled across Turkey in the 18th century in search of the truth. When he came back he was so inspired by what he found that he established first the Divan Club, and then the Hellfire Club. And one of the raisons d'etre of the Hellfire Club was contempt and refutation of established faith. Forrester interrupted. How do we know this? There are plentiful clues, in this area, that reveal Dashwood's disdain for orthodox faith. For instance, he adopted the motto Faiceque Vaudras, or do as you wish. This was taken from Rabelais, a great satirist of the Church. The motto was later co-opted by the diabolist Aleister Crowley in the 20th century and is now commonly used by Satanists across the world. Dashwood had this motto inscribed over the archway at the entrance of Meadmenham Abbey, a ruined abbey, near here, that he rented for parties. That's right, sir, said Boyer, looking at Forrester. I saw it this morning. Bigglestone invited them to follow, still giving them his guided tour speech. In 1752 Dashwood made another eastern journey, this time to Italy. The trip was made in secret, no one is sure where he went. One theory is that he went to Venice, to buy books about magic. Other experts believe he may have visited Naples, to see the excavations of a Roman brothel. Why would he do that? Dashwood was a highly libidinous man, Detective Forrester. In the gardens at West Wickham is a statue of Priapus, the Greek god who suffers a constant erection. Boyer laughed. Got to cut down on the Viagra. Bigglestone ignored the interruption. Underneath the statue to Priapus Dashwood had his sculptor engrave Pentento non penitenti. That is to say, a tense penis, not penitence, confirming, you see, Detective Forrester, his outright rejection of Christianity, of religious morality. They were walking quickly down the main cavern now. Bigglestone jabbed at the clammy air with his umbrella, as if he was fending off a footpad. See here. According to Horace Walpole, these smaller caves were fitted with beds so the brothers could have their sport with young women. Sex parties were common in the caves in Dashwood's time, as were drinking parties. We also hear hours of devil worship, group masturbation and so forth. They had emerged into a larger cave, this time carved into Gothic and religious shapes, a faintly mocking version of a church. The guide pointed the umbrella high. Right above us is the Church of St. Lawrence, built by the same Francis Dashwood. The church ceiling is a precise facsimile of the ceiling in the Mine Temple of the Sun at Palmyra, in Syria. Francis Dashwood was not only influenced by the ancient mysteries but also by the ancient sun cults. But what did he really believe? A matter of dispute. Some assert that his political and spiritual vision can be summed up thusly, that Britain should be ruled by an elite, and that this noble elite should practice a pagan religion. He smiled. And yet, allied to these views was a definite tendency to libertinism, drunken orgies, abusive blasphemy, and so forth. All of which begs the question: what was the true rationale for the club? What do you think? Forrester asked. You ask that question as if you expect a succinct answer. I'm afraid that's impossible, Detective. All we know is that, in its heyday, the Hellfire Club numbered the most prominent figures of British society amongst its members. Indeed, by 1762, the Friars of Mead Menham, as they called themselves, dominated the highest circles of the British government, and thus the nascent British Empire. Bigglestone began the walk back through the higher caves to the car park, explaining as he went. In 1762 the existence of the club was finally made public. It was revealed that the Prime Minister, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, plus various lords, nobles, and cabinet ministers, were all members. This revelation meant that the Hellfire Club became a byword for aristocratic wickedness and lubricious exclusivity. Bigglestone chuckled. Following this scandal, many of the most famous members, like Walpole, Wilkes, Hogarth and Benjamin Franklin, decided to quit. The very last meeting of the club was convened in 1774. They were in the narrow rock corridor that led from the cave system to the entrance and the ticket office. The walls were close and dripping wet. From this point the Hellfire Caves entered centuries of neglect, but they remained a poignant and sometimes troubling memory. But they are unlikely to ever reveal their final secret because the club members took pains to bury their mysteries with their own corpses. It is said that the last steward of the order, Paul Whitehead, spent the 3 days before his death burning all relevant Pauls. So, what really went on inside the caves is a question whose answer may only be found in the fires of hell. He stopped. Boyger was clapping politely. The guide did a little bow, then looked at his watch. Gosh, it's nearly 6. I have to go. I do hope tomorrow's plan comes off, officers. The 12th Baronet is very keen to help the police catch those awful murderers. He hurried across the tarmac and disappeared down a hillside path. Boyger and Forrester walked slowly to their police car, parked in the shade of an oak tree. As they walked, they went over their plan. Hugo de Savary had, by phone and email, convinced Forrester that the gang was bound to visit the Hellfire Caves, because if the gang were looking for the Black Book, the treasure Whaley had brought back from the Holy Land, this was one place they just had to search, in the epicenter of the Hellfire Club phenomenon. But when would the gang visit the caves? Forrester had worked out that they only hit a target when it was most likely to be deserted. Craven Street in the middle of a weekend night, Camford School one early morning at half-term. So the police had set a trap. Forrester had paid a visit to the present owner of West Wickham Estate, the 12th Baronet Edward Francis Wood, direct descendant of the Hellfire Lord, and had got permission to close the caves for one day. The unexpected closure would be spuriously publicised, as being in celebration of the Baronet's wedding anniversary, and to give the loyal staff of West Wickham a holiday. Adverts to this effect had been put in all the local papers. The news had been posted on relevant websites. Scotland Yard had even persuaded the BBC to emit a small TV item, focusing on the scandalous history of the site, but mentioning the temporary closure. Consequently, as far as the general public were concerned, the Hellfire Caves were going to be completely empty. The trap had been baited. Would the gang turn up? It was a long shot, Forrester knew, but this idea was all they had. Forrester felt a definite pessimism as Boyger raced their car along the country roads to their hotel. The only other lead they had of any sort was a CCTV shot of Cloncurry from Camford School. The gang had disabled the rest of the school's cameras by snipping the cables. But one camera had been overlooked, and it had yielded a blurry image of Cloncurry walking through the school. Cloncurry had stared chillingly at the camera as he walked past, as if he knew he was being filmed, and didn't care. Forrester had stared at the grainy image of Cloncurry for hours, trying to get inside the young man's mind. It was difficult. This was a man who could flay a pinioned victim alive. A man who could cheerily cut out a tongue and bury a screaming face in soil. A man who could do anything. He was strikingly handsome, with high cheekbones and almost oriental eyes. An angular and dashing profile. And somehow this made his intense wickedness all the more sinister. Boyger was parking the car. They were staying at the High Wycombe Holiday Inn, just off the M40. It was a fitful night. Forrester had a tiny bit of spliff after dinner, but it didn't help him sleep. He dreamed, sweatily, all night, of caves and naked women and lurid parties. He dreamed of a small girl lost amongst the laughing adults, a small girl crying for her father, lost in the caves. He woke up early, dry-mouthed. Leaning across the bed, he picked up the phone and called Boyger, stirring his junior from sleep. They drove straight to their porte cabine. The little cabin was concealed around the hill at the far side of the main cave entrance. The cave system was empty. The ticket office was locked. The Dashwood estate was largely deserted, all the staff had been asked to stay away. Boyger and Forrester had 3 constables with them in the cabin. They took it in turns to look at the CCTV images. The day was hot, cloudless and perfect. As the hours dragged by, Forrester stared out of the little window and thought about the newspaper article he had read, a Times piece about the Yazidi and the Black Book. Some journalist in Turkey was, it seemed, onto another thread of the same bizarre story. Forrester had read the article again last night, and then called de Savary to ask his opinion. De Savary had confirmed that he'd read the article and agreed that it was a peculiar and rather intriguing echo, and then he told Forrester there was a further link. The journalist's French girlfriend, mentioned in the article, was actually an ex-student and a friend. And she was coming to visit him the following day. DCI Forrester had asked de Savary to question the girl, to find out what the possible connection was between Turkey and England. Between there and here. Between the Yazidis' sudden fear and Cloncurry's sudden violence. De Savary had agreed to ask the questions. And, at that moment, Forrester had felt a certain hope. Maybe they could crack this. But now, 15 hours later, that optimism had gone again. Nothing was happening. Forrester sighed. Boyger was telling a salacious story about a colleague in a swimming pool. Everyone chuckled. Someone handed out some more coffee. The day trudged by and the porte cabine grew stuffier. Where were these guys? What were they doing? Was Cloncurry just teasing them? Dusk came, soft and balmy. A serene and tranquil May evening. But Forrester's mood was bleak. He went for a walk. It was now 10 p.m. The gang wasn't coming, it hadn't worked. The detective scuffed along in the darkness, glaring at the moon. He kicked an old Appoletus bottle with his shoe. He thought of his daughter. Apule. Apule. Apole dad ee. His heart filled with the mercury of grief. He fought back the sense of purposelessness, the sense of cold anger going nowhere, the bleakness of everything. Maybe the old Sir Francis Dashwood was right. Where was God anyway? Why did he allow such terrible things? Why did he allow death? Why did he allow the death of children? Why did he allow people like Cloncurry? There was no God. There was nothing. Just a small child lost in the caves, then silence. It was Boyger, running out of the porte cabine followed by 3 armed constables. "Sir." "Big Beamer, in the car park right now." Forrester's energy returned instantly. He chased after Boyger and the armed cops. They sprinted around the corner, towards the car park. Someone had switched the lights on, the anti-burglary lights they had installed on the fencing all around the car park. The entrance to the caves was flooded with dazzling light. In the middle of the bare car park was a big, new, glossy black BMW. The windows of the car were tinted, but Forrester could see large figures inside. The constables trained their rifles on the car. Forrester took the megaphone from Boyger, his amplified voice booming across the floodlit emptiness. "Stop. You are surrounded by armed police." He counted the dark shapes in the car. 5 or 6. The car remained motionless. "Get out of the car." Very slowly. "Do it now." The car doors stayed shut. "You are surrounded by armed police. You must get out of the car. Now." The constables crouched lower, training their rifles. The driver's side car door was opening, very slowly. Forrester leaned forward, to catch his first glimpse of the gang. A can of cider rolled onto the concrete with a clatter. The driver emerged from the car. He was about 17, visibly drunk, and visibly terrified. 2 more figures got out and raised their shaking hands. They were also 17, 18. They had strings from party poppers draped pinkly over their shoulders. One of them had a red lipstick kiss on his cheek. The tallest of them was wetting himself, a big stain of urine spreading across the front of his jeans. Kids. They were just kids. Students on a prank. Probably trying to spook themselves in the evil caves. For fuck's sake. Forrester snapped at Boyger. For fuck's sake. He spat onto the ground and cursed his luck. Then he told Boyger to go and arrest the kids. For something? Anything? Drunk driving? Jesus. The DCI slouched back to the porte cabine, feeling like an idiot. He was being made a fool of by this bastard Cluncuney. The posh young psychopath had escaped them again. He was too smart to fall for a dumb trick like this. So what would happen next? Who would he kill? And how would he do it? A piercing and terrible idea gripped the DCI. Of course. Forrester ran to the police car, grabbed his jacket and found his mobile. With shaking hands he keyed in the number. He lifted the phone to his ear, urging the signal to kick in. Come on, come on, come on. Forrester was ardently praying he wasn't too late. But the phone just kept ringing. 37 By the time Hugo de Safme woke up, his boyfriend was already halfway out of the door, mumbling about an anthropology lecture at St. John's. When de Savary got downstairs, he saw that his handsome young lover had left behind the usual mess in the kitchen: breadcrumbs everywhere, an eviscerated guardian, marmalade smeared on an uncleared plate, and coffee grounds dark and soggy in the sink. Yet de Savary didn't mind. He was happy. His boyfriend had kissed him passionately this morning, kissed him awake. They were really getting on well. And, even better, de Savary had one of his favourite days ahead of him, a day of pure research. No stressful writing, no boring meetings in Cambridge, let alone London, no important phone calls to make. All he had to do was sit in the garden of his country cottage, go through off some papers and read an unpublished thesis or two. A very nice day of leisured reading and thinking. Later he might drive over to Grantchester and do some chores and some book shopping. At about 3 p.m. he had his only social engagement, with his old pupil, Christine Mayer. She was coming for the afternoon, and she was bringing the daughter of her boyfriend, the journalist who had written the richly intriguing piece in the Times about the Yazidi and the Black Book and this strange place called Göbekli Tepe. When she had contacted him, Christine had said she wanted to talk about the links between her boyfriend's story and the murders across England. De Savary was keen to talk about this. But he was also simply keen to see Christine again. She had been one of his brightest students, his favourite student, and she was doing good work at Göbekli Tepe, it seemed. Good but rather hair-raising work, judging by the more excitable elements of the Times article. He spent a quick 10 minutes clearing up the breakfast things. Then he texted his lover, "Is it utterly impossible to slice bread without destroying the kitchen?" Hugo XX. As he sluiced the dark coffee grounds down the sink, he got a text back. "Don't napalm my village 0k, I've got finals XXX." De Savary laughed out loud. He wondered if he was falling in love with Andrew Halloran. He knew it was foolish if so, the lad was only 21. De Savary was 45. But Andrew was so very handsome, in a seductively uncalmed way. He just threw clothes on and seemed to look perfect Evio morning. Especially with a little stubble to offset the deep blue eyes. And de Savary quite liked the fact that Andrew was probably seeing other men, too. A little mustard on the sandwich, it helped. The sweet torment of jealousy. Collecting his paws, and he walked out into his garden. It was a beautiful day. Almost distractingly so, the birdsong was too sweet. The scent of late May blossom too heady. De Savary could hear children laughing in a garden across the Cambridgeshire meadows, though his cottage was very isolated. He tried to concentrate on his work. He was researching a long and rather learned TLS article on violence as a part of English culture. But as he sat in the morning sunshine, his mind kept wandering back to the themes that had dominated his thoughts lately. The gang murdering their way across Britain. And the links to the curious story coming out of Turkey. Picking up his sun-warmed phone from the lawn, de Savary contemplated calling Detective Chief Inspector Forrester to see if the police were having any luck at West Wickham Caves. But then he thought better of it, and put the phone back down. He was confident that the gang would, at some point, search out the caves. If they were so frenziedly seeking the Black Book, then the Hellfire Caves were an obvious place to look. Whether the police trap would work was an entirely different matter. It was a gamble. But gambles sometime paid off. The sun was very warm now. De Savary dropped his papers onto the grass, stretched out on his deck chair and closed his eyes. The children were still laughing, somewhere across the water meadows. He thought about the Yazidi. Clearly this journalist, Rob Luttrell, had discovered something. The Black Book of the Yazidi must once have revealed some commercial information about this extraordinary temple, Göbekli Tepe, which appeared to be so central to their faith and their ancestry. A tiny hint of disquiet trilled through him as he thought about the Times piece. The gang had surely seen it and absorbed it. They weren't stupid. The article implied that Rob Luttrell had garnered vital information about the Black Book. The article also mentioned Christine by name. The gang might therefore come looking for the couple at some point down the line. De Savary reminded himself to tell Christine when she came over that she could conceivably be in danger. The two of them, Rob and Christine, needed to take care until the gang was caught. De Savary leaned from his deck chair and picked up his photocopied thesis, Fear of the Mob, Riots and Revelry in Regency London. The birds chirruped in the apple tree behind him. He read and took notes, then read some more, and took some more notes. 3 hours later he had finished. He slipped some shoes on, climbed in his little sports car and thrummed over to Grantchester. He went to the bookshop and idled between the shelves for a pleasant hour. After that he strolled to the computer shop and bought some ink cartridges for his printer. Then he remembered that Christine was coming over, so he stopped off at a supermarket and bought some fresh lemonade and 2 punnets of strawberries. They could sit in the garden and have strawberries in the sun. On the drive back to his cottage, de Savary hummed a tune. The Bach double violin concerto. Such a beautiful piece of music. He resolved to download a new version when he had time. For another hour he googled in his study, then the door knocker went and there was Christine. Smiling and suntanned, with an angelic little blonde girl in tow. De Savary beamed with pleasure. He had always thought that if he hadn't been gay, Christine was the sort of girl he could have loved, dreamy and sexy, but demure and somehow innocent too. And of course deeply gifted and clever. And this suntan suited her. As did the little girl by her side. Christine placed a hand on the girl's shoulder. This is Lizzie, Robert's daughter. Her mum's in town doing a course. And I am her adopted mother for the day. The girl did a sweet sort of curtsy as if she was meeting the Queen and then giggled and solemnly shook de Savry's hand. As Christine followed him through to the garden she was already telling him gossip and stories and theories. It was as if they were back in his rooms at King's. Laughing and talking, passionately, about archaeology and love, about Sutton Hoo and James Joyce, about the Prince of Palanque and the meaning of sex. In the garden de Savary poured the lemonade and offered the strawberries. Christine was animatedly describing Rob. De Savary could see the romance in her eyes. They talked about him for a short while and Lizzie said she was looking forward to seeing her daddy cause he was bringing her a lion and a llama. Then she asked if she could play on the computer and de Savary happily agreed, as long as she stayed where they could see her. The little girl skipped inside the cottage, and sat by the open French windows, absorbed in her computer game. De Savary was pleased he and Christine could now talk more freely. Because he wanted to talk about something else. So, Christine, he said. Tell me about Göbekli. It sounds incroyable. For the next hour Christine outlined the whole remarkable story. By the time she had finished the sun was just edging the treetops over by the water meadows. The professor shook his head. They discussed the strange interring of the site. Then they moved on to the Hellfire Club and the Black, conversing as they used to do, two engaged and lively minds with similar cultural interests, literature, history, archaeology, painting. De Savary was really enjoying the dialogue. Christine told him, as an aside, that she was trying to teach Rob the daunting delights of James Joyce, the great Irish modernist, and de Savary's eyes sparkled. This cued him up for one of his latest theories. He decided to tell her. You know, Christine, I was looking at James Joyce again the other day, and something struck me. Yes. There's a passage in a portrait of the artist as a young man. I've just wondered if what? Sorry? What was that? Then he heard it. A loud thump behind them. Coming from the cottage. A strange, loud and ominous crash. De Savry's immediate thought was for Lizzie. He stood and turned, but Christine was already rushing past him. He dropped his glass of lemonade onto the lawn and ran after her, and as did so he heard something worse, a muffled shriek. He found Christine inside the house and in the hands of several young men wearing dark jeans and ski masks. Only one man was unmasked. He was black-haired and handsome. De Savary knew him immediately. He'd seen the CCTV image in an email from Forrester. It was Jamie Clun-Curry. De Savary felt like calling out at the idiocy of it all. The gang had knives and guns. One of the guns was pointed at him. This was clearly ludicrous. This was Cambridgeshire. On a sweet Maytime afternoon. He had just been to the supermarket to buy some strawberries. On the way home he had whistled some bark. And now there were armed psychopaths in his cottage. Christine was trying to cry out and she was wriggling, but then one of the men punched her very hard in the stomach and she stopped writhing. She moaned. Her eyes were wild and wide. She stared at de Savary and he saw her total fear. The tallest man, Jamie Clun-Curry, waved his pistol languidly at de Savary. Tie him to the chair. The voice was very educated, chillingly so. De Savary could hear stifled cries from the kitchen. Lizzie was in there, and she was crying. Then the girlish crying ceased. Two of the gang members strapped de Savary to the chair. They put a sweaty gag around his mouth and tied it ferociously tight, making his lips bleed as the gag pressed his lips against his incisors. But it wasn't this pain that was most troubling de Savary. It was the way they were tying him to the dining chair. They were tying him so he was sitting on the chair the wrong way round, straddling the seat, his chest pressed against the wooden chair back. Big straps were lashed around him. His ankles were bound, very tightly, under the chair. His wrists were twined viciously together also under the chair, his chin was painfully propped on the chair back. Everything hurt. He couldn't move. He couldn't see Christine or Lizzie, his ears detected a faint whimpering, in another room. But then his thoughts were drowned by mental terror when he heard the next words of Jamie Clun-Curry, standing somewhere behind him. Have you ever heard of blood-eagling, Professor de Savary? He gulped and then he couldn't help it, he started to cry. The tears ran down his face. He had guessed they were going to kill him. But this? Blood-eagling? Jamie Clun-Curry came around and looked close at him, his pale and handsome face very slightly flushed. Of course you have heard of blood-eagling, haven't you? After all, you wrote that book. That rather alarming piece of pop history. The Fury of the Northmen. Clun-Curry was sneering. All about Viking rights and beliefs. Rather lurid, if you don't mind my saying so. But I suppose that's how you work sales. The young man was holding a book in his hands, quoting from a page, and now we come to one of the most repellent concepts in the annals of Viking cruelty, the so-called blood eagle. Some scholars dispute that this gruesome rite of sacrifice ever existed, but various references in the sagas and in skaldic poetry can leave an open mind in little doubt. The rite of the blood eagle existed. It was an authentic sacrificial ceremony of the North. Clun-Curry smiled in de Savary's direction, and then went on. The notorious blood eagle rite was performed, according to Norse accounts, on various eminent personages, including King Ella of Northumbria, Halfdan son of King Halfagri of Norway, and King Edmund of England. De Savary felt his bowels begin to liquefy. He wondered if he was going to soil himself. Clun-Curry turned a page, and read on. Accounts of blood-eagling differ in detail, but essential elements remain the same. The victim first has his back sliced open close to the backbone. Sometimes the skin is peeled away beforehand. Then the exposed ribs are broken at the spine, perhaps with a hammer or mallet, maybe they are cut. The shattered ribs are then splayed out like a spatchcocked chicken, revealing the grey lungs beneath. The victim remains fully conscious as his pulsing lungs are yanked from the chest cavity and flung out across the shoulders, so that the victim resembles an eagle with its wings outspread. Salt is sometimes sprinkled in the enormous wounds. Death must have come or later, perhaps from asphyxiation or blood loss, or a simple heart attack from the sheer terror induced by the cruelty of the act. The Irish poet Seamus Heaney cites the blood eagle in his poem Viking Dublin, With a butcher's aplomb they spread out your lungs, and made you warm wings for your shoulders. Cloncurry snapped shut the book and laid it on the dining table. De Savary was quivering with fear. The tall young man smiled widely. Death must have come sooner rather than later. Shall we see if that is true, Professor de Savary? The professor closed his eyes. He could hear the men behind him. His bowels were empty, he had soiled himself in terror. A vile fecal smell offended his own nostrils. There was some murmuring behind him. Then de Savary felt the first crippling pain, as the knife plunged into his back and ripped downwards. The shock made him almost vomit. He rocked back and forth in his chair. A man laughed in the background. Jamie Cloncurry spoke. I am going to have to cut your ribs with some humble pliers. I'm afraid we don't have a mallet. Another laugh. De Savary heard a cracking noise and felt a hammering pain near his heart as if he had been shot. He realized they were cutting his ribs one by one. He felt them bend, then break. Crack. Like something very taut being snapped. He heard another crack, and then another. He vomited around the gag. He hoped he would choke on his own vomit, and he hoped he would die very soon. But he wasn't dead yet. He could actually feel Cloncurry's hands as they midged in his chest cavity. He could feel the surreal sense of someone pulling out his lungs, and then the agumsing rapture of pain as the lungs were exposed to the air. His own lungs came flopping over his own shoulders, greasy and hot. His own lungs. A strange smell filled the air. Half fishy, half metallic, the smell of his own lungs. De Savary nearly blacked out. But he didn't black out. The gang had done the job well, keeping him alive and quite conscious. So as to suffer. De Savary watched in a mirror as the girl and Christine were bundled out of the room. They were being taken away. The gang was packing up, they were going to leave de Savary here, to die alone. With his ribs cracked and bent apart, and his own lungs draped over his shoulders. The door slammed shut, the gang was gone. Strapped to his chair, de Savary stilled his gasps of pain, and the anguish of frustration. He had been going to tell Christine but he hadn't had time. And now he was dying. There was no one to save him. Then he noticed. There was a pen lying on the table very close, next to his book about Vikings. He could maybe reach the pen with his mouth. And write something, make some use of his final moments. The tears of pain blurred his eyes as he stretched and struggled. The title of his own book stared back at him. The Fury of the Northmen, by Hugo de Savary. 38 Rob was sitting in DCI Forrester's office in Scotland Yard. The window was 01 RN and a chilly breeze was whistling through. It was an unseasonably cool, wet and overcast day. Rob thought about his daughter and fought back the anger and despair. But the anger and despair were so powerful. He felt as if he was standing thigh-deep in rushing flood water. Any moment he would lose it, lose his grip, and get swept away by his emotions. Like those people caught in the Asian tsunami. Rob had to concentrate on keeping upright. He had told the police officers everything he knew about the Yazidi and the Black Book. Forrester's junior, Boyger, had taken notes while Forrester stared directly and seriously at Rob. When Rob finished, the senior officer sighed, and swiveled in his chair. Well, it's pretty obvious how and why they kidnapped them. Boyger nodded. Rob said, bleakly, is it? Rob had only been aware of his daughter's abduction for a few hours, since landing at Heathrow from Istanbul. He had rushed straight to his ex-wife's house, then come straight to meet these policemen. So he hadn't had time to work out how it had happened. The policeman said, obviously Cloncurry read your article in the Times a few days ago. I guess. The words felt dry and pointless in Rob's mouth. Everything felt dry and pointless. He recalled something Christine had told him, the Assyrian name for hell, The desert of anguish. That was where he was. The desert of anguish. The policeman was still talking. They obviously think, Mr. Luttrell, you have some knowledge of the Black Book. So they must have traced your name, Googled you, and found out the address of your ex-wife. That was your old home, right? Where you were registered to vote. Yes. I never changed it. So. That was easy for them. They must have been watching that address for a good few days. Waiting and watching. Rob murmured, and then Christine turned up. Boiger intervened. She made it easier for them. All three of them went off to Cambridge, followed by the gang, no doubt. And then your girlfriend took your daughter to a remote cottage for the afternoon. The worst possible place. They may have known of de Savary already, Forrester added. He was a best-selling writer, with books on sacrifice and the Hellfire Club to his name. Cloncurry must surely have read him. Or seen him on TV. Then. Rob was still swaying in the grey flood water. He forced his mind to focus. Then they waited outside the cottage. Knowing they could get Christine and my daughter all at once. Yeah, said Boiger. They must have been waiting for hours. And then they rushed the house. Rob glared at Forrester. She's going to die, isn't she? My daughter? Isn't she? They've killed everyone else. Forrester winced. And shook his head. No. Not at all. We don't know anything of the sort. Oh, come on. Please. No. Rob was almost shouting. He stood up and stared down at the policeman. How can you say that? We don't know anything of the fucking sort. You don't know what it is like, detective. You can't know what it is fucking like. My daughter has been abducted by some fucking killers. I will lose my only child. Boiger motioned at Rob. Calm down. Sit down. Calm down. Rob inhaled and exhaled, deliberately and slowly. He knew he was making a scene, but he didn't care. He had to vent his emotions. He couldn't bottle them up. For a few moments Rob just stood there, his eyes blurred with anger. At last, he sat down again. DCI Forrester continued, very calmly, I know this is very difficult for you to appreciate right now, but the fact is the gang did not harm, as far as we know, either your daughter Lizzie or Christine Mayer. Rob nodded, grimly, and said nothing. He didn't trust himself to speak. The policeman pursued his logic. We've found no other than de Savary's, at the scene of crime. Every other time the gang has struck they have, as you say, killed without compunction. But this time they didn't. They abducted. Why? Because they want to get to you. The waters swirling around Rob seemed to weaken. He gazed attentively and even hopefully at Forrester. There was some logic here, some lucidity. Rob wanted to believe, he really wanted to trust this guy. You gave an email address at the end of your article. Forrester asked. Yes, Rob replied. It's standard practice. A Times email address. Boiger was writing on his pad. Forrester concluded, I predict Jamie Cloncurry will be in touch with you. Very soon. He wants the Black Book. Desperately. And if he does get in touch? What the fuck do I do then? Then you call me immediately. Here's my mobile number. He handed a card to Rob. We need to string him along. Convince the gang you have the book. The Yazidi materials. Rob was confused. Even though I haven't got anything. They don't know that. If we imply that you do have what they want, that buys us time. Precious time for us to catch Cloncurry. Rob gazed across Forrester's shirt-sleeved shoulder at the glass partition beyond. He thought of all the hundreds of policemen working away right now, in this building. Dozens of them on this case. Surely they must be able to find a gang of murderers. The trail of blood and cruelty was all over the papers now. Rob wanted to go out into that wider office and shout at people, catch them. Do your job. Catch these fucking people. How hard can it be? Where do you think they are? He said instead. We have a few leads, said Boyger. The Italian, Luca Marcinelli, has a private pilot's license. Maybe they are using planes to get in and out of the country, private jets. But these are just kids. Forrester shook his head. Not just kids. Not just average kids anyway. These are rich kids. Marcinelli is an orphan. But he inherited a Milanese textile fortune. Immensely wealthy. Another gang member, we think, is the son of a hedge fund manager in Connecticut. These boys have TMST funds, private fortunes, Jersey bank accounts. They can buy new cars just like that. Forrester clicked his fingers. There are a lot of private airfields in East Anglia, old American airstrips from the war. Maybe they flew your daughter out of the country. We think Italy is the obvious place, given Marcinelli's connections. He has an estate near the Italian lakes. Then there's Cloncurry's family in Picardy. Also being watched. The French and Italian police are up to speed on all of this. Rob actually yawned. It was a weird yawn of frustration and bitterness, not fatigue. It was a yawn from too much adrenaline. He felt thirsty and tired and wired up and furious. The two women he most loved, Lizzie and Christine. Kidnapped, weeping, suffering, lost in the desert of anguish. He couldn't bear to think about it. Rob stood up. 0K, detective, I'll keep checking my emails. Good. And you can call me any time, Mr. Luttrell. 5 a.m. I don't mind. The policeman's eyes seemed to mist for a moment. Rob, I do understand a little of what you are going through. Believe me. He coughed, then continued, Cloncurry is an arrogant young man, as well as psychotic. He thinks he is smarter than Eveline. People like that can't resist taunting the police with their cleverness. And that's how they get caught. He shook Rob's hand. There was a firmness in the policeman's handshake which, Rob felt, went beyond professional reassurance. There was an empathy there. And there was something in the policeman's glance, as well, a distinct pity, even pain, in the detective's eyes. Rob said thanks, then he turned and left the building, walking like a zombie to the bus stop, and then he caught the bus home to his tiny flat in Islington. The journey was grueling. Evil-eye where he looked he saw young kids, little girls, playing with friends, skipping along pavements, shopping with their mothers. He wanted to keep looking at them just in case one was Lizzie, even though he knew this was ludicrous. But he also wanted to avert his face, to not look at these girls. Because they reminded him of Lizzie. The smell of her hair after he had bathed her as a baby. The eyes of trusting blue. Rob felt the tidal wave of agony all over again, enormous and clenching. When he got to the flat he ignored his unpacked suitcases and the decomposing milk on the kitchen counter, and he walked straight to his laptop, plugged it in, booted it up, and checked his emails. Nothing. He checked again, by refreshing the screen, still nothing. He took a shower, then started to dress and stopped. He unpacked one suitcase, then stopped. He tried not to think about Lizzie and failed, he was so angry and tense. But all he could do was this one ludicrous thing, keep checking his emails. Shirtless and barefoot he went back to the laptop and clicked. He flinched. There it was, sent 10 minutes ago. An email from Jamie Cloncurry. Rob stared in fear and hope at the title. Your daughter. Was it going to be some hideous image of her corpse? Burned or headless? Buried and dead? Or was it going to say she was safe? The tension and anxiety was unfeasible. Perspiring heavily, Rob opened the email. There was no photo, just writing. It began tersely enough: "We have your daughter, Rob. If you want her back, you must give us the black book. Or tell us exactly where it is. Otherwise she will die, in a manner I shall not confide. I am sure your imagination can do the rest. Your girlfriend is similarly unharmed, but we will likewise kill her if you do not assist us." Rob wanted to throw the laptop at the wall. But he read on: "There was more. A lot more. By the by, I read your piece about the Palestinians. Vio moving. Heart-wrenching. You do write some quite effective prose, when you aren't being so predictably liberal. But I wonder if you have ever really thought about the Israeli situation, and what underlies it. Have you, Rob? Look at it this way: who are you most scared of in terms of race? Which race most unnerves you, deep down? I'd hazard a guess that it's blacks, Africans, yes? I'm right, aren't I? Do you cross the road when you see a gang of black youths in their hoodies, on the streets of London? If you do, you are hardly alone, Rob. We all do it. And fear of black men is statistically sensible in terms of petty street crime. You are far more likely to be assaulted and robbed by a black man than by a white man, let alone a Japanese or a Korean, when the proportion of black people in the general populace. But think a little deeper. I've read your articles and I know you are not stupid. You may be an idiot in terms of politics, but you are not stupid. So think. Which race really kills the most? Which one of the human races is the most lethal? It's the smart ones, isn't it? Let's go through it. You are scared of black people. But, really, how many people have been killed by Africans, globally? By African armies? By African power? A few thousand? Maybe a few 100,000? And that's for the whole of Africa. So you see, Africans, per capita, are actually not that dangerous. They are wholly chaotic, and clearly incapable of self-government, but they are not dangerous on a global scale. Now take the Arabs. The Arabs have barely mastered the computer. They haven't successfully invaded anyone since the 15th century. 9/11 was their best attempt at killing lots of people in 200 years. And they killed 3,000. The Americans could napalm that many in a minute. By remote control. So who are the organized people who do the real killing, Rob? For this we need to go north. Where the smart people live. Amongst the European nations, the British and the Germans have killed more than anyone else. Behold the British Empire. The British wiped out the Tasmanian Aborigines, in toto. Completely killed them all. The British in Tasmania actually had a sport whereby they went out and hunted them down. A blood sport, like fox hunting. The only European people who can match the British in terms of sheer lethality, Rob, are the Germans. They were slow to catch up, not having an empire and all, but they did rather well in the 20th century. They butchered 6 million Javs. They killed 5 million Poles, maybe 10 to 20 million Russians. Too many to count. And what are the IQ levels of the British and the Germans? Around 102, 105, significantly above average, and well above most other races. This small margin is significant enough to make the British and the Germans some of the most lethal people in the world, as well as some of the cleverest. But let's look further afield. Who is even smarter than the British and the Germans, Rob? The Chinese. They have an average IQ of 107. And the Chinese killed maybe 100 million in the 20th century alone. Of course they killed their own people, but there's no accounting for taste. Now let's go straight to the top. Per head of population, who is most likely to kill you? Is it the Krauts or the British? Is it a black man or a Chinaman? A Korean or a Kazakh? A nigger or a wop? No, it's the Javs. The Javs have killed more people on this planet than anyone else. Of course, given the tiny size of the Jewish population, they have had to do their massacring by proxy, as it were, by harnessing the power of other nations, or getting other countries to fight each other. They live and they kill by weaponizing their cleverness, and there's no denying how many they have put to the sword. Think about it. Jews invented Christianity, how many died for and by the cross? 50 million. Jews dreamed up communism. Another 100 million. Then there is the atom bomb, invented by Jews. How many will that kill? Jews, in the guise of neoconservatoires, even came up with the Second Iraq War. Yes, that was a small-time operation by their standards, only killed 1 million. Positively picayune. But at least they are keeping their hand in. Perhaps because they are rehearsing for the big war between Islam and Christianity, which we all know is coming, and which we all know the Javs will start. Because they start all wars, because they are so very clever. What is the average Ashkenazim Jewish IQ? 115. They are by far the smartest race on earth. And Jews are more likely to take your life, historically, than anyone else. They just don't do it on the street, with a knife, looking for $10 to buy crack. Rob stared at the email. The racist filth was almost concussive in its psychosis. It was dizzyingly insane. Yet there might be clues in it. He reread it twice. Then he picked up the phone and called Detective Forrester. 39 DCI Forrester was on the phone, arranging a meeting with Janice Edwards. He wanted to ask her opinion on the Cloncurry case, because she was an expert in evolutionary psychology. She had written dense but well-received books on the subject. The therapist's secretary was evasive. She told him that Janice was very busy and that the only time she could spare in the coming week was tomorrow, when she was at the Royal College of Surgeons, for the monthly meetings of the college TMST. So, that's fine. I'll meet her there then. The secretary sighed. I'll make a note. The next morning Forrester caught the tube to Holborn, and waited in the pillared hallway of the Royal College until Janice arrived to guide him into the large, shiny, steel and glass museum of the college as being a good place to talk. The museum was impressive. A maze of enormous glass shelves, arrayed with jars and specimens. This is called the Crystal Gallery, said Janice, gesturing at the glittering racks of dissections. It was refurbished a couple of years ago. We are very proud of it. Cost millions. Forrester nodded politely. Here's one of my favorite exhibits, said his doctor. See. The preserved throat of a suicide. This man slashed his own throat. You can actually see the explosion in the flesh. Hunter was a brilliant dissector. She smiled at Forrester. Now, what were you saying, Mark? Do you think there can be a gene for murder? She shook her head. Nope. Not at all. Not one gene, no. But perhaps a gene cluster. Yes. I don't see why that is impossible. But we can't know for sure. This is still a fledgling science. Right. We've only just begun to crack genetics. For instance, have you ever noticed how gayness and high intelligence are interlinked? They are. Yes. She smiled. Gay people have an IQ about 10 points higher than average. There is clearly some genetic element at play here. A gene cluster. But we are not remotely sure of the mechanics. Forrester nodded. He glanced at some animal specimens. A jar containing a hagfish. The pale grey stomach of a swan. Janice Edwards went on, as for the heritability of homicidality, well, it depends how these genes interact with each other and the environment. Someone who had the trait might still live a perfectly normal life, if their urges weren't catalyzed or provoked in some way. But Forrester was confused. You do think murderousness could be inherited? Let's take musical ability. That seems to be partially heritable. Consider the Bach family, brilliant composers over several generations. Of course environment played a part, but genes must surely be involved. So, if something as complex as musical composition is heritable, then, yes, why not a fairly primal urge like murder? And what about human sacrifice? Could you inherit a desire to commit human sacrifice? She frowned. Not sure about that. Rather a bizarre concept. What's the background? Forrester recounted the story of the Cloncurrys, an aristocratic family with a history of martial values, some of whom took their aggression to lurid lengths approaching human sacrifice. And now they had begat Jamie Cloncurry, a murderer who sacrificed without apology or rationale. Even more bizarrely, the family appeared to be attracted to sites of human sacrifice. They lived near the biggest sacrificial death pit in France and the Great War battlefields, blooded by their appalling forefather, General Cloncurry. Janice nodded, thoughtfully. Interesting. I suppose murderers often return to the scene of the crime, don't they? She shmgged, but that is rather odd. Why live there? Near the battlefields? Could be coincidence. Maybe they are in some way honoring their ancestors. You'd need to ask an anthropologist about that. She walked on down the crystal gallery. Two girls were sitting cross-legged on the floor with sketch pads on their laps and little tins of paint at the side. Student artists, Forrester surmised. One of the girls was Chinese. She was squinting with great concentration at 5 eerily preserved fetuses, deformed human quintuplets. Janice Edwards turned to Forrester. What it sounds like to me, actually, is an inherited and homicidal psychosis that possibly presents as sacrifice in certain situations. Which means, I think a psychosis that predisposed you to extreme violence could be inherited. How might such a trait survive, in Darwinian terms? Generally in history, a tendency towards outrageous violence might not always be a bad thing. For instance, if the bloodlust and brutality was channeled, it might be adaptive. How? If, for instance, there was a military tradition in the family. The most violent offspring could be sent straight into the army, where their aggressions and bloodlust would prove an asset. They walked on, past the students. Further along the gallery was another array of tiny fetuses showing the development of the embryo from 4 weeks to 9 months. They were remarkably well preserved, floating in their space of clear liquid like tiny aliens in zero gravity. Their expressions were human from an early stage, grimacing and shouting. Silently. Forrester coughed, and looked at his notebook. So, Janice, if these guys carried these genes for murder and sadism, they might have been disguised until now? Because of, say, Britain's imperialist history? All the wars we've fought? Very possibly. But these days such a trait would be problematic. Intense aggression has no outlet in an era of smoking bans and smart bombs. We often kill by proxy if we kill at all. And now we have young Jamie Cloncurry, who is maybe what we call a genetic celebrity. He carries the sadistic genes of his forefathers, but in the most outrageous way. What can he do with his talents? Apart from murder? I see his dilemma, if that doesn't sound callous. Forrester stared at half a pickled human brain. It looked like a withered old cauliflower. He read the accompanying sign. The brain belonged to Charles Babbage, inventor of the computer. What about a propensity for sacrifice then? Are you sure you couldn't, inherit that, as a trait? Maybe in historic times this gene cluster might have led you to commit human sacrifice, in a religious society already sanctioned for such acts. Forrester pondered this for a moment. Then he retrieved a slip of paper from his pocket, a printout of the email that had been sent to Rob Luttrell. He showed it to Janice, who scanned it very quickly. Antisemitism? Yes, yes. This sort of thing is a fairly common symptom of psychosis. Especially if the victim is very bright. The dimmer kind of psychotics just think aliens are living in the toaster, but a clever man, going mad, will perceive more intriguing patterns and conspiracies. And antisemitism is a pretty regular feature. Remember the mathematician, John Nash? The guy in that film? A Beautiful Mind. One of the greatest mathematical thinkers of his time. Won the Nobel, I believe. He was totally schizophrenic in his 20s and 30s, and he was obsessively anti-Semitic. Thought the Jews were everywhere, taking over the world. High intelligence is no defense against dangerous lunacy. The average IQ of Nazi leaders was about 138. VO high. Forrester took the sheaf of paper and folded it back into his pocket. He had one last question. A very long shot. He gave it a try. Maybe you could help with one last thing. When we found that poor guy de Savary, he had written a single word on the front page of a book. The paper was soaked with flecks of aspirated blood. Sorry. He was writing with his mouth. The pen was in his mouth, and he was coughing blood as he wrote. The doctor grimaced. That's horrible. Forrester nodded. Not surprisingly, the writing is barely legible. 0K, but the word seems to be Undish. 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 I have absolutely no idea what that means. The DCI sighed. I did a search on it, and there is a Polish death metal band called Undish. Right. Well. There's your answer, no? Aren't these satanic cults often influenced by this awful music? Goth metal or whatever? Yes, Forrester agreed. Janice was heading for the exit, past ancient dark planks, smeared with dissected veins. He followed, adding, but why would someone like de Savary know about a death metal band? And why tell us about them anyway? If he had one last word to write, when he was in Massive Pam, why write that? Dr. Edwards checked her watch. Sony, I have to go. We have another meeting. She smiled. If you like, we can have a proper session next week. Call my secretary. Forrester made his farewells and walked down the stairs, past its plinths and pedestals, and the sombre unsmiling busts of famous medical men. Then he strode, with a certain relief, into the sunny streets of Bloomsbury. His conversation with Janice had given him some intriguing ideas. He wanted to sort through them. Right now. The phrase his doctor had used, honoring their ancestors, had set him thinking. Hard. It chimed with something in Rob Luttrell's report in the Times. Something about ancestors. And where you chose to live. He strode to Holborn Station, hummed impatiently on the tube train, barreled his way through the crowded shopping streets of Victoria. When he reached Scotland Yard, he sprinted up the stairs and slammed into his office. He would have knocked over the photo of his dead daughter if it hadn't already have been laid face down on the desk. Straight away he booted up his computer and Googled Ancestors Buried House. He found it. Bang to rights. His prize. What he wanted, what he remembered being mentioned in the Times article. Kanu and Catalhuyuk. Two ancient Turkish sites, near the temple of Göbekli Tepe. The commercial aspect of these sites, for Forrester, was what had happened beneath the houses and buildings. Because the inhabitants had buried the human bones of their sacrificial victims in the floors beneath their homes. Consequently, these people lived and worked and slept and fucked and ate and talked right above their own victims. And this, it seemed, would go on for centuries, new layers of human bones and corpses, then another floor, then more bones. Living above the sacrificial victims of your ancestors. In the skull chamber. He took a victorious glug of water from an Evian bottle. Why would you want to live near or even above your own victims? Why did so many killers want to do this? He stared out of the window at the sunny London sky and considered the curious echo in so many modern murder cases. Like Fred West in England, burying his murdered daughters in the backyard. Or John Wayne Gacy in Indiana, who buried dozens of the boys he killed, right under his own house. Whenever you got a mass murder, the first place you looked for bodies was in the murderer's house or under his floorboards. It was standard police procedure. Because murderers so often hid their victims nearby. Forrester had never properly considered this phenomenon in the round before, but now that he did, he was struck by the strangeness of it. There was obviously a deep, maybe subconscious urge to live near or above your dead victims, an urge that had been arguably present in humanity 10,000 years back. And maybe that was what the Cloncurries were doing. Living above the bodies of their own victims, all those soldiers killed by the butcher of Albert. Yes. He swallowed another mouthful of lukewarm Evian. What about the death pit? Maybe the Cloncurry family fancied some affinity with those victims, too. After all, the victims in the Ribmont death pit were Celtic. Gaulish warriors. Forrester sat straight. Something was tugging at his thoughts like a loose nail pulling a fluid. Unraveling a pullover. Celtic. Celts. Celts. Where did the Cloncurries come from originally? He decided to search under Cloncurry ancestors. Within barely 2 minutes he found it. The Cloncurry family were descended, by marriage, from an old Irish family. But not just any old Irish family. Their forefathers were, the Whaleys. The Cloncurries were descended from Buck and Burnchapel Whaley, from the founders of the Irish Hellfire Club. He beamed at the screen. He was on a roll, on a high. He felt he could crack the whole thing. He was hitting the sweet spot. Knocking every ball for six. He could solve the damn thing now. Here and now. Right here at his desk. So where could the gang be? Where could they be hiding? For a long time he and Boyger and the rest of the squad had presumed the gang was slipping in and out of Britain, going to Italy, or France. On a private plane, or maybe by boat. But maybe he and Boyger were looking in the wrong place. Just because certain gang members were Italian or French didn't mean they were going to France or Italy. They might be in another country, but they could be in the one country you didn't need a passport to get to when you left Britain. Forrester looked up. Boyger was coming through the door. My Finnish friend. Sir. I think I know. What? Where they are hiding, Boyger. I think I know where they are hiding. 40 Rob sat in his flat and watched the video obsessively. Cloncurry had sent it to EE days before, in an email. The video showed his daughter and Christine in a nondescript little room. Liz's mouth was gagged, as was Christine's. They were tied, firmly and lavishly, to wooden chairs. And that's all it showed of them. They were in clean clothes. They didn't look injured. But the tight leather gags around their mouths and the terror welling in their eyes made the video almost unwatchable, for Rob. So he watched it Eve 1 10 or 15 minutes. He watched it, and then he wandered around his flat, in his underwear, unshaven, unshowered, in a daze of despair. He felt like a deranged old saint in the desert of anguish. He tried to eat some toast and then gave up. He hadn't eaten a proper meal in a long time. Apart from the breakfast his ex-wife had cooked him a few days back. He'd been over to Sally's to discuss their daughter's fate, and Sally had, in her generous way, made him bacon and eggs, and for the first time in ages Rob had felt hungry and he had got halfway through off the meal, but then Sally had started cawing. So Rob had stood up and comforted her with a hug, but that just made it worse. She had shoved him away and said it was all his fault, and she yelled and cried and slapped him. And Rob had just stood there as she slapped him and then thumped him in the stomach, flailing. He took the blows, placidly, because he felt she was right. She was right to be angry. He had brought this terrible situation them. His ceaseless pursuit of the story, his selfish desire for journalistic fame, his mindless denial of the increasing danger. The mere fact he wasn't in the country to protect Lizzie. All of it. The drenching guilt and the self-hatred Rob felt at that moment felt almost good. At least it was real, a genuine, searing emotion. Something to pierce the oddly numb despair he felt so much of the time. His only other lifeline to sanity was the phone. Rob spent hours gazing morosely at it, willing it to ring. And the phone did ring, many times. Sometimes he got calls from friends, sometimes from colleagues at work, sometimes from Isabel in Turkey. The callers were all trying to help, but Rob was impatient for the one communication he wanted, the call from the police. He already knew they had a promising lead. Forrester had rang 4 days back saying they now reckoned the gang was possibly somewhere around Montpelier House, south of Dublin, the home of the Irish Hellfire Club. The detective had explained Scotland Yard's route to this conclusion, how the killers were surely moving in and out of the country, because of their ability to totally disappear, yet they weren't being traced by customs and passport checks. That meant they must be escaping to the one foreign country for which you didn't need passport checks when leaving the UK. They must have driven or flown to Ireland. All that was very plausible. But Forrester had felt it necessary, when talking to Rob, to add some strange supporting theory about buried victims and the Ribmont death pit and Catalhook and a murderer called Gussie, and the fact that Cloncurry would choose somewhere near his ancestors' victims. And Rob had switched off at that point. He was far from convinced that Forrester was right with these psychological speculations. It just seemed to be a hunch, and Rob didn't TMST hunches. He didn't trust anyone. He didn't TMST himself. The only thing he could trust was the sincerity of his own self-loathing, and the fierceness of his anguish. That night he went to bed and slept for 2 hours. He dreamed of a crucified animal, screaming on a cross, a pig or a dog maybe. When he woke it was dawn. The image of the nailed animal persisted in his mind. He took some Valium. When he woke again it was noon. His mobile phone was ringing. Ringing. He ran to the table and picked up. Hello? Hello? Rob. It was Bill Sobel. Rob felt his mood dive precipitously. He liked and admired Isabel, he craved her wisdom and succor, but right now he just wanted to hear from the police, the police, the police. Isabel? No news then? He exhaled. Not since last time, no. Nothing. Just these fucking emails. From Cloncurry. The videos. Robert, I'm Sony. I'm so sorry. But. She paused. Rob could picture her in her gracious wooden house, staring at the blue Turkish sea. The mental image was piercing, reminding Rob of how he and Christine had fallen in love. There, under the Marmara stars. Robert, I have an idea. About the Black Book? 0K. He could barely muster any interest. Isabel was not dissuaded. Listen, Rob. The book. That's what these bastards are looking for, right? The Black Book? They are absolutely desperate. And you've told them you can find it, or you've found it, or whatever, to keep them going. Correct. Yes, but. Isabel, we haven't got it. We have no idea where it is. But that's it. Imagine if we do find it. If we do locate the Black Book, then we've got some real leverage over them, haven't we? We can swap, negotiate, you see my meaning? Rob assented gruffly. He wanted to be energized and excited by this phone call. But he felt so tired. Isabel talked on. As she did, Rob wandered barefootly off the flat, cradling the phone under his chin. Then he sat at his desk and gazed at the shining laptop. There was no email from Cloncurry. No new email, at least. Isabel was still talking. Rob tried to focus. Isabel, I'm not with you. Sorry. Say again. Of course ____, she sighed. Let me explain. I think the gang might be barking up the wrong tree. Vis-a-vis the book. Why? I've been doing some research. We know, at one point, the gang were interested in Layard, the Assyriologist, who met the Yazidi. Correct. A dim memory wafted across Rob's distractions. The break-in, at the school, you mean? Yes. Isabel's voice was crisp now. Austin Henry Layard, who instigated the Nineveh Porch. At Camford School. He is famous for meeting the Yazidi. In 1847 0K, we know that. But the nuth is he met them twice. He met them again in 1850. Right, so it's all in this book I've got. I've only just remembered. Here. The Conquest of Assyria. Here's what it says: Layard went to Laish in 1847. As we know. Then he returned to Constantinople, and there he met the British ambassador to the Sublime Porte. Sublime Porte. The Ottoman Empire. The ambassador was called Sir Stratford Canning. And that's when it all changes. 2 years later, Layard goes back to the Yazidi again, and this time is met with inexplicable triumph, and he finds all the antiquities that made him famous. And all this is true. It's in the history books. So you see. Rob forced the image of his daughter from his mind. The leather gags. Actually, no, I haven't the foggiest what you're on about. 0K, Rob, I'm sorry. I'll get right to the point. On his first expedition, Layard went to Laish. My guess is that when he was there he was told by the Yazidi about the Black Book, how it had been taken from them by an Englishman, Jerusalem Whaley. Layard was the first Brit the Yazidi had met, probably the first Westerner since Whaley's visit, so it makes perfect sense. They must have told him they wanted the book returned. Maybe. So, Layard then goes to Constantinople and tells the ambassador, Canning, about his findings. We certainly know they met. And we also know Sir Stratford Canning was Anglo-Irish, of the Protestant ascendancy. Rob dimly discerned, at last, where this might be going. Canning was Irish. Yes. The Anglo-Irish aristocracy. A tiny coterie. People like Whaley and Lord St. Leger. The Hellfires. They are all related. Well, yes, that's curious. I suppose. But how does it all fit in? Around the same time, mowers were flying around Ireland, about a certain Edward Hincks. Sorry? Right over my head. Hincks was an obscure Irish parson from Cork, who single-handedly managed to decipher cuneiform. All this is true, Rob. Google it. This is one of the great mysteries of Assyriology. The whole of educated Ural way striving to decipher cuneiform, then this rural Irish vicar beats them to it. Isabel was rushing her words in her enthusiasm. So let's put 2 and 2 together. How did Hincks suddenly decipher cuneiform? He was an obscure Protestant cleric from the middle of nowhere. The bogs of error. You think he found the book? I think Hinks found the Black Book. The book was almost certainly written in cuneiform, so Hinks must have somehow found it, in Ireland, and translated it, and deciphered cuneiform, and realized he'd found the Whaley treasure. The famous text of the Yazidi, once owned by the Hellfires. Maybe he tried to keep it secret. Only a few Protestant Irish toffs would have known what Hinks had found, people already aware of the Whaley story, and the Irish Hellfires, in the first place. You mean Irish Aristus? People like Canning? Isabel almost yelped. That's it, Rob. Sir Stratford Canning was hugely important in Anglo-Irish circles. Like many of his type, he was no doubt ashamed of the Hellfire past. So when he heard that Whaley's book had been found, Canning had the perfect idea to solve all their problems. They wanted rid of the book. And he knew that Layard needed the book to give to the Yazidi. And Hinks had just found the book. So the Black Book was sent back to Constantinople. And then finally it was returned to the Yazidi, via Austin Layard. The phone went silent. Rob pondered the concept. He tried not to think about his daughter. Well, it's a theory. It's more than a theory, Rob. Listen to this. Rob could hear the pages of a book being flipped. Here. Listen. Here's the actual account of Layard's second visit to the Yazidi. When it was rumoured among the Yazidi that Layard was back in Constantinople, it was decided to send 4 Yazidi priests and a chief, and they went all the way to Constantinople. So, there's more. After some secret negotiations with Layard and Canning in the Ottoman capital, Layard and the Yazidi then headed east into Kurdistan, back to the lands of the Yazidi. Isabel drew breath, then quoted directly, "The journey from Lake Van to Mosul became a triumphal procession." Warm feelings of gratitude poured over Layard. It was to him the Yazidi had turned, and he had proven worthy of their confidence. After that the group made their way through the Yazidi villages, to Urfa, accompanied by hundreds of singing and shouting people. Rob could sense Isabel's excitement, but he couldn't share it. Staring glumly at the cloudy London sky, he said, "0K. I get it. You could be right. The Black Book is therefore in Kurdistan. Somewhere. Not Britain, not Ireland. It was returned by Layard after all. The gang are wrong." "Sure. Of course, darling," Isabel said. "But it's not just in Kurdistan, it's in Urfa. You see? The book says Urfa. La'alsh is of course the sacred capital of the Yazidi. But the ancient administrative capital, the political capital, is Urfa. The book is in Sanlifa. Hidden away somewhere. So Layard took it there, to the Yazidi. And in return the Yazidi told him where to find the great antiquities, the obelisk of Nineveh, and so on. And Canning and Layard got the fame they wanted. It all fits." Rob's mouth was dry. He felt a surge of sarcastic despair. 0K, that's great, Izzy. It's possible. But how the hell do we get hold of it? How? The Yazidi just tried to kill us. Sanlifa is a place where we are not wanted. You suggest we just march back in and demand they hand over their sacred text? Anything else we should do while we're at it? Walk across Lake Van perhaps. I'm not talking about you, Isabel sighed, firmly. I mean me. This gives me a chance. I have friends in Urfa. And if I can get to the Black Book first, even just borrow it for a few hours, just make a copy, then we have something on Cloncurry. We can exchange our knowledge for Lizzie and Christine. And I really do know Yazidi people. I believe I can find it. Find the book? Isabel, you can't dissuade me. I'm going to Sanlifa, Rob. I'm going to find the book for you. Christine is my friend. And your daughter feels like my daughter. I want to help. I can do it. Trust me. But, Isabel, it's dangerous. It's a wild theory. And the Yazidi I met certainly thought the book was still in Britain. What's that about? And then there's Clear-e-Bali, the older woman chuckled. Clear-e-Bali doesn't know me. And anyway, I'm 68. If I get beheaded by some psychotic Nestorians, so be it. I won't have to worry about a new prescription for my spectacles. But I think he'll be all right, Rob. I already have an idea where the book might be. And I'm flying to Urfa tonight. Rob demurred. The hope Isabel offered was faint, very faint, yet it also appealed to him, perhaps because he had no other real hopes. And he also knew Isabel was risking her life, whatever the outcome. Thank you, Isabel. Thank you. Whatever happens. Thank you for this, Donada. We're going to save those girls, Rob. I will see you soon. All three of you. Rob sat back and rubbed his eyes. Then he went out for the afternoon, and drank alone in a pub. Then he came back, for a few minutes, and couldn't bear the silence, so he returned to the streets and carried on drinking. He went from pub to pub, drinking slowly and alone, staring at his mobile Evo 5 minutes. He did the same the next day. And the next. Sally rang 5 times. His friends from the Times rang. Steve rang. Sally rang. The police didn't ring. And through it all Isabel called, almost every other hour, giving him her progress in Urfa. She said she felt she was close to the TMTH, close to the book. She said some of the Yazidi denied they had the book, yet some thought she was right, that the book had been returned, but they didn't know where it was kept. I'm close, Rob, she said. I'm very close. Rob could hear the sound of the muezzin in the background of this last call, behind Isabel's earnestly encouraging voice. It was a strangely horrible feeling, hearing the hubbub of Sanlifer. If he'd never gone there in the first place, none of this would have happened. He never wanted to think about Kurdistan ever again. For 2 more days Rob did nothing but agonize. Isabel stopped calling. Steve stopped calling so much. The silence was unendurable. He tried to drink tea and he tried to reassure Sally, and he went to the supermarket to buy some vodka, then he got back home and went straight to his laptop, yet again. He was doing it by rote, now, expecting nothing. But this time there was the little symbol of an envelope on his screen. A new email had arrived, and the new email was from Clun Curry. Rob opened up the message, his teeth gritted with tension. The email was empty, apart from a link to a video. Rob clicked the video link, the screen fizzed and cleared, and then Rob saw Christine and his daughter in a bare room, again tied to chairs. There was a little different, smaller than the last one. The prisoners' clothes had changed. Obviously Christine and Lizzie had been moved. But it wasn't any of this that caused Rob to shiver, with a harsh new fear, and a deeper anguish. It was the fact the 2 hostages were hooded. Someone had put thick black hoods over the heads of the girls. Rob grimaced. He remembered his own terror in that foul black hood in Laos. Staring at the darkness. These new, chilling scenes on the video of Lizzie and Christine, silent, hooded, and lashed to the chairs, lasted a long 2 minutes. After then Clun Curry appeared, talking directly to the webcam. Rob stared at the lean and handsome face. Hello, Rob. As you can see, we've moved to more exciting accommodation. The girls have got hoods on because we want to frighten the living fuck out of them. So, do tell me about the Black Book. Are you really onto it? I need to know. I need to be kept fully informed. Please don't keep secrets. I don't like secrets. Family secrets are such terrible things, don't you think? So tell me. If you still want a family, if you don't want your family dead, tell me. Tell me soon. Don't make me do what I don't want to do. Clun Curry turned away. He seemed to be talking to someone behind the webcam. Murmuring. Rob could hear laughter from somewhere off cam. Then Clun Cuny faced the camera again. I mean, let's get down to basics, Rob. You know what I like to do, you know my materia. It's sacrifice, isn't it? Human sacrifice. But the trouble is I am spoiled for choice. I mean, how shall I kill your daughter? And Christine? Because there are so many methods of sacrifice, aren't there? What are your favorites, Rob? I rather like the Viking ones. Don't you? The blood-eagling, for example. The professor was quite alarmed, I believe, when we took out his lungs. Alarmed and somewhat impressed, if I say so myself. But we could have been so much crueler. Clun Curry smiled. Rob sat in his flat, sweating. Clun Curry edged nearer the camera. For instance, there is a delightful rite the Celts had. They would impale their victims, especially young women. First they would strip them naked, then they would carry them to a field, lift them up on top of a sharp wooden stake, and pull their legs apart, and then just kind of yank them down, onto the stick. Impaling team. Through the vagina. Or the anus maybe. Clun Curry yawned, then continued, I really don't want to do that to your lovely girlfriend, Rob. I mean, if I did shove a pike up her snatch she would just bleed all over the rug. And then we'll have to buy a big carpet cleaner. A needless expense. He smiled again. So just give me the fucking black book. The Tom Whaley shit. Stuff you found in Laos. Give it over. Now. The webcam wobbled slightly. Clun Curry reached out and steadied it. Then he said, direct to camera, and as for child sacrifice, with little Lizzie over here. Well now. He got up and walked over to Liz's chair. With a magician's flourish, Clun Curry whipped off the hood and there was Lizzie. Staring, terrified, at the camera, the leather gag tight around her mouth. Clun Curry stroked the girl's hair. So many methods, just the one little girl. Which one shall we choose? The Incants would take children up mountains and just kill them by exposure. But that's rather slow, I feel. Rather. Bored. But how about one of the more refined Aztec methods? You may, for instance, have heard of the god Tlaloc. He moved around Liz's chair. The god Tlaloc was a bit of a cunt, to be perfectly frank, Rob. He wanted his thirst slaked with human tears. So the Aztec priests had to make the children core. So they did this by tearing off the children's fingernails. Very slowly. One by one. Clun Curry was unstrapping one of Liz's hands now. Rob saw that his daughter's hand was shaking with fear. Yes, Rob, they would rip out the nails, then cut off little fingers like these. He caressed her fingers. And that made the children cry, of course. Having their fingernails ripped away. And then as they tore off the nails the Aztecs would capture the tears of the sobbing children, and give the liquid to Tlaloc. Then the kids were decapitated. Clun Curry smiled. Then, brusquely, he tied Liz's hand to the arm of the chair again. So that's what I may do, Rob, I may follow the old Aztec method. But I really think you should try and dissuade me. Don't make me rip off her nails, slice off her fingers, and then chop her head off. But if I am forced by your obstinacy to do any of that, I shall be sure to send her tears to you in a little plastic pot. So get cracking, get moving, get working. He smiled. Chop chop. The killer leaned forward, looking for a switch. The video paused, the clip was frozen. Rob stared at the silent computer for 10 minutes afterwards. At the final frozen image of Clun Curry's half-smile. His high cheekbones, his glittering green eyes, his dark hair. Sitting in the behind him were Rob's daughter and Rob's girlfriend, tied to chairs, waiting to be impaled, to be mutilated and killed. Rob had no doubt that Cloncurry would do these things. He'd read the report of de Savary's murder. The following day Rob spent with Sally. And then he got another email. With another video. And this one was so grotesque that Rob vomited as he watched. 41 As soon as he'd got the new email with the new video, Rob went to Scotland Yard, to Forrester's office. He didn't even ring first, he didn't text or email, he wiped the puke from his mouth and washed his face with cold water, and hailed a cab. On the way to Victoria he looked at all the happy people. Shopping, walking, climbing on and off buses, staring in shop windows. It was hard to reconcile the ordinariness of the street scene with the obscenity of what Rob had just witnessed in the video. He tried not to think about it. He had to control his anger. They could still save his daughter, even if it was too late for Christine. Rob sat in the back of the taxi and felt like punching out the cab window, but he wasn't going to lose control. Not yet, anyway. What he would do, if he ever got the chance, was slaughter Cloncurry. And not just slaughter him with a knife or a hatchet, Rob was going to take a poker to Cloncurry's head, smash the back of his skull until brain came ejaculating out of his eyes. No, worse than that, he would burn Cloncurry slowly with acid, rotting away that handsome face. Anything. Anything, 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 anything. Rob wanted payback for what he'd just seen Cloncurry do to Christine in the video. He wanted homicidal revenge. Now. The taxi pulled up at the glass and steel atrium of New Scotland Yard and Rob paid the taxi driver with a fierce grunt and went in through the glass doors. The girls on reception tried to stop him but he glared at them so angrily they didn't know what to do. Then Boyger spotted him in the lobby. "There's something you need to see," said Rob. The friendly-faced Finn offered a smile but Rob didn't smile back. The Finn's expression darkened, Rob scowled in return. The lift journey was quiet. They paced to Forrester's corridor. Boyger knocked on his superior's door but Rob shoved right in. Forrester was sipping from a mug of tea and staring at folders and he jumped, startled, as Rob burst into the office and sat down in the chair beside Forrester's. Rob said, bluntly, "Check this webmail. Email from Cloncurry. But why didn't you call us? We could have, look at it." With a worried glance at Boyger, Forrester leaned forward to his screen and opened up a search engine. He went to Rob's email. Rob gave him the password. "There," said Rob. "It's just a video link. Open it." Forrester clicked and the video fizzed into life, showing the same scene as before. Christine and Lizzie tied to a chair. Same clothes, same hoods, are as nondescript as the last. "Hard to tell." "I've seen this," said Forrester, gently. "We're working on it, Rob. We think he's hooding them so they can't blink at you and send messages. Some people can do that, send signals by blinking. Anyway, there's something I wanted to mention, Detective. I've been researching the Cloncurrys and the Whaleys, their ancestry. It's a new angle and detective." Rob was full of righteous anger. And grief. "I want you to shut up. Just watch the clip." The two policemen swapped another anxious glance. Boyger stepped round so he could look at the screen. The three men stared at the computer as the little video clip rolled into action. A figure emerged from the left of the screen. It was Cloncurry. He was carrying a big saucepan, a huge, grey metal saucepan, full of steaming water. He set the saucepan down, then disappeared off screen again. Christine and Lizzie sat there in their vile black hoods, presumably oblivious. Not sensing what Cloncurry was doing. Now Cloncurry was back. With a kind of metal tripod, and a camping gas stove already emitting an eager blue flame. He set up the tripod in front of Christine and put the burning gas stove between the legs of the metal stand, Then he picked up the steaming tureen of water, and placed it on top. With the blazing flame directly beneath it, the water started to bubble, and to boil. Apparently satisfied, Cloncurry turned to the camera. "Those Swedes are an odd bunch, aren't they, Rob? I mean, look at their cooking. Open sandwiches. Gravadlocks. All that stuff with herrings. And now this. Anyway, we're all set. I hope you appreciate the expense we've gone to, Robert. This saucepan cost 50 quid. I may take it back afterwards, swap it for a toast rack." He looked away from the camera. "0 so. Guys. Has someone got the knife?" He was looking off screen. "Hello? Big knife for cutting up people?" "Yes. That's it. Thank you so much." Taking the blade from an unseen assistant, Cloncurry tilted the knife in his hand, and ran a thumb down the edge. Perfect. Now he was staring at the camera again. "Of course I'm not talking about modern Sweden, Rob. No, I don't mean IKEA dining chairs. Or Volvos and Saabs and indoor tennis centres." Cloncurry laughed. "I mean Sweden before they went all gay on us. Real Sweden. Medieval Sweden. The long-haired barbarians who really knew how to deal with victims, who know how to sacrifice, to Odin. And Thor. You know. 'Cause that's what we're going to do, in a VO special way. We're going all Swedish this morning. Old-time Swedish sacrifice. The boiling of the innards." The knife flashed in the air. "We're going to cut open one of your girls and boil her lights and vitals, alive, in this big old pot here. But which one shall we sacrifice? Which one do you fancy?" His eyes twinkled. "Which one? The little girl or the big girl? I think maybe we should save the best to last, don't you? And much as you love pretty Christine here with that adorable birthmark near her nipple, yes, that one, I imagine you are more attached to your daughter. So I think we should spare your daughter for a different ritual, later on, maybe tomorrow, and instead we should slice open the French woman. She has such a nice tummy, after all. Shall we cut your friend open?" "Yes, I think so." The killer leaned towards Christine's hooded figure. She was straining and arching against her bonds, pointlessly. Rob could see the hood inflating and deflating as Christine panted with fear under her shroud. Cloncurry lifted up her jumper a couple of inches and Christine jerked away from his touch. "Goodness. She doesn't seem very keen, does she? All I'm going to do is carve out her intestines and her stomach and maybe her bladder and boil them slowly in this pot so she dies over 30 minutes or more. Anyone would think she was at the dentist." "What's wrong with that, Christine?" In the fetid tension of the office, Forrester leaned to turn the video off. Rob snapped. "No. Watch it. I want you to watch it. I had to fucking watch it. Watch it." Forrester sat back. Rob saw the glint of tears in the policeman's eyes. Rob didn't care. He had to watch it. Now they had to watch it. They watched. Cloncurry's initial slicing movement was quick. With a professional ease, as if he was practiced at butchery, Cloncurry stabbed the knife into Christine's exposed stomach, and ripped the blade laterally. Blood seeped out, down the blade and onto Christine's lap. A moan was distinctly audible, despite the gag and the muffling Christine's voice. The blood was seeping slowly, and the pink and red inner organs were beginning to ooze and poke out of the horizontal slash, like the smeared pink heads of weird babies. "Well, looky here," said Cloncurry, forcing 01RN the huge wound to peer inside. "Who's that pushing in front? Mrs. Uterus? Come on, gal, give someone else a chance." Dropping the knife, the murderer reached his hands, deep into the lateral gash in Christine's stomach. Rob couldn't help noticing how pale Christine's stomach was. Her tan had faded from her imprisonment, her skin looked almost white. But the whiteness was coloured by the slowly dripping blood. And the moans were escalating into whines of pain, as Cloncurry gently drew out Christine's intestines, coils of pastel grey and greasy blue, like links of obscenely raw sausages. Carefully Cloncurry extracted more of Christine's organs, still attached to her body by veins, arteries and muscles, and grey-white ganglions. Then he carried the great handful of innards to the pot, and he dropped the organs with a plop, into the steaming vat of water. Christine writhed. Now you see how clever those Swedes were. You can extract all the lower organs, but the victim lives on. Because she's still attached to her major organs, so she's still metabolizing. It's just that she's also being boiled to death. Cloncurry was smirking. Hey! Shall we pop some herba in? Make it spicy. A lovely hot pot of girlfriend. Christine's muffled voice was a strange, sobbing, urgent moan of pain. Smothered by the gag and the hood, it was a noise Rob had never heard anyone make before. Cloncurry had picked up a large wooden spoon from somewhere and was stirring Christine's innards in the pot. The stirring went on for a few searing minutes, punctuated by the victim's desperate groaning. Cloncurry sighed in frustration. Jesus! She's a bit of a moaner, isn't she? She never moaned like this when I fucked her. Do you think she's enjoying it? He smiled. I know, let's cheer her up with a proper Swedish sing-song. Cloncurry started humming, then burst into song. Mamma mia, don't you let me go, my, how could I forget you? Yes, I was broken-hearted, blue since the day we parted, but now you've put me in a pressure cooker. He stopped singing. The moaning became a low murmur, then virtually a whimper. Cloncurry gave the pot another stir. Chin up, Christine, not long to go now. Think the gravy is thickening? He smiled. Ah look, what's this here? Look at this. Mr. Kidney. Cloncurry turned to the camera and held up the wooden spoon. Balanced in the bowl of the spoon was one of Christine's dark brown kidneys, draped with veins and arteries, like blood-red spaghetti. Forrester stared down at the floor. That's it, said Rob. The video ends around now. Christine slumps. She just dies. Boyge leaned forward and shut down the email. Then he turned to Rob. He said nothing, but there was a definite wetness in his eyes. For a while the men sat around the barely able to speak. Rob shrugged, desolately, at the policeman, and he got up to go. And then the phone rang. Forrester took the call. His gaze met Rob's across the room, as he spoke, low, on the phone. At last, the detective put the phone down. It may be too late for Christine. But we can still save your daughter. Rob stared at him, from the open door. Forrester nodded, grimly. That was the Gardaí. In Ireland. They've found the gang. 42 Forrester and Rob met at Dublin Airport. The policeman was accompanied by several Irish officers with gold star cap badges. There was little small talk. Forrester and the Irish police led Rob straight off the arrivals lounge into a breezy car park. They climbed wordlessly into a minivan. It was Rob who broke the somber and frightening silence. My ex-wife is here. Forrester nodded. Arrived on the flight an hour before you. She's at the scene. It was the last seat on that flight, said Rob. He felt a need to explain himself. He felt guilty all the time now. Guilty about Christine's death, guilty about Liz's impending fate. Guilt about his own lethal stupidity. So, he said, trying to control his emotions. I got the next flight. I let her go first. The cops all nodded. Rob didn't know else what to say. He sighed and bit his knuckles and tried not to think about Christine. Then he lifted his gaze and told Forrester and Boyer about Isabel and her attempts to find the Black Book. He hadn't heard from her in a day or more, he told them, and he couldn't get her on the phone, but that silence might mean that she was close to her prize. Out there in the desert, beyond the reach of a signal, the policeman shrugged as if trying to be impressed, but failing. Rob couldn't blame them, it seemed a long shot, and pretty obscure, and so very far away, compared to the reality of cold, rainy Ireland. And a cornered gang of murderers. And an eviscerated corpse. And a daughter about to be dismembered. At last he said, "So, what's the latest?" The senior Irish officer introduced himself. He had greying hair and a serious, firm-jawed face. "Detective Liam Dooley." They shook hands. "We've been staking them out. Obviously, we can't go straight in. Heavily armed bunch of guys. They've killed the woman. Your friend. I'm sorry. But the girl is still alive and we want to save her. We will save her. But we have to be careful." "Yes," said Rob. They were struck in traffic on the busy Dublin ring roads. He gazed through the rain-smeared van windows. Dooley leaned forward and tapped the police driver's shoulder. He turned on the siren and the Gardaí minivan swung clear off the traffic, which peeled away to let the police vehicle pass. "0K," said Dooley, talking loudly above the siren. "I'm sure DCI Forrester has filled you in, but this is the scene now. We snatched one of them, the Italian Marcinelli," said Forrester. "Yes, him. Marcinelli. We snatched him yesterday. Of course that's alerted the rest of the gang, they know we are surrounding them and they are heavily armed." Rob nodded, and sighed, then he gave into his feelings and slumped forward, his head hard against the seat in front. Thinking of Christine. The way she must have heard her own organs boiling. Forrester put a calming hand on Rob's shoulder. "We'll get them, don't worry, Rob. The Gardaí know what they are doing. They dealt with Irish terrorism for 30 years. We'll get Lizzie out." Rob grunted. He wasn't just feeling sad and scared, he was also feeling a rising resentment at the police. The police had snatched just one gang member, and his daughter was still inside the cottage, still in the hands of Cloncurry. And Christine was already dead. The Irish cops were screwing up. "What you're telling me then," he said, "is that it's a total stalemate. You've got the place surrounded so they can't get out, but you can't get in either, in case they do anything to my daughter. But he's already butchered my girlfriend. And we know he has killed before. So how do we know he isn't killing Lizzie right now? Right this fucking minute?" Dooley shook his head. "We know your daughter is 0K. Because we are speaking to Cloncurry all the time." "How?" "By webcam. He's got another webcam set up, a two-way webcam this time. We've seen your daughter and she's 0K. Uninjured. Tied up. As before." Rob turned to Forrester for reassurance. The DCI nodded. "Cloncurry is rambling on a lot. He may be on drugs. But what if he suddenly snaps?" There was a weighty silence in the minivan. The siren had been switched off. No one spoke. Then Dooley said, "For some reason he seems determined to get something out of you. He wants this black book or whatever it is. He goes on and on about it. We think he is convinced you have it. He won't kill your daughter while he thinks that." Rob couldn't follow the logic. He couldn't follow anything. They turned off the motorway, leaving the last of the Dublin suburbs behind, and sped along open country roads, heading into green, well-wooded hills. White-painted farmsteads dotted the fields. A sign said Wicklow Mountains 5 kNZ. It was still drizzling. Dooley added quietly, and of course, if there is any sign that he is going to harm your daughter we will go in, whatever the risk. We've got armed guard all over. I promise. Rob closed his eyes. He could imagine the scene, the police rushing in, the melee and the chaos. And Cloncurry silently smiling and slitting his daughter's throat with a kitchen knife, or shooting her in the temple, just before the police smashed through the door. What was to stop him? Why would a lunatic like Jamie Cloncurry keep Rob's daughter alive? But perhaps the police were right. Cloncurry must be desperate to find the Black Book, that was what Isabel had surmised. And Cloncurry must have believed Rob when he said he could find it. Otherwise he'd have just killed Lizzie as well as Christine. The problem was that Rob had no idea where the book was. And unless Isabel came up with something, very quickly, this fact would soon become apparent. And what then? When Cloncurry guessed that Rob had nothing, what happened then? Rob didn't have to guess. When that happened, Cloncurry would do what he had done so many times, kill his victim. Get that grim and macabre satisfaction, and silence the bloodlusting voice inside him. He would placate his Whaley demons and kill with great cruelty. Rob gazed at the sodden green countryside. He saw another sign, half hidden by dripping oak branches. Hellfire Wood, owned by the Irish Forestry Commission, coiled. They were nearly there. He had studied the history of the place on the train to Stansted Airport, simply to give himself something to do. To distract himself from his horrible imaginings. On the top of a hill near here was an old stone hunting lodge, Montpelier House. Built on a hilltop also graced by a Neolithic stone circle. Montpelier had a reputation for being haunted. It was celebrated by occultists, cider-drinking kids and local historians alike. The lodge was one of the main places where the Irish Hellfire members had got together. To drink their Skulthine and burn those black cats and play whist with them. Much of what happened in the house was, as far as Rob could tell, legend and myth. But the mowers of murder were not entirely unsubstantiated. A house in the valley beneath Montpelier had also, according to legend, been used by the Hellfires. By Buck Egan, and Jem Zalem Whaley, and Jack St. Ledger and all the rest of the 18th century sadists. Kilakee House, it was called. And when Kilakee House was being refurbished decades ago they had dug up a skeleton of a child or a dwarf, next to a small brass statue of a demon. Rob turned and looked out of the other window. He could actually see Montpelier House now, a sombre grey presence on top of the hills, even darker and greyer than the grey clouds beyond. It was a vile day for June. Suitably rainy and satanic. Rob thought of his daughter shivering in the cottage somewhere near here. He had to get a grip. Think positive, even in the smallest way. He hadn't congratulated Forrester on his coup. By the way, well done. The DCI frowned. Sony. On the hunch, you know, finding these guys. Forrester shook his head. It was nothing. Just a reasonable guess. I tried to think with his brain. Cloncurry's deluded brain. He likes the historical resonance. Check his family. Where they live. He would hide out somewhere that meant something to him. And of course they are looking for the Black Book, for Whaley's treasure. This is where Burnchapel Whaley came from, where Jerusalem Whaley came from. They would have started looking here, so why not base yourself here? The van scrunched to a halt outside a farmhouse with a large tent erected in the forecourt and they all climbed out. Rob walked into the crowded tent and saw his ex-wife in the corner, sitting with a Gardaí policewoman drinking a mug of tea. There were lots of policemen here, lots of sonorous Irish accents, flashing gold cap badges and screens of TV monitors. Dooley took Rob by the arm and talked him through the situation. The gang's cottage was just a few hundred yards away down the hill. If you walked 3 minutes to the left, out of the farmhouse back door, you could see it, tucked into a narrow green valley. Montpelier House was right on top of the lofty hill behind them. Cloncurry rented the croft months ago, said Dooley. From the farmer's wife. She was the one who informed us, when we were doing door to door. Said she'd seen strange comings and goings. So we put the cottage under surveillance. We've been watching them for 20 hours now. Think we've counted 5 men inside. We seized Marcinelli as he drove to the shops. Rob nodded, dumbly. He felt very dumb. He was in some dumb stupid standoff. Policemen with rifles were apparently stationed around the fields and hills, gun sights aimed at the cottage. Inside were 4 men led by a fucking lunatic. Rob wanted to run down the hill and just do something, anything. Instead he glanced at the TV screens. It seemed the guy had several cameras, one of them infrared, directed at the gang's hideout. Every movement was scrutinized and noted, day and night. Though nothing serious had been seen for hours, the curtains were shut, the doors self-evidently shut. On a desk in front of the TV monitors was a laptop. Rob guessed this was the computer set up to receive communications from Cloncurry via the webcam. The laptop had a webcam of its own. Feeling as if someone had filled his lungs with frozen lead shot, Rob crossed to Sally. They exchanged words, and a hug. And then Dooley called to Rob across the tent. It's Cloncurry. He's on the webcam again. We told him you were here. He wants to speak to you. Rob ran across the tent and stood in front of the laptop screen. There it was. That angular face, almost likable, yet so utterly chilling. The intelligent yet serpentine eyes. Behind Cloncurry was Lizzie, in fresh clothes, still tied to a chair, this time unhooded. Ah, the gentleman from the Times. Rob stared mutely at the screen. He felt a nudge from somewhere. Dooley was gesturing and mouthing, "Talk to him, keep him talking." "Hello," said Rob. "Hello." Cloncurry laughed. "I'm sorry we had to parboil your fiancée, but your little girl is perfectly unharmed. Indeed, I like to think she's in tip-top condition. We're giving her lots of food. So she thrives. Of course I'm not sure quite how long we can maintain the status quo, but that's up to you." "You've," Rob said. "You've." He tried again. It was no good, he didn't know what to say. In despair he turned and looked at Dooley, but as he did, he realized something. He did have something to say. He had one card in his hand and now he had to play it. He stared directly at the screen. "0K, Cloncurry, this is the deal. If you give me Lizzie, I can get you the book." "I can do that." Jamie Cloncurry winced. It was the first flash of insecurity, however subtle, that Rob had ever seen on his face. It gave him hope. "Of course," said Cloncurry. "Of course you can." The smile was sarcastic, unconvinced. "I suppose you got it in Laos." "No, so where did you get it?" "What the heck are you on about, Luttrell?" "Ireland. It's here in Ireland. The Yazidi told me where. They told me in Laos, where to find it." It was a blatant gamble and yet it seemed to work. There was a hint of worry and doubt on Cloncurry's face, worry disguised by a sneer. "Right. But of course you can't tell me where it is. Even though I might slice off your daughter's nose with a cigar cutter. It doesn't matter where it is. But I'll bring it here. In a day or 2. Then you can have your book and you can give me back my daughter." He gazed into Cloncurry's eyes. "Whether you shoot your way out after that, I don't care." "No. Nor do I," Cloncurry laughed. "Nor do I, Robbie. I just want the book." The two men stared at each other. Rob felt a surge of curiosity, the old journalistic intrigue. But why? Why are you so obsessed by it? Why all of this? Cloncurry looked off camera, as if thinking. His green eyes flashed as he glanced back. I may as well tell you a little, I suppose. What do you journalists call it? A teaser. Rob sensed the policeman moving on his left. Something was happening. Was this the signal? Were the police moving in? Was his daughter's fate going to be decided right now? Forrester made a hand gesture, keep him talking. But it was Cloncurry who kept talking. 300 years ago, Rob, Jemzalem Whaley came back from the Holy Land with a cache of materials brought back from the Yazidi. He should have been a happy man. Because he had found precisely what the Hellfire Club had been looking for, what Francis Dashwood had sought all those years. He had found the final proof that all the religions, all the faiths, the Koran and the Talmud and the Bible, all that rancid, imaginary piffle, all of it was bullshit. Religion is just the stale reek of urine from the orphanage of the human soul. For an atheist, for a priest-hater like my forefather, that final proof was the Holy Grail. The big one. El Gordo. The lottery win. God isn't just dead, the fucker never lived. Cloncurry smiled. And yet, Rob, what Whaley found went further than that. What he found was so mortifying it actually broke his heart. What's the saying? Be careful what you wish for. Isn't that how it goes? So what was it? What did he find? Ah. Cloncurry chuckled. Wouldn't you like to know, Robbie, my little tabloid hack? But I'm not going to tell you. If you really know where the book is you can have a read yourself. Except if you tell anyone I shall slice up your daughter with a set of steak knives from eBay. All I can say for now is that Thomas Buck Whaley concealed the book. And he told a few of his friends what was in it. And that in certain circumstances the book must be destroyed. Why didn't he destroy it himself? Who knows? The Black Book is such an extraordinary treasure trove. Such a terrifying revelation, Rob, maybe he couldn't quite bring himself to do it. He must have had some pride in its discovery. He had found what the great Dashwood didn't. Him. Humble Tom Whaley from the boondocks of colonial Ireland had outdone the British Chancellor. He must have been proud, despite himself. So instead of destroying it, he hid it. Where exactly has been forgotten over time. Hence our heroic search for my brave ancestors' discovery. But here's the clever bit, Rob. Are you listening? The police were definitely doing something. Rob could see armed men walking out of the tent. He heard whispered commands. There was a sense of action, the video screens were flickering with movement. At the same time the gang seemed to be erecting something in the garden. It was a big wooden stake. Like something you'd use for an impaling. Rob knew he had to keep Cloncurry talking, stay calm and keep the killer talking. Go on. Go on, I'm listening. Whaley said that if ever a temple was dug up in Turkey Göbekli tell. Clever boy. Göbekli Tepe. Whaley told his confidants precisely what the Yazidi had told him, that if ever Göbekli Tepe was dug up then the Black Book must be destroyed. Why? That's the damn point, you half-wit. Because the book is, in the right hands, seen the right way, combined with evidence from Göbekli, something that would overturn the world, Rob, it would change everything, it would demean and degrade society. Not just religions. The whole structure of our lives, the way the world exists, would be endangered if the TMTH was revealed. Cloncurry was leaning very close to the webcam. His face filled the entire screen. That is the rich, rich irony here, Rob. All along I've just been telling to protect you from yourself, you jerks, protect all of humanity. That is the job of the Cloncurries. To protect you all. To find the book if necessary, and destroy it. To save you all. You know, we are practically saints. I am expecting an evite from the POI any day now. The snake-like smile had returned. Rob glanced up at the screens behind the laptop. He could see movement. One of the cameras showed 3 figures, obviously armed, crawling towards the cottage garden. It had to be the police. Going in. As he tried to concentrate on the dialogue with Cluncurry, he realized that Cluncurry was probably trying to do exactly the same in reverse, to distract Rob and the police. But Dooley and his men had seen the wooden stake. They knew this was the moment. Rob stared at the profile of his daughter, tied to her chair, visible over Cluncurry's shoulder. With a physical effort, Rob got hold of his emotions. So why all the violence? Why all the killing? If you just wanted the Yazidi book, why all the sacrifices? The face on the laptop scowled. Because I am a Cluncurry. We descend from the Whaleys. They descend from Oliver Cromwell. Capies. Notice the theme of burning people there? Burning people in churches? With a nice big audience? Cromwell was heard to laugh when he killed people in battle. So just blame my fucking haplotype. Ask my double helix. Take a look at Despindin gene sequence DTNBPI. Rob tried not to think of his daughter, impaled. So, you're saying you inherited this trait? Cluncurry applauded, sarcastically. Brilliant, Holmes. Yes. Quite clearly I am a psychopath. How much proof do you want? Stay tuned to this channel and you might see me eat your daughter's brain. With some oven chips. That proof enough? Rob swallowed his anger. He just had to keep Cluncurry here, and keep Lizzie in view, via the webcam. And that meant listening to the madman, ranting. He nodded. Of course I have the fucking genes for violence, Rob. And funnily enough I have the genes for very high intelligence, too. You know what my IQ is? 147. Yes, 147. That makes me a genius, even by the standards of geniuses. The average IQ of a Nobel Prize winner is 145. I'm smart, Rob. Very smart. I'm probably too smart for you to realize how smart I am. That's the problem with very high intelligence. For me, relating to ordinary folk is like trying to have a serious chat with a mollusk. Yet we caught you. Oh, well done. You and your piffling post-grad IQ of, what, 125? 130? Jesus Christ. I am a Cluncurry. I carry the noble genes of the Cromwells and the Whaleys. Unfortunately for you and your daughter, I also carry their propensity for flamboyant violence. Which we are about to see. Nonetheless, Cluncurry turned to his left. Rob looked up and checked the video monitors. The police were moving in. At last the guns had opened up. The shots and the echoes resounded along the valley. There were shouts and noises and gunshots everywhere. From the laptop, from the monitors, from the valley. The laptop screen fuzzed and then came back, as if the camera had been knocked. Cluncurry was standing. Another shot was audible across the valley, then 4 more, and then it happened. Rob watched as a second team of police made a move, firing as they went. Shooting with speed and view. The Gudai snipers were taking out the gang. He saw the dark figures of the gang members on the TV monitors crumple to the ground. 2 bodies fell. Then he heard another scream. He didn't know if it was coming from the TVs or the laptop or real life outside, but the noises were unnerving. These were high-velocity rifles. There was a shout, Perhaps one of the policemen was down. And then another? But the assault went on live on the TV monitors all over the tent. The police were pouring over the back wall of the cottage garden and vaulting over the fences. As Rob watched the screens, the backyard of the cottage was filled with policemen in black ski masks and black helmets, yelling out orders. Screaming at the gang. It was all happening with stunning and incredible speed. At least one of the gang looked seriously injured, sprawled and barely moving, another might have been dead. Then someone jumped forward and threw a stun grenade into the cottage, and Rob heard an enormous bang. Clouds of black smoke came streaming out of the broken cottage window. Through the smoke and the deafening noise and confusion, it was nonetheless clear, the police were winning, but could they take Cloncurry as well? Rob stared at the laptop. Cloncurry had Lizzie, wriggling, in his arms. He was frowning, backing off, retreating out of the room. As he ran from the room, Cloncurry's hand came out and snatched the laptop shut, and the picture went black. 43. Apart from its leader, the gang was finished, its members dead, seriously injured or in custody. 2 policemen were wounded. Ambulances were parked along the roads behind them, doctors and nurses and paramedics were everywhere. Now the cottage was filling with police for the final stakeout. Cloncurry was apparently barricaded in the rear upstairs bedroom. He'd turned his laptop on again. Lizzie was once more lashed to a chair. Rob could see all this through the webcam. The inn in which she was being held had been prepared for a final shootout. Rob was gazing at Cloncurry's leering face. Staring at that smile so thin and well-bred and sneering, it was as if someone had sliced his mouth slightly wider with a knife. His mineral green eyes glinted in the half-light of the cottage bedroom. The police had been urgently discussing what to do. Forrester reckoned they should just charge in, blasting the door. Every second they delayed endangered Liz's life. The Gudai were much more reticent. Dooley felt they should talk some more. Maybe find a way of breaking in off the roof, clandestinely. Rob wanted them to go in now. He felt sure he'd worked out Cloncurry's psychology. The gang leader surely knew he was dead. He knew he wasn't going to get the book, but he wanted to take Lizzie down with him, in the most disgusting way, by making her father watch his daughter die. Rob shuddered, to the depths of his spine, when he considered the ways Cloncurry might butcher his daughter. Right now. Live. On camera. Forrester grasped Rob's shoulder, trying to reassure him. The Gudai officers were urgently examining, once more, the plans of the cottage, the chimney, the windows, everything. Could they throw stun grenades through the upper floor windows? Could a marksman take a shot off the window? Their deliberations infuriated Rob. Yet he knew that as Asthay tried anything, Cloncurry would kill Lizzie. The doors to the last room were surely bolted, locked, and sturdy. It was a standoff with only one possible outcome. It would take at least 2 or 3 minutes to break in. As soon as they began to break in, Cloncurry would take one of his gleaming knives and cut her tongue out. Slice her eyes out. Slice an artery in her pale young throat. Rob thought of his daughter's head detached from her body. He tried not to think about this. Sally was silently crying. So was their daughter, it seemed. In the background of the vid picture, Rob could see Liz's shoulders shaking. Sally wiped her run nose with the back of her hand, and said what Rob was thinking. It's just a stalemate. He's going to kill her. Oh Jesus! Rob clenched his teeth at his ex-wife's tearful and jagged remark. She was right. On the laptop screen, Cloncurry was rambling. Talking to the webcam. He'd been doing this on and off for 20 minutes. Since the shootings in the cottage, and the backyard. The ramblings were bizarre. This time he was talking about the Holocaust. Haven't you ever thought, Rob, about Hitler, why he did what he did? That was a big sacrifice, wasn't it? The Holocaust? A big human sacrifice. That's that the Jews call it, did you know that? The show. The burnt offering. Show means a burnt offering, like the sacrifice. Hitler sacrificed them. They were burnt offerings, like the little children the Yids gave to Moloch. In the Tophet. Ben Hinnom. The valley of the shadow of death. In the place of burning. Yes. That's where we are, Rob, in the valley of the shadow of death. Where the little children get burned. Cloncurry licked his lips. He had a gun in one hand and a knife in the other. The killer's speech rambled on. Great men always sacrifice. Don't they? Napoleon used to march across rivers on the bodies of his drowned men. He would order them into the rivers, to drown, so he could use their stiffened corpses as a bridge. A TNLLY great man. Then there's Pol Pot, he butchered 2 million of his people in Cambodia as an experiment, Rob. 2 million. That's what the Khmer Rouge did. And they were the haute bourgeoisie, the upper middle classes. The educated and enlightened. Rob shook his head and looked away from the laptop. Cloncurry sneered. Oh, you don't want to talk about it. How convenient. But you're going to have to talk about it, Rob. Face facts. Every political leader in the world has some urge towards violence, is a sadist of sorts. The Iraq War, we fought that for freedom, didn't we? But how many did we kill with our cluster bombs? 200,000? 500,000? We just can't help ourselves, can we? The more advanced societies just keep on killing. But killing more efficiently. That's all we humans are good for, because we are always led by killers. Always. What is it with our leaders, Rob? Why do they always kill? What is that urge? They seem insane, but are they really any different from you and me? What urges have you had towards me, Rob? Have you imagined how you might kill me? Boil me in oil? Stab me with razors? I bet you have. All the smart people, all the clever guys, they are all killers. We're all killers. So what is wrong with us, Rob? Is there something buried in us, do you think? Another lick of the lips. Cloncurry stopped smiling. But I'm tired of this, Rob. I don't for a minute believe you've got the book, or know where it is. I think the time has come to end this silly melodrama. He stood up, turned from the webcam and walked to the chair. In full view of the webcam, he undid the cords that bound Lizzie to the chair. Rob watched his daughter wriggling in Cloncurry's arms. She was still gagged. Cloncurry brought the girl over to the laptop and sat her on his knee, then he spoke to the webcam again. Have you ever heard of the Scythians, Rob? They had some strange habits. They would sacrifice their horses. Herd them onto burning ships. Then burn them alive. Most amusing. They were equally cruel to shipwrecked sailors. If you managed to survive a disaster at sea, the Scythians would run down to the shore, grab you by the arms, then lead you to a cliff and tlew you off again. Such an admirable people. Lizzie writhed in Cloncurry's grasp. Her eyes sought her father's on the screen in front of her. Sally was sobbing as she watched their daughter struggle for life. So now I'm going to roast her head alive. It's a Scythian thing. It's the way they sacrificed the firstborn. She's your firstborn, isn't she? In fact, she's your only child, right? So I'm going to light a little fire and then, Rob snapped. Fuck you, Cloncurry. Fuck you. Cloncurry laughed. Oh yeah. Fuck you. If you so much as touch her, you'll what, Robbie? What will you do? You'll what? Bang on the door like a pussy while I slit her throat? Shout naughty words off the letterbox as I fuck her then shoot her? What? What? What are you gonna do, you sniveling little he-she? You pathetic lady boy. Come on. What? What? Why don't you come and get me? Hey! Run down here right now and get me, you stupid tranny. Come on down, Robbie. I'm waiting. Rob felt the anger overwhelm him. He leapt from his chair and ran out of the tent. An Irish policeman went to stop him, but Rob just punched him out of the way. He was sprinting now, running down the green, wet, skiddy Irish hill, to save his daughter. Running as fast as he could. His heartbeat was like a mad bass sim thumping in his ears. He ran and ran, he half fell on the soggy turf, then got up again and he threw himself down the hill and pushed past some more policemen with guns and black helmets who tried to stop him, but he screamed at them and they fell back, and then Rob was at the cottage door and he was inside the cottage. Police went up the narrow cottage stairs, but Rob overtook them. He dragged one policeman out of the way, feeling as if he could throw someone off a cliff if he had to. He felt stronger than he had ever felt in his life, and angrier than was possible. He was going to slay Cloncurry, and he was going to do it now. Moments later he was at the locked and sealed door and the cops were shouting at him to get out of the way, but Rob ignored them. He kicked and kicked at the door, and somehow it gave way, the locks buckled. He kicked again. He could feel the bones in his ankle almost crack, but he kicked a final time and the door groaned and the hinges snapped and Rob was in. He was in the bedroom. And there was nothing. The room was empty. There was no chair, no laptop, no Cloncurry, no Lizzie. The floor was scattered with the signs of a squalid occupation. Half-opened tins of food. Some clothes and dirty coffee cups. A newspaper or two, and there, in the corner, a pile of Christine's clothes. Rob felt his mind orbiting close to insanity. Being pulled into some vortex of illogic. Where was Cloncurry? Where was the chair? The discarded hood? Where was his daughter? The questions whirled in his mind as police filed into the room. They tried to usher Rob out, to take him away, but he didn't want to go. He needed to solve this dark and concussing puzzle. He felt fooled, humiliated and grief-struck. He felt a serious proximity to madness. Rob looked frantically around the room. He saw little cameras, trained on the space. Was Cloncurry somewhere else? Watching them? Laughing at them? Rob could somehow feel the hideous buzz of Cloncurry's laughter, somewhere, out there on the internet, laughing at him. And then he heard it. A real noise. A muffled noise coming from the wardrobe in the corner of the. It was a human voice, but gagged and muffled. Rob knew that sound very well by now. He pushed another Gardaí officer aside, went straight to the wardrobe and opened the door. Two wide frightened eyes stared at him from the darkness. A muffled voice of pleading, and relief, and even love, moaning from behind a gag. It was Christine. 44. Rob was sitting in a swivel chair at Dooley's desk. Dooley's office was on the 10th floor of a gleaming new building overlooking the River Liffey. The views from the picture windows were stupefying, from the junction of the river and the Irish Sea in the east, to the soft Wicklow Hills beyond the city, to the south. The hills looked green and innocent under clearing skies. If Rob squinted he could actually discern the low, sullen shape of Montpelier House on top of its wooded hill, a dozen miles away. The view of Montpelier returned him to stark reality. He swiveled to face the room. The office was full of people. Just 90 minutes had elapsed since the terrifying drama at the cottage under Hellfire Wood. They'd had one brief message from Cloncurry showing that Lizzie was still alive. But where? Where was she? Rob bit a fingernail, trying to work it out, desperately trying to piece the puzzle together. Christine was talking animatedly and lucidly. Dooley leant towards her. "Are you sure you don't need the paramedics too?" "No," she snapped. "I'm fine. I told you. They didn't harm me. Boyger intimated. So how did they get you to Ireland? Boot of a car. In a car ferry. Judging by the rancid smell of diesel and sea water. You were stuck in the boot. I survived. It was only a few hours in the car, and then the boat. And then here. Forrester nodded. Well, that's what we guessed. They were driving between Britain and Ireland, taking the ferry, avoiding customs controls. Miss Mayer, I know it's traumatic, but we need to know as much as we can, as we can. As I said, I'm not traumatized, detective. Ask me anything. 0K. What do you recall? Do you know when the gang split? We know they kept you and Lizzie together, for a day or two in England. Any idea where? Sorry. Christine was talking in an odd way, Rob noticed, staccato, sharp. I have no idea where they kept me, Sony. Somewhere near Cambridge perhaps. The first drive wasn't long, maybe an hour. Lizzie and I were both in a car boot. But then they took us out. Hooded and gagged. They were talking a lot, and I guess then they split up. After about a day and a half maybe. It's hard to tell when you are in a gag and hooded and fairly terrified. Forrester smiled, quietly and apologetically. Rob could sense him trying to work through the logic. Boyger said, but I still don't get it. What was the whole drama for? The poor woman in the video, the stick in the garden, when he threatened to kill the girl. What was that about? He saw it as an opportunity to torture Rob. Psychologically, said Christine. That's Cloncurry's style. He's a psychotic. Flamboyant and theatrical. Remember, I was with him a while. Not the best hours of my life. Rob glanced her way, she stared right back. He never touched me. I wonder if he's asexual. Either way, I do know he's an exhibitionist. A show-off. He likes to make people watch what he does. Make the victims suffer, and make those who love them suffer too. Forrester had stood, and walked to the window. The soft Irish sun was on his face. He turned and said quietly, and human sacrifice was traditionally performed in front of an audience. De Savary told me that. What was the word he used? The propitiatory of sacrifice comes from its being watched. The Aztecs would haul people to the top of pyramids so the whole town could see their hearts being pulled out. Right. Yes, Christine added. Like the Viking ship burials, very public ceremonies of sacrifice. And the impaling of the Carpathians again, a big public ritual. Sacrifice is meant to be observed. By the people, by the kings, by the gods. A theatre of cruelty. That's the appeal for Cloncurry. Prolonged, public and very elaborate cruelty. And that's what he was planning for you, Christine, Forrester said gently. A public impaling? In the cottage garden? I guess the gang in Ireland FTCKED up. How? They started arguing and shooting, Dooley said. I think the gang lost control, without him, without the leader. But there's another thing, Boyger added. Why did Cloncurry leave the gang in Ireland when he must have known they would get caught, get shot even? Rob laughed bitterly. Another sacrifice. He sacrificed his own men. In public. He was probably watching as the Gardaí killed them. He had those cameras everywhere in the cottage. I imagine he enjoyed the whole thing, watching it on his computer screen. The central question had been raised. Boyger voiced it. So. Where is Cloncurry? Where the hell is he now? Rob glanced at the policeman in turn. At last Dooley said, surely he must be in England. Or Ireland, Boyger replied. Christine suggested, I think maybe he's in France. Forrester frowned. Sony. When I was tied up and hooded, I'd hear him going on and on about France and his family there. He loathed his family, family secrets, all that. His horrible inheritance. That's what he kept saying. How much he hated his family, his mother, in particular. In her stupid house in France. I wonder. Boyer stared at Forrester with a significant expression. The DCI nodded somberly. Maybe the woman in the video, the one he killed, might be his mother. Christ. The room fell silent. Then Rob said, but the French police are staking the place out. No? Watching the parents? Supposedly, Boyer answered. But we aren't in touch with them hourly. And they wouldn't have been tracing the mother if she went away. Sally suddenly intimated angrily. But how would he have got there? Private planes? You said you were following that up. Forrester raised a hand. We've scoured air traffic control reports. Contacted every private airfield in eastern England. He shrugged. We know they had the money for a plane, we know Marcinelli had a license, and possibly Cloncurry too. The problem with that line of inquiry is... Sighed. There are thousands of private planes in the UK, tens of thousands in Western Europe. If Cloncurry has been flying successfully under a false name for months, a year, who knows, no one would necessarily challenge him. He'd have clearance, by rote. And another problem is that everyone is looking for a gang of men, in a car, on a private jet. Not a single guy, flying alone. He rubbed his chin, pensively. But I still don't think the French would have let him slip through their hands. Every major airfield and port was alerted. But I suppose it's possible. All this speculation doesn't get us very far, does it? Rob snapped. Cloncurry may be in Britain, France or Ireland. Great. Just 2 countries to search. And he still has my daughter. And maybe he's butchered his mom. So what are we gonna do? What about your friend in Turkey, Isabel Previn? Has she had any luck with finding the Black Book? Forrester asked. Rob felt a pang of hope mixed with despair. I got a text from her last night. She says she's close. That's all I know. Sally sat forward, the sun flashing on her yellow hair. But what about Lizzie? Enough of this Black Book. Who cares about that? What's he going to do to Lizzie now? To my daughter. Christine moved along the sofa and hugged Sally. Lizzie is safe for now. He didn't need me because I'm just Rob's girlfriend. I was a toy. A bonus. Disposable. She hugged Sally again. But the guy is not an ID-10T. He's going to use Lizzie, use her against Rob. Until he gets what he wants. And what he wants is the Black Book. He thinks Rob has it. But the fact is, I don't know anything, Rob said despondently. I lied to him, told him I knew something, but why would he believe me? He's not stupid. As you say. You went to L'Alche, Christine answered. I heard him talking about that, too. L'Alche. How many non-Yazidis have been there? Maybe a few dozen, in 100 years. That's what's bugging him. She sat back. He's obsessed with the book and he is sure you know something. Because of L'Alche. So I think Lizzie is relatively safe, for now. Silence ensued. Then the general conversation wandered, helplessly, between planes and airfields and car ferries for a couple more minutes. And then the laptop chimed. Cloncurry had come online. Rob waved a hand, wordlessly, at the people in the and they gathered around and stared at the laptop screen. There, in the webcam image, was Cloncurry. The image was clear and distinct. The audio was good. The killer was smiling. Chuckling hello again. Thought we should catch up. Have a little chat. So, you managed to catch my cognitively deficient operatives. My brothers in error. How tiresome. I had a nice impaling planned as well. As you probably know. Did you see the big stick in the garden? Dooley nodded. We saw. Ah, Detective Doohickey. How are you? Shame we didn't get to kebab the French bitch. All that whittling for nothing. I should have at least tortured the slut, as I intended. But I had other things on my mind. It doesn't really matter. Because I still have my friends. In fact, I've got one right here. Say hello to my little friend. Cloncurry reached off camera and picked up something. It was a severed human head. To be precise, it was Isabel Preven's head, white and faintly rotting. Grey nerves and greenish arteries dangled flaccidly from the neck. Isabel. Say something. Say hello to everyone. With a jaggle of the hand he made the head nod. Christine began to see why. Rob stared, aghast, at the screen. Cloncurry was beaming with a kind of sardonic pride. There. She says hi. But now I think she wants to go to her special place. I've made a special place for her head, out of respect for her archaeological achievements. Cloncurry stood, took a step forward and then kicked the head across the room, toe-punting it expertly. The head flew towards a rubbish bin in the corner, landing neatly in it with a chunky clatter. Slam fucking dunk. He turned back to the camera. I've been practicing that for hours. Now, where was I? Ah yes. Robert the journalist. So-called. Hello. So pleased you could be with us. Don't worry, as I said before, your daughter is still safe. Look, he leaned forward and twisted the webcam until it showed Lizzie. Still lashed to a chair, but alive and healthy, it seemed. The webcam was shifted back. So you see, Robert E. She's just fine. Fit as a fucking fiddle. Unlike Isabel Preven. I'm so Sony about my little joke with her vital organs. But I just couldn't resist the gag. Think I must have a bit of film director in me. And it was such a rare opportunity. There I was, mooching around these pissy little Turkish streets, and there's Isabel Preven. The great archaeologist. On her own. Wearing lorgnettes. What the fuck are lorgnettes? So I had a little think, for about a second. I know my archaeologists, I know she was a colleague of de Savary, I know she taught the prize-winning Christine Meyer, I know she is an expert in Assyria and the Yazidi in particular. Yet she's meant to be retired to her dildos in Istanbul. Cloncurry chortled. Yeah right. Too much of a coincidence. So we grabbed her, sorry, and smacked her around a bit, and she told us quite a lot, Robbie, quite a lot of interesting detail. And then I had a flash, if I say so myself, of aesthetic insight. I came up with our little drama. With the hoods. And the saucepan. And her small intestine. Did you appreciate that? I so hoped to make you think that Christine was dying in front of you, under that hood, having her utums boiled in gravy, and then this is the beauty of it, then you would actually get to Ireland and see Christine die again, in the most grotesque fashion, impaled on a stake, in Ireland. How good is that? How many people get to see their loved ones tortured to death twice? First turned into soup? Then impaled? West End producers get paid millions for that kind of thing. A coup de theatre. He gestured excitedly. And that's just half of it. What about the sheer directorial beauty of the whole gory drama in Ireland? Can I not have a little applause? For my Oscar-winning scenario. He gazed out at them as if he seriously expected a round of cheers and bravos. Oh, come on. Did you not have a sneaking admiration for the production values? In one go, I blew you off the scent and put you through the worst mental tornure. You believe you are about to see your daughter impaled, but then it would turn out to be Christine being impaled, and meanwhile I'm here, safe and sound and watching it all on high-definition telly. The smile faded, slightly. But then my cretinous assistants go and start shooting and hick it all up before managing to skewer Christine. TSK TSK. I tell you, you can't get the staff these days. It would have been so good. So good. But still. Where were we? Where? You. You. Were. Cloncurry's voice drifted, his eyes seemed unfocused. His expression was odd, detached. Rob glanced meaningfully at Forrester, who nodded back. No, I'm not going fking mad, Cloncurry chuckled. I'm already mad. You surely have noticed that, Detective Forrest Gump. But I'm also several times smarter than you, no matter how mad I am. So I know wait you know. For instance, you've already worked out in your slow-witted way I am in Kurdistan. Given that I got hold of poor Isabel and her pancreas, that much must be obvious. And I have to say, what a shitty place this is. The Turks are so mean to the Kurds. Really? It's disgraceful. Cloncurry shook his head, and exhaled, I'm serious, they are racist. And I hate racists. Really? You maybe think I'm some heartless psychotic, but I'm not. I utterly despise racists. The only people I hate more than racists are niggers. Cloncurry spun around in his swivel chair, spun round twice, then stopped to face the camera again. Why are the darkies so dim? Guys, come on, admit it. Haven't you ever wondered? The sooties? They just fuck everywhere up, don't they? Is that a plan they've got? Do the niggers get together and think, hey, let's see if we can emigrate somewhere nice and turn it into a toilet? We can go and live in crappy houses and start robbing and shooting. Again? Then we'll complain about white people. And as for Parkees and Arabs, God help us. Why don't they just piss off and put their women in bineliners at home? And stop all the yelling from mosques? No one cares. And what about the Udos, whining about the Holocaust? Cloncurry was chortling now. Whining and mewling like a bunch of girls. Holocaust this, Holocaust that, please don't hit me, it's a Holocaust. Holocaust schmolocaust. Listen up, Johnny Kike, isn't it time you got over it? Move on. And anyway, was the Holocaust really that bad? Really? At least it was punctual. Those Germans can stick to a timetable. Even with cattle TMCKS. Can you imagine the chaos if the Brits had been in charge? They can't even run a commuter line from Clapham, let alone a pan-European railway of death. Cloncurry went into a fake Cockney accent. We'd like to apologise for the late running of the Auschwitz service. An alternative bus service has been provided. The buffet car will reel at Treblinka. Another chortle. Jesus, the Brits. Screw the Brits. Arrogant drunken idiots always brawling in the fog. And what about the Yanks? God save us from the Yanks and their buttocks. Fucking Yanks with their ginormous asses. What is that about? Why are their asses so big? Haven't they worked out the link between their failure in Iraq and their massive great butts? Hey, here's a clue, America. Wanna know what happened to those weapons of mass destruction? Some fat bitch in LA is sitting on them in Dunkin' Donuts. Only she doesn't even realize it, because her ass is the size of Neptune and she can't feel a thing. Cloncurry swiveled again. As for the Japs, they are just devious trolls with a gift for wiring. And the Chinks, 7 ways to cook broccoli, and they look like gonks. Fish-eating fkus. He paused, considering. I quite like the Poles. Cloncurry grinned. Anyway, you get the picture. You know what I want. You've realized I have Lizzie and that I'm keeping her alive for just one reason, and one reason only. I want the black book, and I know you know where it is, Rob, because Isabel told me that you know. She told me what happened in Laos. We had to cut one of her ears off to elicit the info, but she told us. I ate the ear. No, I didn't. I fed it to the chickens. No, I didn't. Who gives a flying fig? Point is, she told us everything. She told us you sent her here to get the book, because you can't come yourself, because the local police chappie, that stylish Mr. Cleary Barley, will put you in jail. So you sent Isabel Preven to do the job. Unfortunately I was here already and I scooped her liver out and cooked it up à la provençale. So now, Rob, you have one more day. My patience is running out. Where is the book? Huron? Martin? Sogmatar? Where is it? Where was Isabel going? We tortured her as much as we could, but she was a brave old lesbian and wouldn't give us that final clue. So I need to know. And if you don't tell me within 24 hours, then it'll be little Liz's turn for the jam jars, I'm afraid. Because my patience will have snapped. He nodded, soberly. I'm a reasonable man, as you know, Robbie, but don't let my obvious kindness deceive you. Truth be told, I do have a bit of a temper, and I can sometimes get snitty. Now I'm talking to you, Sally, yes you, the ex-Mrs. Luttrell, dear weeping Sally, I can see you, peeping over the camera with your little piggy eyes. Sally, are you listening? Stop CRYMG, you liquidizing whore. One day is what you've got, 24 little hours, to think it all over, and then, well then your daughter gets shoved in a jar and buried alive. So I expect to hear from you very. He leaned towards the camera switch. Or it's pickling time. 45. The video link fizzed and shut down. Sally had retreated to the sofa, once more, and was quietly querying. Rob went over and out, an arm around her. It was Christine who got it together first. She dried her eyes and said, so. We know he's in Urfa. That means Cloncurry must have been thinking along the same lines as. She sighed, profoundly, as im Isabel. You mean the Austen Layard theory? Asked Rob. Surely. What else? Cloncurry must have reached the same conclusion concerning the book. So I guess he flew to Kurdistan, with Lizzie, in that private plane. Forrester nodded. Yup. Might have been doing it for months. False name, etc. We'll get on to Turkish air traffic control. Rob shook his head. You don't know Kurdistan. If Cloncurry is clever, and he is, then he could have landed almost unnoticed. In some areas the Turks barely have control. And of course he could have flown to Iraqi Kurdistan and crossed the border. It's a huge and lawless region. Not exactly Suffolk. Sally made an imploring gesture. So what do? We look here. We look in Ireland, said Christine. Sorry. The Black Book? It's not in Urfa. I think poor Isabel was wrong. I think the book is still here. The policemen exchanged glances. Rob frowned. How come? I had several days in a wardrobe to think about the Black Book. And I know the Layard story. But I reckon Layard was just buying off the Yazidi with money, and that was why he returned. So I reckon that's a dead end. So where is it, then? Let's go outside, she said. I need fresh air to think it through off. Just give me a few minutes. Obediently, they trooped out of the office and took the steel lift to the ground floor and exited into the mild summer air. The Dublin sky was now bluish and pale, the breeze was gentle off the river. Tourists were staring at an old boat moored by the quays. A strange parade of gaunt bronze statues blocked half the pavement. The group walked slowly down the quayside. Dooley pointed to the statues. Memorial for the famine. Starvelings from the famine would queue on these waiting for boats to New York. He turned and gestured at the shiny new office buildings and the glittery glass atria, ranked along the quays. And all that used to be brothels and wharves and terrible slums, the old red light district. Montauk, where James Joyce went whoring. He paused, then added, now it's all fusion bistros. All is changed, changed utterly, murmured Christine. And then she went very quiet. Rob looked at her and could tell at once that she knew something. Her fine mind was engaged. They stopped at a glamorous new footbridge and watched the grey river water surging torpidly to the Irish Sea. Then Christine asked Forrester to tell her again the strange word de Savary had written just before he died. Hundish. Hundish, said Rob, bemused. Yeah. Spelled as it sounds. UND1SH. The group was silent. A few seagulls caught. Sally asked the question that hovered between them. What the hell does Hundish mean? We don't have any idea, Forrester replied. It's got some musical connection, but that doesn't seem relevant. Rob observed Christine and saw that she was half smiling. Then she said, James Joyce. That's it. James Joyce. That's the answer. Rob frowned. I don't see the relevance. That's what Hugo was talking to me about. That was the last thing he said to me, before the gang arrived. In Cambridgeshire. She was talking fast, and walking just as fast towards the footbridge. When I last saw him de Savary, he said he had a new theory. About the Whaley evidence, the Black Book. And he mentioned Joyce. She looked at Rob. And he knew that I was trying to get you to read Ulysses or Portrait. Without much luck. Sure. But, still. I've been thinking about this while I was imprisoned. And now? Hundish. She snatched a pen from her handbag and scrawled the word on an opened notebook. Undish. She looked down at the handiwork. Hundish, hundish, hundish. There's no such word. But that's because de Savary was trying to deceive the killers. What? If he'd written the whole word, they might have seen it and Cloncurry would have worked it out. He couldn't have known if they were coming back. So instead he wrote a nonsense word. But a nonsense word that he reckoned someone might work out. Maybe you, Rob. If you ever heard it. Rob shrugged. Still don't get it. Of course not. You never did read Joyce, despite my enthusiasm. And you'd need to know the books well. Hugo and I love talking about Joyce. Endless discussions. Dooley intimated impatiently, all right then, so what does Hundish mean? It doesn't mean anything. But it just needs one letter to complete it. The letter T. Then it becomes. She scrawled an extra letter next to the word on her notebook and showed it to them. Tunde-ish. Rob sighed. That's great, Christine. But who or what's a Tunde-ish? How the hell does that help Lizzie? It's not a common word. It occurs only once, as far as I know, in major English literature. And that's the point. Because the passage in which it occurs is in Joyce's first masterpiece. A portrait of the artist as a young man. And I think there may be a serious clue in there. To help us. She looked at the faces all around her. Remember that Joyce knew more about Dublin than any man. He knew everything, every legend, every scrap of information, every tiny anecdote, and he poured them into his books. 0K, said Rob, dubiously. Joyce would have known every secret and myth about the Irish hellfires. And what they did? Christine snapped her notebook shut. So I'm guessing that passage might just tell us where to find what we need to save Lizzie. She stared across the river. And there, I believe, is a bookshop. Rob swivelled. Just across the spindly new footbridge, on the other side of the torpid Liffey, was a branch of Eason's bookstore. The five of them crossed the river and entered the store en masse, rather to the surprise of the young sales assistant. Immediately Christine went to the Irish Classics section. Here. She pounced on a copy of Portrait of the Artist as a Young Man and flicked feverishly through it. And here. Ah. The Tundeyish pages. Read it out. The Tundeyish passage occurs about half of H. off the book. Stephen Dedalus, the hero, the artist of the title, has gone to see his tutor, a Jesuit dean of English studies at University College Dublin. They have a debate about philology. And that's where we come in. Here's what it says: to return to the lamp, the feeding of it is also a nice problem. You must choose the pure oil, using the funnel. She looked up at the assembled, expectant faces. I'm doing dialogue here. Don't expect an accent. Returning to the book, she recited, funnel? Asked Stephen. The funnel through which you the oil into your lamp, that? Said Stephen. Is that called a funnel? Is it not a Tundeyish? Christine stopped reading. Rob nodded slowly. So they talk about funnels. Where's the hellfire stuff? The precise passage we want is a page or two back. Christine flicked and scanned. Here it is. But the trees in Stephen's Green were fragrant of rain, and the rain-sodden earth gave forth its mortal odour, a faint incense rising upward through the mould from many hearts. He knew that in a moment when he entered the sombre college he would be conscious of a connection other than Buck Egan and Burnchapel Whaley. Rob nodded eagerly now. Wait, there's more. She turned another page and calmly recited. It was too late to go upstairs to the French class. He crossed the hall and took the corridor to the left which led to the physics theatre. The corridor was dark and silent but not unwatchful. Why did he feel that it was not unwatchful? Was it because he had heard that in Buck Whaley's time there was a secret staircase there? She closed the book. The bookshop was quiet. Ah, said Dooley. Yes, said Boyger, but surely it can't be that obvious, Sally said, frowning. A secret staircase. Just like that? Why wouldn't that horrible gang have had a look? Maybe they don't read Joyce, said Forrester. It makes sense, Dooley surmised. Historically, the Whaley connection is true. There are two great big houses on St. Stephen's Green. And I am sure one of them was built for Richard Burnchapel Whaley. The building still exists? Asked Rob. Of course. I think they are still used by University College even now. Rob was heading for the door. Come on, guys. What are we waiting for? Please. We've got one day. Just a couple of minutes of urgent walking brought them to a large Georgian square where lofty terraces overlooked a noble green space. The gardens and lawns had an inviting aspect, sunlight glittering through the greenery. For a moment Rob imagined his daughter playing happily in the gardens. He stifled his piercing sadness. His fear was unquenchable. The old University College turned out to be one of the largest houses on the square, elegant and chaste, in grey Portland stone. Rob found it difficult to link this impressive building with the homicidal depravities of Burnchapel Whaley and his even crazier son. The sign outside read Newman House, part of University College Dublin. Dooley buzzed the bell while Christine and Rob loitered on the pavement below. Sally elected to wait on a bench in the square itself. Forrester assigned Boyger to stay with her. There was some debate over the intercom. Then Dooley gave his full police title, and the door opened smartly. The hallway beyond was nearly as spectacular as the exterior, with scrolling Georgian plasterwork, grey and white, and exquisite. Wow, said Dooley. Yes, we are very proud of it. It was a New England American accent. A neatly suited, middle-aged man trotted along the hallway and extended a hand to Dooley. Ryan Mathewson, principal of Newman House. Hello, officer. And hello. They exchanged names. Forrester showed his badge. The principal took them into the receptionist's cluttered office. But officers, the break-in was last week. I'm not sure why they've sent you now, he said. Rob felt a lowering feeling. Break-in, said Dooley. When? Sony. It was nothing important. Some days back a group of kids broke into a cellar. Probably drug addicts. We never caught them. They positively brutalized the cellar stairs. God knows why. Mathewson shrugged his uninterest. But the guy sent a constable at the time. We've already been over this. He took all the details. Rob and Christine exchanged a melancholy glance. But Dooley and Forrester were not, it seemed, so easily disheartened. Forrester gave the principal the essence of the Burnchapel story, and the Cloncurry search. Rob sensed, by the way he phrased his monologue, that he was trying not to say too much lest he totally confuse and frighten the man. Even so, by the end of the explanation, the principal looked both confused and frightened. At last he said, "Extraordinary. So you think these people were looking for the secret stairs? Mentioned in portrait." "Yes," said Christine. "Which means we're probably too late. If the gang didn't find anything, that means there's nothing here." Murd. The principal shook his head, vigorously. Actually, there was no need for them to break in. They could have just come to one of our open days. You what? It's not a mystery. Not at all. Yes, there was a secret staircase here, but it was uncovered in 1999. During the major refurbishment. It's now the main service stairs at the back of the building. There's nothing secret about it these days. So the gang looked in the wrong place. Dooley said. Mathewson nodded. Well, yes. I imagine they did. What a Khmer irony. They could have just come and asked me where the secret staircase was, and I would have told them. But I guess that's not the modus operandi of these gangs, is it? Polite inquil why? Well. So where are the stairs? Rob asked. Follow me. 3 minutes later they were at the rear of the building, staring at a narrow wooden staircase that led from the ground floor to a kind of mezzanine level. The staircase was dark and badly lit, hemmed in by somber oak paneling on either side. Rob crouched over the wooden planks. He rapped the lowest tread of the stairs with his knuckles. The sound was disappointingly solid. Christina upped the second tread. The principal leaned over with an anxious expression. What are you doing? Rob shrugged. I just thought, if there is something hidden it must be under one of the treads. So if I hear a hollow sound, maybe. You intend to rip up the stairs? Yes. Rob said. Of course. What else? The principal blushed. But this is one of the most protected buildings in Dublin. You can't just come in here and take a crowbar to the fittings. I'm so sorry, I do understand your predicament, but... Rob scowled, and sat down on the stairs, trying to repress his anger. Forrester had a short private discussion with Dooley, who turned to Mathewson. You know, it looks like it could do with a lick of paint. Sorry. The stairs, said Dooley. Bit Spartan. Need a touch-up. The principal sighed. Well, of course we didn't have enough money to do everything. The plasterwork in the hallway took most of the funds we have, said Dooley. What? We have the money, the guy. If we have to crack a few stair rods in pursuit of a legitimate incuni, we will of course reimburse your college for any damage. Dooley patted Mathewson on the back. and I think you will find that police refunds can be very generous. Matthewson managed a smile. Enough to repair and paint a few stairs? And maybe a classroom or two. Oh, I should think so. The principal's smile broadened, he seemed intensely relieved. 0K, I think I can explain that to the trustees. So yes, let's do it. He paused. Though I wonder if you are actually looking in quite the right place. You have another idea? Tentatively. Just a notion? Tell us. Well, I've always thought. He lifted his gaze up the stairs. I have sometimes wondered why this little stairway dog legs at the top. See there, look, it just turns about. At the top. For no apparent architectural reason. Annoying if you are carrying lots of books, you can trip. It's so dark. We had a student break an ankle just this Christmas. Rob was already running up the stairs with Christine after him. The stairs did indeed turn. They led up to a panelled wall and then shifted abruptly left. Rob stared at the panelled wall, then slapped it. It sounded hollow. They all looked at each other. Matthewson was now noticeably flushed. Extraordinary. I guess we need to 01RN it up and have a look. We've got a chisel and a flashlight in the cellar, I'll just go and fetch bugger that. Reaching in his pocket, Rob produced a Swiss Army knife and unclasped the sturdiest blade. Christine, Dooley, Forrester and Matthewson were silent as Rob slammed the blade straight into the panel. The wood was easily pierced. It was thin, like a false panel. Rob rotated the blade to get some purchase, then sliced down and the panel began to give way. Forrester reached in and grabbed the corner of the wooden square, and the two men peeled the complete, yard-wide section from its frame. A dark, receding alcove lay beyond, and a musty smell exhaled from the blackness. Rob leaned in, and rummaged. Jesus! It's dark, it's too dark. One can't see. Christine took out her mobile phone, switched on the fanelite and flashed it into the hidden space, over Rob's shoulder. Rob and Forrester stared, Dooley swore, Christine put a shocked hand to her mouth. Right at the back of the alcove, swathed in cobwebs and grey dust, was a large and very battered leather box. 46 reaching into the echoey darkness, and slightly grunting from the exertion, Rob pulled the box along the planks and dragged it onto the stairway. The round, flat-topped box was made of ancient leather, cracked, worn and battered black leather. It had the distinct air of something from the 18th century, something aristocratic. Like the luggage of a lord on the grand tour. The case seemed to match the architectural style of the house wherein it had lain, secretly concealed, for so long. The box was also covered with thick cobwebby dust. Christine brushed away the top layers of grease and dirt, and a series of letters and words appeared on the lid, inscribed in a thin, delicate gold, TW, Anno Domini. 1791. The lovers exchanged glances. Christine said, Thomas Whaley. Before he went to Israel. And became Jerusalem Whaley. The principal of the college was looking agitated. Hopping from one elegantly shod foot to another. Guys, sorry, but do you mind if we take this somewhere else? We have students coming up and down these stairs all the time, and... Not sure I want all the brouhaha. Forrester and Dooley saw the point, they all agreed to shift elsewhere. Rob picked up the box again, holding it like a chum in front of him. The box wasn't that heavy, just unwieldy. Something quite large was rattling inside it. He tried to hold it as steady as possible as they walked. Every second that passed, every second they wasted, he thought of Lizzie. Every second took her closer to death. Rob was finding it hard not to shout at people, setting his jaw into determined silence. He followed Principal Matthewson up the rest of the stairs and along a short corridor. And then at last they were in a bright, elegant office, the principal's study, overlooking the trees and sunlit lawns of St. Stephen's Green. Forrester glanced through off the windows at Sally and Boyger sitting there, on a bench, in the green. Waiting. Just a moment, he said. He took out his mobile. The box was clunked on Matthewson's desk, sending a cloud of dust flying out of the venerable leather casing. 0K, said Dooley. Let's open it. Christine was already examining the box. These old straps and buckles, she muttered, tearing one. They won't undo. Dooley struggled with another buckle. Totally rusted. Rob stepped forward, his knife out. My daughter is waiting. He knelt and slashed the straps open. The very last strap was the toughest of all. He had to saw at it for a while, viciously, then at last it gave up, and flopped away. He stood back. Forrester was lifting off the black leather lid, with the printed gold lettering. They all peered into the depths of the historic box and found themselves looking down at the black the first time it had been seen in 250 years. Except that it was not a book that stared back at them, but a face. Jesus, said Dooley. Sitting at the bottom of the box was a skull. It was a very strange skull. Obviously human, yet not quite human. It had slanting cheekbones, and almost bird-like, snake-like eyes, handsome and Asiatic, yet oddly broad, and clearly smiling. Rob recognized it immediately. That's exactly what I saw in Laos. The same kind of skull. Sort of half man. Half bird. What the hell is that? Christine, you're an osteo expert. What is it? With a confident dexterity, Christine reached inside the black leather case, and took out the skull. It's very well preserved, she said, examining the cranium and the lower jawbone. Someone has had it treated to prevent it from decaying. But how old is it? What is it? Is it human? What's with the eyes? Christine walked to the light of the long sash windows. She held the skull up, in the slanting sunshine. It's definitely hominid. But it's hybrid. The door to the office pushed open. It was Sally and Boyger. They stared in shock, at the skull in Christine's hands. That's it, said Boyger. That's the black book? A human skull? Rob nodded. Yep. Not quite human. Christine twisted the skull in her hands. It's hominid, but there are stark differences between this and a normal Homo sapiens skull. Here, look. The large brain case size, the sagittal size, and the orbitals, very intriguing. So it's a crossbreed between humans and... And what? Asked Rob. No idea. Not Neanderthals. Not Homo habilis. This seems to be some unknown human type, and one with a very large brain case. Rob was still in the dark. But I thought humans couldn't breed with other species. I thought different species couldn't breed. Christine shook her head. Not necessarily. Some species can interbreed. Tigers and lions, for instance. It's rare, but it happens. And this kind of hybridization is not unknown in human evolution. Various experts think we interbred with the Neanderthals. She set the skull on the table. Its white teeth glittered in the lamplight. The skull was yellowy cream, and very large. Dooley was still looking in the musty leather case. There's something else. He reached in, and pulled out a folded document. Rob watched, transfixed, as the Irish detective carried the document to the principal's desk and laid it next to the skull. The document was weathered and creased, and made from some form of robust parchment. Yellowed and old, maybe hundreds of years old. Very carefully, Rob unfolded it. As he did so, the parchment creaked and gave off a distinct and not unpleasant fragrance. Of sadness, and age, and funeral flowers. They leaned over the parchment as Rob flattened it out. Christine looked down, frowning. The parchment was inscribed with VO dark ink, showing a cursory map, and a few lines in a scrawled and archaic script. Aramaic, said Christine, almost immediately. It's Aramaic. Seems to be a fairly unusual form. Let me have a proper look. Rob sighed with frustration. The passing of EVO second was painful. He glanced at the skull, sitting there on the desk next to the parchment. It seemed to be sneering at him. Sneering like Jamie Cluncurry. Cluncurry. Rob shook himself. They had the black book. And Cluncurry needed to know this at once. Rob asked Mathewson if he could use the office computer and the principal nodded his assent. Rob went to the principal's desk, logged on the computer, and got straight through to Cluncurry. The video link buzzed into life. The webcam was working. Within a few seconds Cluncurry came briskly and suddenly into view. He was grinning, maliciously. Ah, so you have found it. In a bus stop perhaps. Maybe in a bingo hall. Rob silenced him by lifting up the skull. Cluncurry stared. He swallowed, and stared. Rob had never seen the gang leader nonplussed like this, but the killer seemed discomfited, anxious, almost stunned. You have it, you actually have it. Cluncurry's voice was phlegmy with anxiety. He started again. And what about? The documents, was there anything else? In the box. Sally handed across the parchment. Rob lifted it up and showed it to him. Cluncurry breathed out, long and hard, as if he had been relieved of a terrible burden. All this time? All this time? And in Ireland? So Previn was wrong. I was wrong. Layard was a dead end. And it's not even in cuneiform. Cluncurry shook his head. So, where was it exactly? Newman House. Cluncurry went quiet. Then he shook his head and laughed, bitterly. Christ. Under the secret stairs? Jesus Christ. I told them to search properly. Those rancid imbeciles. Now he stopped laughing and gazed insolently and contemptuously at the webcam. Still, nothing to be done about it now. My colleagues are lying in coffins. But you can save your daughter's life as long as you bring me the book, the skull and the document. 0K? And I want it here within, oh God. Here we go again. Another deadline. How long will it take you morons to get here? Rob started to speak but Cluncurry lifted a hand. Shut up. Here's the deal. I'll give you 2 more days. That's surely enough time. Possibly too generous. But that's me for you, super generous. But please believe me, my patience is running out. Recall that I am psychotic. He chortled, and did an exaggerated facial tic, mimicking his own madness. And, guys, when you come, don't bother bringing your police chums. They'll be of no use to you. Will they? Because they won't get much help from Clear Ebali, or the Kurds. As I think you realize VO well. So get on with it, Rob. Fly here, bring the and you can have your Lizzie back, unpickled. You've 72 hours, and that's that. The final deadline. Chow chow. The screen went black. Forrester broke the silence. Of course, we will have to go off the local police, in Turkey. I'll speak to the Home Office. We can't have you guys just flying out there. This is a murder case. It's VO complex. As I'm sure you realize. Rob narrowed his eyes. Of course. I'm sorry if this seems bureaucratic, but we'll be quick, VO quick. I promise. It's just that we need to be careful. And this guy is a nutcase. If you go in alone there's no guarantee he won't just, you know. We need local backup. And that means official involvement, approval from Ankara, liaisons with Dublin. All that. Rob thought about Clear-e-Barley. His lizardly smile. His Tlu eats at the airport. Of course. Matthewson was hopping from foot to foot again. He evidently wanted this troublesome entourage out of his office but was too polite to say as much. Obediently they all filed outside, led by Rob, carrying the black book, the skull and the map in the old leather box. Sally and Christine came behind, talking quietly. The police, bringing up the rear, were animatedly conversing, almost arguing. Rob watched the London detective jabbing a finger at Boyer. What the hell are they arguing about? Christine shrugged. Who knows? Her expression was sardonic. They walked on ahead. Rob glanced to his left, at Sally, and to his right, at Christine. Then he said, "Are you thinking what I'm thinking?" "Yes," said Christine. "The police will screw it all up." "Exactly. All the talk to the Home Office stuff." Jesus. Rob felt the anger and frustration surge inside him. And talk to bloody Clear-e-Barley? What are they on? Clear-e-Barley is probably in league with Cloncurry anyway. Who else is helping that bastard? And if they go Tlu off Ankara it will take ages, Christine went on, and they will antagonize the Kurds. The whole thing will be a terrible fiasco. They don't understand. They've never been there, never seen Sanlifer. So maybe you have to go. Now. Sally leaned and squeezed Rob's hand. Just do it. Take the black book, the skull, whatever it is, just take it to Cloncurry, and give it to him. Just fly there, now, tomorrow, the police can't stop you. Do what Cloncurry wants. She's our daughter. Rob nodded slowly. Absolutely. And I know someone who can help. In Sanlifer. Christine raised a hand. But we still can't TMST Cloncurry. Can we? Forrester is right about that, at least. With the last rays of the setting sun soft on her face, Christine looked earnestly at Rob and then at Sally. Sure, he's hunting for the book. But once he's got it, once we give him the black book, he may just do what he wants anyway. You see? He's psychotic. As he says. He enjoys killing. So what do we do? Rob said despairingly. There may be a way. I saw the map. What? When we were in the office, Christine explained. The parchment is written in late ancient Aramaic. The language used by the Canaanites. And I think I can read that. Just about. And? Christine looked down at the leather box, sitting at Rob's feet. Show me again. Rob bent and opened the box, retrieved the parchment and flattened it on his knee. Christine nodded. That's what I thought. She pointed at a line of ancient handwriting. It says the great skull of the ancestors comes from the Valley of the Slaughter. So, what's that then? It doesn't say. Great. 0K. So what about the writing? Here. What does that mean? It mentions the Book of Enoch. It doesn't quote it. She frowned. But it refers to it. And then it says, here, the Valley of the Slaughter is where our forefathers died. Yes. Yes, yes. Christine pointed at one line on the parchment. And here it says the valley is a day's walk towards the setting sun, from the place of worship, and this. That shows a river and the valleys. And here's another clue. It says the place of worship is also called the Hill of the Navel. That's it. Rob's mind was blank. He felt so tired, and so stressed about Lizzie. He glanced at Christine. Her expression was the opposite of his, alert and eager. She eyed him. The hill of the navel. You don't remember? Rob shook his head, feeling an idiot. Hill of the navel is the English meaning of the Turkish phrase. Göbekli Tepe. A light dawned in Rob's head. Across the lawns, the police were evidently concluding their debate, and shaking hands. Christine went on, so. According to this parchment, a day's walk from Göbekli Tepe, walking west, away from the sun, is the Valley of the Slaughter. And that's where this skull comes from. And that's where, I suspect, we will find many others like it. We have to be proactive. Think a few moves ahead. We can bring Cloncurry to us. We need to have something so powerful that he has to hand Lizzie over unharmed. If we actually unearth the secret, implied by the Black Book, contained in the skull and the map, if we dig up the Valley of the Slaughter and find out the TMTH behind all of this, then he will come to us in supplication. Because that valley is where the secret is hidden. The secret he keeps banging on about. The secret revealed to Jerusalem Whaley that ruined his life. The secret that Cloncurry wants hidden forever. If we want to have power over Cloncurry, we need to go right past him, dig up this valley, find out the secret, and Tlu Eaton to reveal the mystery, unless he hands over Lizzie. That's how we WM. The police were walking towards them now, their debate apparently concluded. Rob squeezed Sally's hand, and Christine's too. He whispered to them both. 0K, let's do it. Christine and I will fly to Sanlifer immediately. We do it alone. And we dig up this secret. And we don't tell the police, said Christine. Rob turned to Sally. Are you sure about this, Sally? I need your agreement. She stared at Rob. I'm going to hust you, Rob Luttrell. Her eyes filled with tears, she fought them back. I'm going to trust you to bring back our daughter. So, yes. Please do it. Please, please, please. Just bring Lizzie back. Forrester was rubbing his hands as he approached them. Getting a bit nippy, shall we head for the airport? Have to get the Home Office onto it. We'll pile the pressure on, I promise. Rob nodded. Behind the DCI loomed the sombre grey elevations of Newman House. For a second Rob had an image of the house as it had been when Buck Egan and Buck Whaley had held their roistering parties in the guttering light of Georgian lamps, the tall young men laughing and roaring as they set fire to black cats soaked in whiskey. 47 Christine and Rob flew to Turkey straight from London the same evening, after telling blatant lies to Forrester and Boyer. They decided to take the Black Book with them. Christine was obliged to show her archaeological credentials at Heathrow and flash her most charming smile to get a strange and arguably human skull past London customs. In Turkey they had to be even more careful. They flew to Diyarbakir, via Istanbul, then made a long, dusty, 6-hour cab ride to Sanlifer, Tlu off the night and the dawn. They didn't want to announce their arrival to Kiribati by turning up at Sanlifer Airport, conspicuous, western and unwanted. Indeed, they didn't want Kiribati to know they were anywhere near Turkey. Just being here, in Kurdistan, was risky enough. In the thrumming heart of broiling Urfa they headed for the Hotel Huron. Right outside the lobby Rob found his man Radovan sheltering from the hot morning sun, arguing noisily about football with the other cab drivers, and acting a little grouchy. But the gmbinus was due to Ramadan, everyone was grouchy, hungry and thirsty through the hours of daylight. Rob went straight for it and asked Radovan if he could find some friends to help them dig the Valley of the Slaughter. He also quietly asked him to some guns, as well. Rob wanted to be ready for anything. Initially, Radovan was moody and unsure. He went off to consult with his numberless cousins. But an hour later he returned with 7 friends and relatives, all smiling Kurdish lads. In the meantime Rob had bought some second-hand shovels and hired a couple of very old Land Rovers. This was probably going to be the most makeshift archaeological dig of the last 200 years, but they had no choice. They had only 2 days to unearth the final answer to all their questions, 2 days to unearth the Valley of the Slaughter, and lure Cloncurry into a position in which he would have to give up Lizzie. And Radovan had done his job with the guns. They were concealed in a shabby old sack, 2 shotguns and a German pistol. Radovan winked at Rob as they made the transaction. "You see, I help you, Mr. Robbie. I like Englishmen, they help the Kurds." He grinned, luxuriously, as Rob handed over the wad of dollars. As soon as everything was stowed in the cars, Rob jumped in the driver's seat and keyed the engine. His impatience was almost unbearable. Just being in the same city as Lizzie, yet not knowing where she was or how she was suffering, made him feel as if he was having a serious heart attack. He had pains shooting up his arm, palpitations of anguish. His jaw hurt. He thought of Lizzie, tied to a chair, as the last of Earth's suburbs became a haze of dust and greyness in the rearview mirror. Christine was in the seat beside him. 3 Kurdish men were in the back. Radovan was driving the second Land Rover, right behind. The guns were hidden in their sack, under Rob's seat. The black box, in its worn leather box, was firmly wedged in the boot. As they rattled along, the familiar talkativeness of the Kurds lapsed into whispers, and then into silence. Their silence was matched by the deadness of the landscape as they headed out into the vastness of the desert. The yellow and desolate wastes. The heat was quite incredible, high summer on the edge of the Syriac wilderness. Rob sensed the nearness of Göbekli as they motored south. But this time they drove straight past the Göbekli turn-off, and were waved to off several army checkpoints further down the hot Damascus road. Christine had bought a detailed map. She reckoned she knew precisely where to find the valley. "Here," she said, at one turning, very authoritatively. They took a right and barreled for half an hour along unmetalled dirt tracks. And then at last they crested a rise. The 2 cars halted, and everyone climbed out, the Kurds looking dirty, sweaty and mildly mutinous. The shovels were unloaded, the trowels, ropes and backpacks were dumped on the sandy hilltop. To their left was a bare and narrow valley. "That's it," said Christine. "The Valley of the Slaughter. They still call it the Valley of Killing. It's actually marked on the map." Rob gazed and listened. He could hear nothing. Nothing but the mournful desert wind. The sight, the entire region was strangely hushed, even for the deserts near Göbekli. "Where is everyone?" he said. "Gone. Evacuated, moved by the government," replied Christine. "Hull. That's why." She was pointing left where an expanse of silver flatness glistened in the distance. "That's the water from the Great Anatolian Project. The Euphrates. They are flooding the whole region, for irrigation. Several major archaeological sites have already flooded it." "Why controversial? Christ, it's only a few clicks away. And it's coming in our direction. But that levee will stop it. The earthbank over there." Christine pointed, and frowned. Her white shirt was freckled with yellow dust. "But we need to be careful, these inundations can be very quick. And unpredictable." "We need to be quick anyway," said Rob. They turned and descended the hill into the valley. Within a few minutes Christine had got the Kurds digging. As they worked, the size of the task assailed Rob. The valley was a mile long, at least. In 2 days, their team would only be able to turn over a fraction of it. Maybe 20%. Maybe 30%. And they wouldn't be able to dig very deep. So they were going to have to be lucky to find anything. The somberness and fear that Rob had been feeling since they had returned to the Kurdish desert was joined by a rising surge of ennui. A great tide of pointlessness. Lizzie was going to die. She was going to die. And Rob felt useless. He felt he would drown in the futility of it all, be entombed like the thirsty lands around him, awaiting that vast silver coffin lid of water. The great Anatolian project. But he knew he had to stay strong, to see this through off, and so he tried to improve his mood. He reminded himself what Briatna had said of Christine, that she was one of the best archaeologists of her generation. He reminded himself that the great Isabelle Prévan had taught Christine at Cambridge. And the French woman certainly seemed confident. She was calmly but firmly telling the men where to dig, ordering them this way and that, up and down the valley. For an hour or two the dust rose and settled, the spades rang and shovelled. The hot, joyless wind whirred over the valley of Killings. And then one man dropped his shovel. It was Radovin's second cousin, Mumtaz. "Miss Mayer," he cried. "Miss Mayer." She ran over, Rob followed. A portion of white bone was lying in the dusty earth. It was the curve of a skull, small but human. Even Rob could tell that. Christine seemed intrigued, but not triumphant. She nodded. "0K, good. Now dig laterally." The Kurds did not understand. Christine told Radovin, again, in Kurdish, "Dig straight across. Don't bother digging any deeper." It was a matter of covering the ground now. They had less than 2 days left. The men worked to order, apparently charmed by Christine's willfulness. Rob joined the shoveling once more. Every few minutes they uncovered a new skull. Rob helped them scrape the earth away with feverish energy. Another skull, another skeleton. Whenever they found the ruins of another body, they didn't bother uncovering the whole thing. As soon as they got the sense of one skeleton, Christine told them to move on. Another skull, another skeleton. These, Rob noted, were quite small people. Typical hunter-gatherers, as Christine explained, 5 foot tall at most. Sturdy men of the caves and the deserts, with healthy physiques, but no more than averagely tall for the time. They dug, quicker and quicker. It was messy and slipshod. The sun was past its zenith, and Rob also sensed the great wall of water was getting nearer. The incoming flood was just a few days away. Still they dug. And then Rob heard another shout, this time from Radovin. "Mr. Rob," Radovin said. "Look at this. A very big man. Like American." He was scraping earth from a femur bone. Like American who eat many McNuggets. The femur was almost twice as large as any of the others. Christine jumped down into the trench, Rob joined her. They helped to unearth the rest of the skeleton. It took time because the skeleton was huge, 7'6" at least. They all scraped earth from the pelvis. From the ribs, from the spine, unearthing large white bones in the grimy yellow dust. And then they came to the skull. Radovin pulled it out in one go, and held it up. Rob gawped. It was enormous. Christine took the great skull from Radovin's hands and examined it. It was not an obvious human skull, it was much larger, with slanting, bird-like eyes, stark cheekbones, a smaller jaw and a very large brain case. Rob looked closer at the grinning jaw, with its teeth still intact. "This is..." He wiped the sweat, salt and dust from his face. "This is a hominid, right?" "Yes," said Christine. "But..." She turned it in the shadeless sun. The skull was filled with dark yellow earth, giving the large slanted eye sockets a blank and hostile stare. Rob could hear a bird somewhere, calling, a lonely bird circling languidly in the sky. Probably a buzzard, attracted by the bones. Christine brushed some adhering yellow dust from the skull. Clearly hominid. Clearly non-Homo sapiens. Like nothing we have ever found. Very large brain case, presumably highly intelligent. It looks kind of Asiatic. No. Christine nodded. Mongoloid in certain aspects, yes. But look at the eyes, and the cranium. Amazing. Yet it fits. Because I think. She looked at Rob. I think we have the answer here, to the hybridization. This is the other species of hominid. The one that interbred with the smaller people here, to produce the skull from the Black Book. The Kurds were still digging. Skeleton after skeleton. The number of bones they had uncovered was almost sickening. The sun was nearing the horizon, the day's fast would be over and the men were keen to get home for the feast, the end of the day's Ramadan famine. When he was too exhausted to continue, too nauseated by the white of the bones, and the grins of the enormous skulls, Rob lay back on the dusty slope and just watched. Then he took out his notebook and began to scribble. To piece the story together. This was the only way he knew to unlock a puzzle, to write it down, set it out. And thereby piece together a narrative. He sensed the light fading as he wrote. After he'd finished his notes he looked up. Christine was measuring bones, and taking photos of the skeletons. But the day was over. The desert breeze was mild, and freshening. The inundating water was now so near that Rob could smell it in the air. Probably no more than 2 or 3 miles away. He gazed down the trenches with his tired eyes. They had uncovered an enormous and mournful graveyard, a charnel house of proto-humans, lying next to near-human giants. But the real puzzle remained hidden. Rob hadn't worked it out, his notes didn't make sense. They hadn't yet managed to solve the secret. And the darkness of the desert meant they had just 1 day left. Rob's heart cried out for his daughter. 48 On the drive back to Sanlifer they talked about the reference to the Book of Enoch. Rob shifted gears, vigorously, as Christine shouted her theories across the rattling car. The Book of Enoch is a piece of pseudo-scripture. Which means? That means it's not part of the official Bible, but it is regarded by some ancient branches of Christianity, like the Ethiopic Church, as being tmly sacred. 0K The Book of Enoch is about 2,200 years old and was probably written by Israelis, though we are not entirely sure. She stared ahead at the unrolling desert. It was found amongst those documents preserved in what we know as the Dead Sea Scrolls. The Book of Enoch describes a time when 5 fallen angels, the 5 Satans, or the Watchers and their mammons, came amongst early men. These angels were supposedly close to God, but they could not resist the beauty of women, the daughters of Eve. So the bad angels took these women, and in return promised the human males the secrets of writing and building, of artistry and carving. These demons also taught the women to kiss the phallus. Rob gazed across the car and managed a smile. Christine smiled back. That's the exact phrase the Book of Enoch uses, Christine said, drinking some water from a bottle. Yuck. This water's warm. Go on, said Rob. The Book of Enoch. 0K Well. This intermarrying between demons and men created a race of evil raging giants, the Nephilim, again according to the Book of Enoch. Rob stared at the twilit road ahead. He wanted to comprehend what she was saying. He really wanted to. He tried hard. He got her to repeat it, but he gave up. He couldn't stop thinking about Lizzie. He wondered if they should call Cloncurry. But he knew that was stupid. They had to surprise him. They had to announce suddenly that they had unearthed the secret if they ever unearthed it. That was the way their plan worked. But he was tired, sunburnt and frightened, and still feeling that spookiness of the desert. He could sense the nearness of the stones of Göbekli. Still out there in the wilderness. He remembered that carving of the woman, staked and pinioned, ready to be raped by the wild boars with the penises. He thought about the babies, screaming in their ancient jars, and then he thought of Lizzie again, and Cloncurry, and tried to shunt the thought from his mind. The conclusion of the drive was silent and anxious. The Kurds said a muttered goodbye and went off to eat and drink. Rob and Christine parked the cars, wearily, and sloped quietly into the Hotel Heron. Rob carried the black book close to his chest, the exhaustion rippling through his arms. But they didn't have time to relax. Rob was tired, but he was febrile with determination, and he wanted to talk through his notes. As soon as they reached their hotel room, before Christine had even showered, he quizzed her again. "One thing I don't understand is the jars. The jars with the babies, in Göbekli." Christine looked at him. Her deep brown eyes were loving, but bloodshot with tiredness, but Rob persisted. "You mean? The mere fact they were jars. That confuses you?" "Yes. I always thought the culture around Göbekli Tepe was. What was the word Brittner used? A ceramic? Without pottery." But then, suddenly, someone came along and taught these guys how to make jars, long before any other culture in the region. Long before anywhere else on Earth. "Yes, it's true." Christine paused. "Except one place." There was one place that had pottery before Göbekli." "Yeah? Japan?" Christine was frowning. "The German of Japan?" "The what?" "A very early culture. Aboriginal Japanese. The Ainu, who still live in northernmost Japan, may be related." She stood and nibbed her aching back, then went to the minibar, took out a cold bottle of water and drank, thirstily. Lying back down on the bed, she explained, "The German came literally from nowhere. They were maybe the first to cultivate rice. And then they started producing sophisticated pottery called where it is called." "How long ago?" 16,000 years ago. 16,000 years ago. Rob stared across the room. "That's more than 3,000 years before Göbekli." "Yes. And some people think the Germans of East Asia may have learned their techniques from an even earlier culture. Like the Kondans of the Amur. Maybe. The Amur is a river north of Mongolia, where there are arguably signs of pottery going back even further. It is most mysterious. They come and they go, these peculiarly advanced peoples of the north. They are basic hunter-gatherers, yet suddenly they make a wild and irrational technological leap." "What do you mean?" "Irrational. This is not the most promising territory for early civilization. Siberia, Inner Mongolia, the far north of Japan. These places are not the warm, sunny Fertile Crescent. These are the freezing and intractable lands of North Asia. The Amur Basin is one of the coldest places on Earth in the winter." She gazed at the bare hotel ceiling. "In fact, I've sometimes wondered, could there have been one proto-culture north of there? In Siberia? Now lost to us? Some culture that was influencing all these tribes? Because otherwise it is too bizarre." Rob shook his head. He had his notebook flat on his lap, pen poised. "But maybe they didn't go, Christine. These cultures. Maybe they didn't disappear. Sorry. The skulls, they look Asiatic. Mongoloid. Maybe these Eastern cultures didn't vanish. They just moved west. Could there be some link between these advanced Asiatic tribes and Göbekli?" Christine nodded, and yawned. "Yes, I suppose so. Yes, I guess. Jesus, Rob, I'm tired." Rob mentally admonished himself. They hadn't slept in 24 hours, they'd done as much as they could. He was pushing Christine too hard. He said sorry and came over, and lay down beside her on the bed. "Robbie, we will save her," said Christine. "Him? I promise." Rob shut his eyes. "Let's sleep." "I promise." She hugged. The next morning Rob was woken by a dream of great violence. He dreamed for a few moments he was being hit, being pummeled by Clun Curry, but when he woke he realized it was drumming. Real drumming men were walking down the dark streets of Sanlifer, outside the hotel, banging big bass drums, rousing people for the pre-dawn meal. The traditional Ramadan ritual. Rob sighed and tilted his wristwatch, which was lying on the bedside table. It was just 4 a.m. He stared at the ceiling and listened to the thumping and booming of the drums, while Christine snored gently next to him. 2 hours later Christine was nudging him awake in return. He stirred, feeling sluggish. He got up and showered in bracingly cold water. Radovan and his friends were waiting outside. They helped stow the black book in the boot. Rob ate a hard-boiled egg and some pita bread in the car as they rattled across the desert to the Valley of the Slaughters. They didn't have time to linger for breakfast at the hotel. Rob watched the Kurds as they dug. It was as if they knew their job was nearly over. Whatever happened, they were demobbed happy. This was the last day. Tomorrow morning the time was up. Whatever happened, Rob's stomach twisted with the tension. At 11 Rob climbed the hill next to the valley and gazed across the flat, Silvio Lake quarter of the Great Anatolian Project. It was no longer in the distance but only about a mile away, and the water seemed to be accelerating, pouring over hills and filling the dales. The levee would defend them, but the encroaching flood was still a menacing sight. There was a small shepherd's hut on top of the levee, like a sentinel, protecting them from the waters. He sat down on a boulder and made some more notes, Chloo eating the precious pearls of evidence onto the necklace of the narrative. One quote kept striking home. He remembered his father, in the Mormon church, reciting it. From Genesis chapter 6, "And it came to pass, when men began to multiply on the face of the earth, and daughters were born unto them that the sons of God saw the daughters of men that they were fair, and they took them wives of all which they chose For half an hour he scribbled, and crossed out, and scribbled again. He was nearly there, the story was nearly finished. Shutting the notebook, he turned and paced down the hill into the valley. He found Christine lying flat on the ground, as if she was asleep. But she wasn't asleep. She was staring hard and flat across the dust. "I'm looking for anomalies," she said, looking up at him. "And I've found some. There." She stood up and clapped her hands and the young Kurds stared at her. "Please, gentlemen," she said. "Soon you can go home to your families and forget about the madwoman from France. But just one more effort, please. Over there." Radovan and his friends picked up their shovels and followed Christine to another corner of the valley. "Dig down, straight down. Here. And not too deep. Dig wide and shallow." "Thank you." Rob went to find his spade so he could join in. He liked digging with the Kurds. It gave him something to do other than worry about the possible pointlessness of what they were doing. And Lizzie. And Lizzie and Lizzie and Lizzie. As they dug, Rob asked Christine about the Neanderthals. She had been explaining how she had worked on several sites where Neanderthals had lived. Like Molagursi, on the banks of the Rhône, in France. "Do you think they interbred with Homo sapiens?" "Possibly. But I thought there was a theory that they just died out." "The Neanderthals." "There was. But we also have evidence that they may have bred with humans." Christine sleeved the sweat from her face. "The Neanderthals may even have raped their way into the human gene pool. If they were dying out, unable to compete for food or whatever, they would have been desperate to preserve their own species. And they were bigger than Homo sapiens. Albeit possibly more stupid." Rob watched a bird circling in the air, another vulture. He asked a second question. If they did interbreed, might that have altered the way humans behaved? Human culture. Yes. One possibility is cannibalism. There is no record of organized cannibalism in the human repertoire before about 300,000 BC. Yet the Neanderthals were definitely cannibalistic. So, She tilted her head, thinking. So it is possible the Neanderthals might have introduced some traits of their own. Like cannibalism. A Turkish Air Force plane streaked across the sky. Christine added one more thought. I was wondering, this morning, about the size of the hominids, the large ones. The bones we found. Go on. Well. Your theory that there might be a link with Central Asia, that fits. In a way. How? The largest hominid ever found was in Central Asia. Gigantopithecus. Absolutely enormous, an all-man maybe 9 foot tall. Like a kind of yeti. Seriously. His girlfriend nodded. They lived around 200,000 years ago. They might have survived longer, and some think that Gigantopithecus might have survived long enough for memories to persist in Homo sapiens. Memories of enormous apemen. She shook her head. But of course this is very fanciful. What's more likely is that Gigantopithecus died out due to competition from Homo sapiens. No one is quite sure what happened to Gigantopithecus. However, she paused, leaning on her spade like a farmer contemplating his fields. The obvious conclusion dawned on Rob. He took out his notebook and scribbled excitedly. What you mean is, maybe there is a third explanation, right? Maybe Gigantopithecus did evolve but into a much more serious rival to Homo sapiens. Isn't that possible? Christine nodded, frowning. Yes. It is possible. We have no evidence either way. Rob went on. So. Let's just say that did happen. Then that new hominid, that would be a very large, aggressive and highly intelligent hominid, wouldn't it? Something evolved to cope with harsh and brutal conditions. A fierce competitor for resources. Yes. I agree. It would. And this large, aggressive hominid would also have an instinctive fear of nature, of endless lethal winters, of a cruel and severe God. And it would have a desperate need to propitiate. Christine shmgged, as if she didn't quite follow this latest concept, but she didn't have time to reply, because Radovan was calling them over. Even as Rob reached the scene, Christine was already on her hands and knees, scraping at more remains. 3 large dirty jars were lying by Radovan's feet. They were marked with Sanjaks. Rob knew at once what the jars would contain. And he didn't have to tell Christine, but she was cracking one of the jars open, anyway, with the handle of a trowel. The ancient jar crumbled and a slimy, fetid-smelling thing oozed into the dust, a half-mummified, half-liquefied baby. The face was not quite as intact as the babies they had found in the Edessa vault. But the scream of terror and pain on the tiny child's face was just the same. It was another child sacrifice. Another infant buried alive in a jar. Rob tried not to think of Lizzie. Some of the Kurds had spotted the jar, and the remains. The dead and rotting baby. They were pointing, and arguing. Christine asked them to continue digging. But they were shouting now. Mumtaz approached Rob. They say it is dangerous here. This place is cursed. They see the baby and they say they must go. The water will be here soon. Christine pleaded with the men, in English and Kurdish. The men gabbled at Mumtaz and he interpreted. They say the water comes to bury these bodies, and that is good. They say they go now. Christine protested again. The argument continued. Some of the Kurds dug, some just stood and debated. The sun rose all the time, hot and menacing. The spades and trowels lay unused, glinting in the merciless light. The sun was baking the small slimy corpse of the baby. That obscene little package of flesh. Rob had an enormous urge to bury it again, to cover up the obscenity. He knew he was close to unlocking the puzzle, but he also felt close to some kind of nervous surrender. The tension was hideous. And then the tension worsened. Some of the Kurds, led by Mumtaz, came to a decision. They refused to go on. Despite Christine's pleadings, 2 of them climbed the slopes of the valley, and got into the second Land Rover. Mumtaz looked in Rob's direction as they left, a strange, wistful glance. Then the car accelerated away into the dust and the haze. But 4 men still remained, including Radovan. And with the last of her charm, and the last of Rob's dollars, Christine persuaded them to complete the task. So they all picked up the discarded shovels, and together they dug. They dug for 5 hours, sideways across the valley, shifting enough dry, yellow soil to expose what was sesame, and then moving on. They uncovered parts of maybe 30 skeletons lying next to the jars. But these were no ordinary skeletons. They were a mixture of the large hominids and the hybrid men and the little hunter-gatherers. All jumbled together, promiscuously and wildly. And all of the skeletons showed damage, signs of violent death. Vicious cracks in the skull, spear holes in pelvic bones. Broken arms, broken femurs, broken heads. They had uncovered a battlefield. A terrible sight of slaughter and conflict. They had uncovered the valley of killing. Christine looked at Rob. He looked back and said, "I think we're done here. Don't you?" Christine nodded solemnly. Rob reached into his pocket and pulled out his phone. The sensation was almost elation. He felt it in his lungs and in his heart. He had worked it out, he had deciphered the great secret Cloncurry had been born to conceal. The Genesis secret. And that meant Rob had power over Cloncurry, at last. Rob was going to win his daughter back. Anxious but hopeful for the first time in these bitter weeks, he keyed in the number. He was about to phone Cloncurry and demand his daughter's immediate return when he heard a voice. "Well, hello." Rob swiveled. A figure was standing on the crest of the hill above them, between the valley and the westering sun. The sun behind the figure was so bright Rob couldn't make out who it was. He squinted and raised his "Have I put on weight? How depressing. Surely you recognize me." Rob felt his blood congeal with fear. Jamie Cloncurry was standing on the hill above them, with a gun in his hand. The gun was aimed at Rob. The killer had 2 large men beside him. Big Kurds with black moustaches, also conspicuously armed. These 2 thugs were holding a small figure between them, bound and strapped. Lizzie. Alive, but evidently frightened, and gagged tightly. Rob stared to his left and right at Radovan and his friends seeking their help. Cloncurry chortled. "Oh, I shouldn't expect any assistance there, Mr. Robbie." With a languid gesture, he signalled at Radovan. Radovan nodded, obediently. He turned and stared at Rob and Christine, and then rubbed his thumb and forefinger together. "Englishman, much money. Dollars and euros. Dollars and euros." Then he gestured to his friends, and the rest of the Kurds dropped their tools and walked away from Rob and Christine, nonchalantly deserting the couple. Leaving Rob and Christine to their fate. Rob watched slack-jawed, defeated, and desolate as the Kurds calmly loped up the hill towards the last Land Rover. Radovan reached in the boot of the car and took out the black box. He carried it over to Cloncurry and laid it in the dust beside Lizzie. Cloncurry smiled and nodded, and Radovan walked back to the car, jumped in the front seat, and the car was driven away with a spin of wheel dust, taking with it the shotguns and the pistol. The orange dust hung in the air, reproachfully, as the vehicle disappeared over the sunburnt horizon, leaving Rob and Christine alone and defenseless in the bottom of the valley. Above them stood Cloncurry, armed, with the other 2 Kurds. The killer had his 4-wheel drive parked a few hundred yards away, silver and glittering in the desert light. He had obviously approached on to surprise them. And it had worked. They were trapped. Lizzie knelt, gagged and bound, in the dust, staring at her father with wild and puzzled eyes, imploring him to save her. But Rob knew he couldn't save her. He knew what was going to happen next. And it wasn't going to be a heroic rescue. Cloncurry was going to kill Lizzie in front of him. He was going to sacrifice Rob's firstborn, here in this wilderness, as the crows and the buzzards circled in the sky. His daughter was going to die, cruelly and brutally, in the next few minutes, and Rob would be forced to watch. 49 Cloncurry waved the gun at Rob and Christine. More over there, lovebirds. Rob gazed at his daughter kneeling there in the dust, feeling perplexed, and utterly anguished. Then he stared with fierce anger at Cloncurry. He'd never felt such a lust to hurt someone. He wanted to dismember Cloncurry with his bare hands, with his teeth. Dig out his eyes with his thumbs. But Rob and Christine were trapped and unarmed. They had to obey, following Cloncurry's languid directions. They moved up a slight rise in the middle of the valley, onto a kind of sandy knoll, though Rob had no idea why Cloncurry wanted them on this isolated hillock. The wind was whispering and melancholy. Christine looked as if she was about to cry. Rob glanced left and right, desperate for some escape. There was no escape. What was Cloncurry doing? Rob squinted, visoring his gaze against the sun with a hand. It seemed that Cloncurry had some kind of phone or other gadget in his hand. He was pointing it left, towards the encroaching floods, where the levee protected them from the inundations. At last Cloncurry spoke. It's not every day one gets to mutilate and kill a child in front of her daddy, so I think some celebrations are in order. Indeed, some fireworks. So, here we go. Surf's up. He pressed a button on the device he was holding. A fraction of a second later the boom of an explosion ripped across the desert, followed by a tangible blast wave. Cloncurry had blown up the little shepherd's hut on the levee. As the smoke and the flames cleared, Rob saw why. It wasn't just the hut that Cloncurry had sent hurtling into the sky, half the levee had gone too. And now flood water was pouring through off the gap. It had found this lower channel, and the flood water was tumbling down the sides of the valley, tons of water spouting and screaming, coming their way, very fast. Rob grabbed Christine hard, and pulled her to the top of the knoll. The water was already gushing beside them, tons of water, some of it lapping at their ankles. Rob looked up at the crest. Cloncurry was laughing. Do hope you can swim. The water was cascading now, filling the valley, splashing at Rob's feet. A wall of water, roaring and engulfing, carrying with it a repulsive scum. Bobbing on the surface were bones, and slops of mummified baby, and some of the warrior skulls, floating and tumbling. Soon the scummy and turbulent waters had completely surrounded Rob and Christine on their little hill. If it continued to rise they were going to drown. Perfect, exclaimed Cloncurry. Can't tell you how difficult that was. We had to come out here in the middle of the night to set it all up. In that nasty little hut. Lots of explosives. Tricky. But it worked to perfection. How enormously gratifying. Rob stared across the waters at Cloncurry, safe on his elevation. He didn't know what to think about this man, the utter madness mixed with this devious subtlety. And then Cloncurry made his usual near telepathic remark, I guess you're a tad confused, little Robbie. Rob stayed silent. Cloncurry smiled. Can't work out how such a total psycho like me should end up on this side of the water? Eh? While the good guys, all you guys, you're on that side. The drowning side. Again, Rob said nothing. His enemy grinned wider. I'm rather afraid I've been using everyone all along. I got you to find me the Black Book. I harnessed the fine and famous minds of Christine Mayer and Isabel Preven to the cause. 0K, I sliced Isabel's head off, but she'd done her job by then. Showed me the book surely wasn't in Kurdistan. Cloncurry was gleaming with pride. And then, by simply sitting back and doing nothing, I got you lovely people to do the rest of the work, as well, to decipher the book, to locate the Valley of the Slaughter, to find the only evidence of the Genesis secret. Because, you see, I needed to know for sure where all the evidence is, so it can be destroyed forever. He gestured across the frothing flood water. And now I am going to erase all of this in a huge flood, entomb it underwater for all time. And as I wipe away all the evidence, I will simultaneously kill the only people who know the secret. He looked down, very happily. Oh yes, nearly forgot, and I have the black too. At least I think I do. Let me just make sure. Stooping to the dust, Cloncurry grabbed the box and wrenched the leather lid away. He peered down, reached inside, and took out the hybrid skull. For a moment he cradled the skull, caressing the smoothness of the cranium. Then he turned the skull so it met his gaze. Alas, poor Yorick. You had fucking weird eyes. But quite superb cheekbones. Ha! He set the skull to the side, and took out the document and spread it across his knee so that he could read. Fascinating. Truly fascinating. I fully expected cuneiform. We all expected cuneiform. But late ancient Aramaic? A wonderful discovery. Cloncurry glanced at Christine and Rob. Thank you, chaps. So kind of you to bring it all the way here. And to dig everything up. He folded the document, put it back in the box and replaced the skull on top of the document. The leather lid followed. Rob watched all this with a kind of sullen, hate-filled resentment. The most disgusting flavour in this banquet of defeat was the sense that Cloncurry was right. The killer's whole game plan had a kind of glistening, alien perfection. Cloncurry had outwitted and outthought them all the way to off. From the Kurds to the cottage and back again, Cloncurry hadn't just won, he had triumphed. And now his triumph would be honoured in blood. Rob stared at his daughter's shining, cawing eyes, and he shouted across the water that he loved her. Liz's eyes implored her helpless father, help me. Cloncurry was giggling. Very touching. If you like that kind of thing. Makes me want to spew, personally. Either way, I think we should now proceed to the final drama, don't you? Before you actually drown. Enough of the preamble. The killer regarded the wavelets lapping at Christine's ankles. As he gazed, one particularly enormous skull bobbed along the burbling flood waters, like an obscene kind of bath toy. Oh, look, there's one of the wrinklies. Say hello to Grandad, Lizzie. Another chuckle. Lizzie wept louder. Yes, yes. Cloncurry sighed loudly. I never liked my family either. He turned and called across to Rob. You have a nice view from your look? Excellent. Because we are going to do the Aztec thing, and I want to make sure you can see. I'm sure you know the rigmarole, Robert. We splay your daughter over a rock, then we rip into her chest and yank out the beating heart. Can be a bit messy, but I think my friend Navda has some Kleenex. Cloncurry nudged one of his followers. The mustached Kurd on his left grunted, but said nothing. The gang leader sighed. Not the most expressive of chaps, but the best available. I do wonder about the moustaches though. Just a tiny bit sincere, aren't they? He smiled. Anyway, could you two chatty Kurdish gaylords take this little girl and drape her over that rock? He mimed it for them. The Kurds nodded, and obeyed. They picked up Lizzie and carried her over to a small boulder and laid her out with the boulder under her back, her feet held by one Kurd, her hands held by the other henchman, and all the while Lizzie sobbed, and struggled. And all the while Cloncurry smirked. Very good, very good. Now to the best bit. By rights, Mr. Robbie, we should have a chack mule, one of those weird stone bowls, into which I can drop your daughter's bloody, still beating heart, but we haven't got a chack mule. I suppose I shall feed her heart to the crows. He handed his pistol to one of the Kurds, then reached into his jacket pocket and took a huge steel blade from inside his jacket. This, he brandished exultantly, admiring it, his eyes bright and keen and loving. Then he looked over, and winked at Rob. We should really be using obsidian, that's what the Aztecs used. Dark obsidian daggers. But a big thick knife like this will do nicely, a big thick rather memorable knife. You do recognize it? Cloncurry lifted the knife in the dusty sunlight. It flashed as he turned it. Christine? Any ideas? Fuck you, said the Frenchwoman. Well, quite. It's the knife I used to fillet your old friend, Isabel. I think I can still see some of her elderly blood on the handle. And a tiny bit of spleen. He grinned. Also, as the Germans say, to our task. I see the water is now at your knees and you will drown within about 10 minutes. But I so want the last thing you witness to be your daughter having her heart literally torn from her tiny chest as she screams helplessly for her pathetic, useless and cowardly father. So we'd better get cracking. Guys, hold the girl tighter, yes, like that. Yes, yes. Very good. Cloncurry lifted the knife in his 2 hands and the vicious blade sparkled in the sun. He paused. The Aztecs were so weird, weren't they? Apparently they came from Asia, over the Bering Straits. Like you, me and Rob. All the way from North Asia. The knife glittered, Cloncurry's eyes were likewise shining. They just loved to kill children. They lusted for it. Originally they killed the kids of all their enemies, their conquered foes. Yet I understand that by the end of their empire they were so nuts they started killing all their own children. No joke. The priests would pay poor Aztec families to hand over babies and infants to be ritually slaughtered. An entire civilization literally murdering itself, devouring its own offspring. Fantastic. And what a way to do it, to rip out the heart by smashing into the rib cage, then hold the still beating organ in front of the living victim. So. Cloncurry sighed happily. Are you ready, Lilibet? Little Betsy? My little Betty Boo? Chesty open time. Cloncurry beamed down at Rob's daughter. Rob watched, with desolate disgust. Cloncurry was actually drooling, a line of spittle dribbling from his mouth onto Liz's gagged and screaming face. And then the moment came, Cloncurry's 2 hands took a grip at the furthest end of the handle and raised the knife higher. And Rob closed his eyes in the sadness of uttermost defeat. As a shot cracked the air. A shot from nowhere. A shot from heaven. Rob opened his eyes. A bullet had whipped across the waters and slammed into Cloncurry, a bullet so violent it had clean ripped off the killer's hand. He blinked and stared. Cloncurry had lost a hand. Arterial blood was pumping from the severed wrist. The knife had been sent spinning into the water. Cloncurry gazed at the hideous wound, nonplussed. His expression was one of deep curiosity. And then a second shot snapped out, again from nowhere. Who was doing the shooting, and this one nearly took off Cloncurry's arm at the shoulder. His left arm, already handless, was now dangling by a few red muscles, and blood was pissing into the dust from the gaping shoulder wound. The 2 Kurds immediately dropped Lizzie, turned with panic on their face and, as a third shot cracked flew off the desert air, ran. Cloncurry fell to his knees. The third shot had obviously hit him in the leg. He knelt, bleeding, on the sand, scrabbling anxiously around. What was he looking for? His own severed hand? The knife? Lizzie was next to him, lying gagged and hogged. Rob stood knee-deep in the water. Who was shooting who? And where was Cloncurry's gun? Rob glanced left. He could see dust in the distance. Maybe a car was coming their way, but the dust obscured his view. Were they going to shoot Lizzie too? Rob realized he had one chance. Now. He dived into the water, plunged and swam, swimming for Liz's life, swimming between the bones and skulls. He had never swum so hard, had never battled such surging, dangerous waters. He kicked and crawled, swallowing whole mouthfuls of cold water, and then he slapped a hand on dry hot earth, and hauled himself up. When he rose from the water, gasping and spitting, he saw Cloncurry a few yards away. Cloncurry was lying down, using Liz's body as a shield from any of the gunshots, but his mouth was wide 01RN and drooling, and he was closing his jaw over Liz's soft throat. Like a tiger killing a gazelle, Jamie Cloncurry was going to bite into Liz's neck and chew out her jugular. A surge of fury ran through Rob. He flung himself across the sand and ran at Cloncurry just as the killer's sharp white teeth closed over his daughter's windpipe, and he kicked Cloncurry in the head, kicking him straight off his daughter. Then Rob did it again. He kicked the killer away for a second time, and then a third time, and Cloncurry sprawled with a yell of pain into the dust, his half-severed arm hanging useless and obscene. Rob leapt on the gang leader, lodging a knee on Cloncurry's uninjured shoulder so that he couldn't move. Now he had Cloncurry at his mercy. He could hold him here as long as he liked. But Rob had no intention of showing mercy. "Your turn," said Rob. He reached into his pocket for his Swiss Army knife. Slowly and carefully he unclasped the biggest blade and twisted it in the air for a moment, then he looked down. Rob found himself smiling. He was wondering what to do first, how to torture and maim Cloncurry so that it would cause the maximum pain, before the killer's inevitable death. Stab him in the eye? Carve off an ear? Slit the scalp open? What? But as Rob lifted the knife, he saw something in Cloncurry's leering expression. A kind of shared and exultant shame, a hopeful yet defiant evil. The bile of revulsion rose in Rob's throat. Shaking his head, Rob closed the knife and put it back in his pocket. Cloncurry wasn't going anywhere, he was bleeding to death right here. His leg was shattered, his hand was gone, the arm was hanging off. He was unarmed, and mutilated, dying from the shock of the pain and blood loss. Rob didn't need to do anything. Rolling off the killer, Rob turned to his daughter. He ungagged her immediately. She cried out, "Daddy, Daddy, Daddy," and then she said Christine, and Rob turned, ashamed. He'd quite forgotten Christine in his urge to save Lizzie, but Christine was saving herself, and a moment later Rob reached down to the waters to grab her hand and help her out of the surging water. He hauled her up onto the dust, and she lay there, panting. Then Rob heard a noise. Turning, he saw Cloncurry dragging himself along in the dust, creaking and slow, his half-severed arm hanging at his side, the wound in his thigh gaping wide and raw. As he crawled, he left a trail of blood behind him. He was heading straight for the water. He was going to make the last sacrifice, suicide. Jamie Cloncurry was going to drown himself. Rob watched, transfixed and appalled. Cloncurry was at the water's edge now. With a grunt of great pain he hauled himself the final yard, and then he flopped down into the scummy cold waves with a great splash. For a moment his head bobbed amongst the grinning skulls, and his bright eyes stared straight at Rob. And then he sank beneath the waves, gently spiraling down, to join the bones of his ancestors. Christine sat upright, shaking her phone, making sure it was still working at last. Miraculously, she got a signal and rang Sally and began telling her the good news. Rob listened, half dazed, half happy, half dreaming. He found himself scanning the horizon and did not know why. Then, a minute later, he realized why he was scanning the horizon. There were police cars speeding across the dust, negotiating their way between the fingers of flood water. A few moments later the hilltop was alive with policemen and officers and soldiers, and there was Clear Ibali. In his dustless suit, wearing a wide bright smile. He was snapping orders into his radio, and pointing directions to his men. Rob sat on the sand and hugged his daughter close. 52 hours later they drove slowly back to Sanlifer. Rob and Christine and Lizzie were wrapped in blankets in the back of the biggest police car, one of a long convoy of police vehicles. Evening was falling. Rob's clothes were chaying in the desert warmth, the fine mellow breeze whistling through off the car windows. The last rays of sun were streaks of crimson against the purple and black of the darkening west. Clear Ibali was in the passenger seat in the front of the car. He turned and looked at Rob, and at Christine, and then he smiled at Lizzie. He said to Rob, "Cluncuni was of course paying the Kurds all along. Paying more than us, paying more than you. We had known something was up for a while. The Bitna murder, for instance. The Yazidi didn't mean to kill him, just frighten him. But he was killed. Why? Someone had persuaded the men at the dig to go that extra mile. Your friend Cluncurry. 0K and then?" Clear Ibali sighed, and flicked some dust from his shoulder. "I have to confess, we didn't know anything for a time. We were perplexed and confounded. But then I got a call, very recently, from your excellent policeman at Scotland Yard. But we were still in the pickle, Robert. Because we didn't know where you were." Clear Ibali smiled. "And then Mumtaz. The little one, he came to me. He told us everything, just in time. It is always so good to have contacts." Rob looked at Clear Ibali, barely registering what he was saying. Then he looked down at his hands. They were still slightly msty with dried blood, Cluncurry's blood. But Rob didn't care, he didn't give a damn, he had saved his daughter's life. That was all that mattered. Rob's thoughts were a jangle of anxiety and relief and a weird bruising joy. They drove on, quietly. And then Clear Ibali spoke again. "You do know I am going to take the parchment, with the map, don't you? And the skull? I should take that too. The whole black book. Where are you going to put them? With all the other evidence." "You mean the museum vaults?" "Of course. And we have changed the key code." A large police van overtook them, its brake lights MBY in the dusk. "Please understand," said Clear Ibali. "You are safe. That is good. We shall hold the Kurds for a while, then let them go. Radovan and his foolish friends." He smiled urbanely. "I shall let them go because I have to keep the peace here. Between the Turks and the Kurds. But everything else will be locked away, forever." The car drove on. The warm evening air was delicious as it breezed through off the windows, sweet and soft. Rob inhaled and exhaled, he stroked his daughter's hair. She was half asleep now. And then Rob noticed that they were passing the Göbekli turn-off. It was just visible in the rising moonlight. Rob hesitated. Then he asked Clear Ibali if they could go and look at Göbekli Tepe, one last time. Clear Ibali asked the driver to stop the car, and he gazed across at Rob and Christine and Lizzie. The two girls were asleep, the policeman's smile was indulgent. He nodded, and radioed the other vehicles informing them that they would all meet later, in Urfa. Then the driver turned the car and drove off-road. It was the same familiar route. Over the shallow hills, past the Kurdish villages with their open sewers and straying goats and minarets floodlit a lurid green. A dog yapped, and chased the car. It chased them for a half a mile, then ran off into the gloom. They drove further into the darkness. Then they crested the rise and were on the low hill, overlooking the temple. Rob got out of the police car, leaving Lizzie with her head laid in Christine's lap, both of them asleep. Clear Ibali got out too. Together, the two men strolled the rolling path that led to the temple. So said Clear Ibali. Tell me. Tell you what? What you were doing in the valley. The valley of killing. Rob thought for a moment, and then he explained, tentatively. He gave a brief outline of the Genesis secret, the most cursory sketch. But it was enough to intrigue. In the moonlight Rob could see Clear Ibali's eyes widening. The detective smiled. And you believe you understood? That you really worked it all out? Maybe. But we don't have any photos. It was all lost in the flood. No one would believe us. So it doesn't matter. Clear Ibali sighed, rather cheerfully. They had reached the top of the little hill, by the single mulberry tree. The megaliths were visible, casting a shadow by moonshine. Clear Ibali slapped Rob on the back. My writer friend. It matters to me. You know I love English literature. Tell me what you think. Tell me the Genesis secret. Rob demurred, Clear Ibali insisted. Rob sat down on a rocky bench. He took out his notebook and strained to read his notes in the moonlight. Then he closed the book, and stared across the undulating plains. Clear Ibali sat beside him, and listened to Rob's account. The biblical accounts of the fallen angels, the passages in the Book of Enoch, the secret imparted in Genesis 6, I believe these are a folk memory of interbreeding between hominid species, the first men. I see. Clear Ibali smiled. And this, I believe, is how the folk memory arose. Sometime around 10,000 BC a species of man migrated from the north to Kurdish Turkey. These invading hominids were physically large. They may ultimately have evolved from Gigantopithecus, the largest hominid ever known. Certainly, judging by cultural influences nearby, these larger hominids came from Central East Asia. Clear Ibali nodded. Rob went on, whatever their origin, let's call these invading hominids the northern men. Compared to Homo sapiens, the northern men were more advanced, and certainly more aggressive. They had mastered pottery, and building, carving and sculpting, maybe even writing, whereas Homo sapiens were still living in caves. The detective remained silent, thinking. Rob elaborated. Why were the northern men smarter and more ruthless? The solution is in their origin, they came from the north. Scientists have long speculated that fiercer climates produce a sharper, more strategic intelligence. In an ice age you need to plan ahead, merely to survive. You also need to compete more brutally for what resources there are. By contrast, warmer and kinder climates maybe produce a higher social intelligence, and more friendly cooperation. But the Northmen had a problem, hence their migration. We can speculate that they were dying out, like the Neanderthals before them. It seems, indeed, that the Northmen suffered a genetic flaw which predisposed them to intense and evil violence. Perhaps the harshness of their environment instilled in them a fear of a vengeful god. A deity who hungered for the propitiation of human sacrifice. Whatever the reason, the northern men were killing themselves, sacrificing their own kind. A dying civilization, like the Aztecs. In desperation they sought a kinder cool and climate, the Edenic climate of the Fertile Crescent. They migrated south and west. Once there they began to breed with the humbler peoples of the Kurdish plains, and as they intermingled with the hunter-gatherers, the humble cavemen, they taught them the arts of building, carving, religion, society, hence the startling advance in culture represented by Göbekli Tepe. In fact, I suspect Göbekli was a temple built by the Suleyman to inspire awe in the hunter-gatherers. A goat bleated, somewhere in the gloom. For a while, Göbekli Tepe must have seemed to the little hunter-gatherers like paradise. a Garden of Eden, a place where the gods walked amongst men. But things began to change. Food resources may have run low. As a result, the northern giants put the little hunters to work, to reap the wild grasses of the Kurdish plain, to toil as farmers. The mysterious move to agriculture had begun. The Neolithic Revolution. And we humans were the helots. The slaves. The toilers in the field. You mean this was the fall of man? Clear-e-Bali said. The expulsion from Eden? Perhaps. To deepen the mystery, we also have strange hints of changes in sexual behavior around this time. Maybe the northern men liked to rape the small cave women, rape them with pigs like the statue in your museum. Maybe they taught the women to kiss the phallus as the Book of Enoch has it. The women certainly became aware of their sexuality like Eve, found naked in Eden as they copulated with the newcomers. And as the two hominids interbred, the unhappy genes of violence and sacrifice were passed on, albeit in a diluted form. The genes were inherited by the children born of these unions. A lorry hooted in the far distance as it took the main road south to Damascus. So yes, it was the fall of man. The community of Göbekli and the surrounding plains was now thoroughly brutalized, traumatized and hypersexualized. This was no Eden anymore. Moreover, the farming itself was coarsening the landscape, making life harder. And the reaction of the northern men to these ominous signs? It was to take up the old trays again. They began to sacrifice, to raise the cruel gods of nature, or the demons in their minds. And they needed to appease these gods with human blood. To fill jars with living babies. Rob glanced at the empty deserts to the east. Clear-e-Bali leaned forward. And then? Now we reach recorded history. Around 8000 BC the suffering, sacrifice and violence must have become too much. The local hunter-gatherers turned on the northern invaders. They fought back. There was a huge battle. In desperation, the ordinary cavemen slaughtered the last of the invading Northmen, whom they greatly outnumbered. And then they buried all those bodies in a valley, close to the graves of the sacrificed children, creating one great death pit not far from here, from Göbekli. The Valley of Killing. And then they buried the temple. Rob nodded. And then Göbekli Tepe was interred, laboriously, to hide the shame of this crossbreeding, and to entomb the evil seed. The hunter-gatherers deliberately buried the great temple to eradicate the memory of the horrors, of the fall from Eden, of their encounter with evil. But the burial didn't work. It was too late. The violent and sacrificial genes of the northern men had entered the DNA of Homo sapiens. The Göbekli gene was now part of the human inheritance. And it was spreading. Using the Bible and other sources we can actually trace the gene, trace the exiles from Göbekli wandering south, to Sumer, Canaan and Israel, because as they went they spread the genes of sacrifice and violence. Hence the early evidence for sacrifice in these lands. The lands of Canaan, Israel and Sumer. The lands of Abraham, said Clear-e-Bali. Yes. The prophet Abraham, born near Sanlifa, must have been partly descended from the Göbekli Northmen. He was intelligent, a leader, charismatic. And he was also obsessed with sacrifice. In the Bible he was prepared to slay his own son, in obedience to some wrathful god. Abraham was also, of course, the founder of the three great religions, Judaism, Christianity and Islam. The Abrahamic faiths. And Abraham founded these faiths on the folk memory he shared with those around him. All these great monotheistic religions spring from the trauma of what happened at Göbekli Tepe. All religions are based on a fear of great angels and a wrathful God, a subconscious and mass recollection of what happened in the Kurdish desert, when powerful and violent beings came amongst us. Significantly, all these religions are still based on the principle of human sacrifice. In Judaism there is the mock fleshly sacrifice of circumcision, in Islam we have the sacrifice of jihad, or maybe the butchered captives of Al-Qaeda. Maybe. And in Christianity we have the repetitive sacrifice of Christ, the firstborn of God, forever dying on the cross. So all these religions are a stress syndrome, a kind of nightmare, in which we constantly relive the trauma of the northern incursions, the time when we humans were cast out of Eden, and forced to give up our life of leisure. Forced to farm. Forced to kiss the phallus. Forced to kill our own children to please the wrathful gods. But, Robert, how do the Yazidi fit in? They are vitally important. Because there are only two sources of knowledge as to what really happened at Göbekli. The first are the Kurdish cultists, the Yarsans, Alevis and the Yazidi. These tribes like to believe they are directly descended from the purebred Göbekli cavemen. They are the sons of the Jar. The sons of Adam. The rest of humanity, they say, comes from Eve, from the second jar of quarter breeds and holt breeds, the jar full of scorpions and snakes. I see. These cultists share many myths about the Garden of Eden. But even to the cultists, what happened at Göbekli is just a vague, frightening memory of some sneering, bird-like angels that demanded worship. But the hazy folk memory is potent. This is why the Yazidi, in particular, don't out many. They have a mythic fear that they might taint their own bloodline with the trace of the violence and sacrifice they see in wider humanity. In the rest of us. The peoples who carry the Göbekli gene. Kir-e-Bali was silent, taking this in. Rob continued. The cursed Yazidi also bear a terrible burden. A mortification. They may claim to be pure, but deep down they sense the Nuth, that some of their forefathers interbred with the evil Northmen, allowing the Northmen to spread the Göbekli gene, and so the ills of the world are essentially their fault. Hence their inhibition, their secrecy, the Yazidis' peculiar sense of shame. Hence also the fact they have not spread far from the temple whence they come. They need to protect it. They still fear that if the truth is ever properly uncovered, and their deeds revealed to the world, they will be exterminated by the rest of humanity, in anger. Their forefathers failed to protect humanity from the Northmen. Their women lay with the northern demons. Like the horizontal collaborators of occupied France. And this Kir-e-Bali said, would explain their god. The peacock angel. Yes. The Yazidis' knowledge of the truth makes it impossible for them to worship the normal gods. Which is why they worship the devil, Melek Tor's the Moloch of the child burnings. A symbolic reworking of the evil supermen, with their bird-like eyes. And for many thousands of years this strange faith and credo was a hidden mystery. The Göbekli gene spread around the world, it had already spread across the Bering Straits into America. But the actual Yazidi secret, the Genesis secret, was perfectly safe. As long as Göbekli Tel remained undisturbed. And who was the other source? You said that there were two wellsprings of knowledge. The secret societies of Europe that arose in the 16th century. The Freemasons, and so forth. People intrigued by mores and traditions, traditions which told of evidence, even documents, which existed in the Near East, and which threatened the historical and theological basis of Christianity, and of religion in general. The stars were high now, high and glittering. The Lucia members of the anti-clerical English aristocracy, Rob explained, were especially intrigued by these mores. One of them, Francis Dashwood, travelled across Anatolia. What he learned there convinced him that Christianity was a charade. He then established the Hellfire Club, along with other like-minded intellectuals, artists and writers, whose raison d'etre was contempt and derision of established faith. Rob gazed at the largest of the megaliths, then added, but the Hellfires still had no conclusive proof that religion was false or wrong. It was only when Jemzalem Whaley, of the Irish Hellfires, returned from his trip to Israel that the TME story of Göbekli became known. In Jerusalem he was given the so-called Black Book, by a Yezidic priest. We do not know why. We do know the book was actually a box, the box you have now, containing the bizarre skull, and a map. The skull was not human. It was a hybrid. The map showed a graveyard near Göbekli Tepe, the graveyard of the evil gods, the valley of the slaughter. The priest explained to Whaley the significance of each. Bali frowned. And this significance was: Jerusalem Whaley had, therefore, learned the truth about the descent of man, and the genesis of religion. He had proved that religion was a charade, a folk memory, a relived nightmare. But he had also discovered something else, that an evil trait has infiltrated itself into the human bloodline, and that this trait gifts its carriers with great talent, intelligence and charisma. It makes them leaders. Yet leaders tend to sadism and cruelty because of this same gene cluster. Jerusalem Whaley only had to look at his own bloodline for proof, especially his brutal father, descended in turn from Oliver Cromwell. In other words, Whaley had discovered an appalling fact, that the fate of man is to be led by the cruel, because sadism and cruelty are linked to the genes that make men intelligent and charismatic leaders. The genes of the Northmen. Bali went to speak, but Rob stalled him with a gesture. He had nearly finished. Shattered by this revelation, Jerusalem Whaley hid the evidence, the skull and the map, the black book that Christine and I found in Ireland. And then he retired to the Isle of Man, broken and frightened. He was convinced that the world could not bear the truth, not just that all the Abrahamic religions were based on a falsity, an amalgam of remembered terrors and sacrificial urges, but that all political systems, feudal, oligarchic or even democratic, are bound to produce leaders predisposed to violence. Men who like to kill and to sacrifice. Men who will send thousands over a trench. Men who will fly a plane into a tower of innocence. Men who will cluster bomb a helpless desert village. Bali regarded him, grimly. And so the Hellfires disbanded, and the matter was suppressed. But one family preserved the terrible TMTH discovered by Jerusalem Whaley. The Cluncurries. Exactly. The descendants of Jerusalem and Burnchapel Whaley. Rich, privileged and bloodthirsty, the Cluncurries carried the Göbekli gene. They also passed down the knowledge once given to them by Tom Whaley. This knowledge was the deepest family secret, never to be revealed. If the knowledge was ever broadcast, elites across the world would be overthrown, and Islam and Judaism and Christianity likewise destroyed. It would be apocalyptic. The end of everything. The Cluncurries' job, as they saw it, was therefore to ensure that this hideous truth remained suppressed. And then poor Britannia came along. Quite. After centuries of silence, the Cluncurries learned that Göbekli was finally being dug up, by Franz Britannia. This was ominous. If skull and the map were also found, and someone placed the pieces together, the TMTH would come out. The youngest scion of the family, Jamie Cluncurry, therefore recruited some rich kids, his acolytes, into a cultic gang with just this aim: to find and destroy the Black Book. But Jamie Cluncurry suffered another dynastic curse. He carried an intense version of the Göbekli gene cluster. Handsome and charismatic, a gifted leader, he was also psychotic. He believed it was his right to kill at will. Whenever he was thwarted in his quest for the skull and the map, the Göbekli gene revealed itself. There was a long, long silence. At last Bali stood up. He shot the cuffs of his shirt, and adjusted his tie. Very good. I do so like stories. He gazed directly at Rob. The best bits of the Bible and the Quran, those are the best stories. Don't you think? I have always believed that. Rob smiled. Bali walked a few yards towards the megaliths, the polished toe caps of his shoes gleaming in the moonlight. He looked back. There is an interesting coda, Robert. To all of this. Yes. Yes. The detective's voice was sibilant in the quietness. I was talking to Detective Forrester. The DCI. Correct. And he told me something curious, about you and Cloncurry. You see, I rather pressed him for information. The detective shrugged, in an unembarrassed way. You know how I am. And after some interrogation, Forrester admitted to me what he had found, in his research. On the internet. Rob gazed at Clear Barley. Robert Luttrell. It's a fairly unusual name. Distinct. Is that not right? It's Scotch-Irish, I think. That's right. In fact, said Clear Barley, it is also found around Dublin. And it's that branch that mostly emigrated to America, to Utah. Where you come from? Clear Barley straightened his jacket. This is, therefore, the intriguing coda. It seems almost certain you are descended from them, from the Dublin Luttrells. And they were also members of the Hellfire Club. Your ancestors were related to the Cloncurrys. There was a significant pause. Then Rob said, I knew that already. You did? Yep. Rob confessed. At least I guessed. And Cloncurry knew it too. That's why he kept hinting about family ties. But that means you possibly carry the Gobekli gene? You do know that? Of course, Rob said. Although it is a gene cluster, even if I carry it at all, I am my mother's son as well as my father's. Clear Barley nodded, keenly. Yes. Yes, yes. A man's mother is very important. And even if I do carry some of those traits, it doesn't mean I am bound to my destiny. I would have to be in a certain situation, my environment would also play a part. The interaction is very complex. He paused. I probably won't go into politics. The detective laughed. Rob added, so I think I'll be 0K. As long as no one gives me any missiles. Clear Barley snapped his heels together, as if obeying an invisible commandant's orders. Then he turned and took his mobile phone from his jacket and walked back to the car, perhaps sensing that Rob wanted to be alone. Rob stood and brushed the dust from his jeans, then strode down the familiar gravel path into the heart of the temple. When he reached the floor of the excavations, he gazed about him, remembering the laughter he had experienced here at Gobekli, joking with the archaeologists. He had first met Christine here, too, the woman he now loved. But this was also where Britna had died, and this was where the sacrificial terrors had begun. 10,000 years ago. The moon was rising, white and aloof. And there were the stones. Silent and imperious in the night. Rob walked between the megaliths. He leaned and touched the carvings, gently, almost warily, lost in a kind of awe, a reluctant but distinct respect. For these great and ancient stones, for this mysterious temple in Eden. 51 Rob and Christine wanted a small and simple wedding, on that they were agreed. The only question was where to have it. But when Christine heard that she had inherited Isabel's house in the Prince's Islands, the dilemma was solved. And it's a way of honouring her memory, she'd approve, I know it. Isabel's beautiful garden was the obvious place. So they co-opted a beardy and bibulous Greek Orthodox priest, and hired some singers who were happy to be paid in beer, and even found a trio of very excellent bouzouki players. Close family and best friends were invited. Steve came over from London, with a smattering of Rob's colleagues. Sally brought a big present. Rob's mother was smiling and proud in her finest hat. And Clear Barley attended in an extremely white suit. The ceremony was sunlit and simple. Lizzie was a barefoot bridesmaid in her best summer dress. The priest stood on the terrace and intoned the magic spell. The sunshine filtered through off the pines and the tamarisks, and the Bosphorus ferry hooted as it crossed the deep blue waters to Asia. And the singers sang and Rob kissed Christine, and then it was done, they were married. Rob was wived, again there was a party afterwards. They all had lots of champagne in the garden, and Ezekiel chased a golden butterfly into the rose bushes. Steve chatted with Christine, Christine's mum chatted with the priest, and everyone danced very badly to the bouzouki players. Clear Ibali quoted poetry and flirted with all the women, especially the older ones. Halfway through off the Rob found himself standing next to Forrester, in the shade of the trees at the very edge of the lawns. Rob took the chance to thank the detective, at last, for turning a blind eye. Forrester blushed, his champagne glass poised at his lips. How did you guess? You're an astute guy, Mark. You let us just walk off with the black book. That's why you were arguing with Dooley, in Dublin? No. Sorry. You knew where we were going. You wanted to cut us some slack, and you persuaded Dooley to let us keep the box. Forrester sighed. I suppose I did. And yes, I knew where you were heading. But I couldn't blame you, Rob. I'd have done the same, if a child of mine had been in danger. Taking the official route might have been disastrously slow. Yet you rang Clear Ibali just in time. So I really mean it. Thanks for keeping an eye on us. Now Rob was struggling for words. A fleeting and terrible image of Cloncurry, white teeth bared, passed through his mind. I just dread to think, he added, what would have happened if you hadn't got involved. Forrester knocked back some of his champagne, and nodded. How is she? Lizzie? She's amazing. She seems to have, basically, forgotten it all. A little frightened of the dark. Think that was the hood? But no other traumas? No. Rob shrugged. I don't think so. The charm of being 5 years old, said Forrester. Kids can bounce back. If they survive. The conversation dwindled. Rob looked at the dance party at the far end of Isabel's lawns. Clear Ibali was leaping up and down, clapping, doing a sort of impromptu car sack dance. Forrester nodded in Clear Ibali's direction. He's the man you should be thanking. You mean the shooting? I heard all about it. Incredible. Apparently he was an Olympic marksman or something. Expert shot. But it was Kmasil, yes. Yes, Rob agreed. Clear Ibali could see how far away Cloncurry was, and they couldn't reach us in time, because of the floods. So he took out his hunting rifle. The music was boisterous. The bouzouki players were really going for it. Rob drained the last of his champagne. The two men walked back towards the wedding party. As they did, Lizzie came running over, laughing and singing. Rob leaned down and tenderly stroked his daughter's shining hair. The little girl giggled and reached for her father's hand. Gazing at the father and the daughter, strolling hand in hand, smiling and alive, Forrester felt a stab of sharp emotion, the usual grief and regret. But his sense of loss was touched by something else, something much more surprising, the faint and fleeting shadow of happiness.